I'll turn you down on my phone.
I will just live.
No countdown. Look at me.
I can't do the first one. Okay. The lovely countdown.
Hello everyone, I am Kate from Push and I'm here with the amazing Cheryl Helper. Thank you so much for joining us. So welcome to What's Your Story on World Mental Health Day. Wow. The reason that why are we doing this? Well, you know, I think that 2020 literally has blown our minds, and as our good friend and mental health campaigner, the incredible Jeff McDonald so eloquently puts it, COVID has democratized mental health. You know, the last month has literally been wild, and they've had a huge impact on how we're thinking, how we're feeling, and how we're acting. But you know, I suppose whilst that's really hard, the good thing about this is that we do suddenly start realizing the impact of external events on what's going on in our lives and what's going on in our heads. And I don't think there's ever been a better time to be talking about our mental health and the opportunity that we have to make an impact on how people understand it and look after themselves. I think at the heart of actually creating any kind of change is about people sharing stories where we can really destigmatize what is going on in the world and what's going on in our health. And also, I genuinely think that when it comes to mental health, getting to positive mental health should be the baseline of what we can all achieve and what we still want for ourselves and for others. And I think really, actually, we can get beyond that and to start thinking about how we can really get to our potential. So for this World Mental Health Day, we put together 20, my goodness, people to share their amazing stories and what they've been through. And that's what we're bringing with you today. So people talking about what they've done in order to really, really inspire you and to get you thinking a little bit differently about how your life could be as well. So with no further ado, today I am over the moon to be inviting Cheryl onto the session. And I would love to tell you a little bit about her, and then obviously over to Cheryl because I would like to find out a little bit more about what's been going on and to ask you for some of the tips that we can be sharing with other people. So hey, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here and talking about this today. But yeah, it's a good day to raise awareness.
It is. I mean, it's early on a Saturday morning, but listen, we have got a lot to learn today, so it's
yeah.
So at the beginning of 2020, you left a career in the broadcast media and advertising industry to focus on sharing your knowledge and passion for holistic wellness and nutrition with the world. You've since launched a webinar series, which I want to learn a lot more about and talk a lot of wellness retreats and corporations. And that's exactly how we met, because Cheryl now is working with us as part of the Push team, which I'm incredibly excited about. So thank you for that. But basically to share your insights into how the holistic approach to nutrition can benefit every single one of us in becoming more connected to the food that we eat. Cheryl, what's the story behind that? Tell me a little bit about your journey and tell me a little bit about how you got there and what it is that you love doing and why you love doing it.
So if you want to tread back into the past, I guess my story and into holistic nutrition and wellness is really a personal story based on my own health struggles I've had, whether it's usually been like a physical chronic health struggle I've had since I've been young, and I was born with a condition called sickle cell.
Right.
So when you have sickle cell, you know, it's really challenging to live a regular life. But I didn't know I had sickle cell until I was in my teens. So when I was younger and I wasn't kind of feeling or being able to do the same things as everyone else, I just didn't know why it was. But as I got older and I learned more about my condition, I spent a lot of time in hospital. I was still going to, study and university and all that stuff. But I was still trying to like balance living like everyone else and having this weight of my own like personal body challenges and wasn't able to keep that up. So I'll, have a lot of episodes where I'm in a hospital and very sick, and, this all in itself was very challenging for my mind because I was like, why me? And it felt, a bit like a sentence, and it was, I had to work. I realized I had to work on all aspects of my health my lifestyle to
Yeah.
even just get to a place where I could live like normally or well health, even with a condition. And I think that's like, you know, I worked in the advertising industry because I'm naturally a creative person.
Yeah.
And I, you know, I assumed, or I kind of like went down that path because that's what you do. You kind of like, you're creative, you either go into film or advertising if you like work with audio visual and storytelling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's so many ways to show your creativity. And I think for me, I got to a point where I wanted to be more aligned to the things that I feel like I have real value in. And a lot of it was sharing the tips and the tools I use, the food that I use to kind of make me shop in the world and not be stuck in hospital all the time, which I spent a lot of my 20s being in hospital. And, you know, things progress. And like, I feel very well at the moment, and I realize it's a journey, and your mental health plays a huge role on the impact of your physical health.
Do you know what? That's, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you there, but that's so interesting. Yesterday we had an incredible gentleman called Alex Lewis on, who was our last interview yesterday. And he thought he had man flu, and it actually turned out to be strep. And within a period of 4 days, he became a quadruple amputee.
Wow.
Yeah. And we were talking yesterday. I mean, let me add to this. He now refers to himself as lucky, right? Because the experience that he went through totally changed his life, of course. And, you know, and in many ways has genuinely helped him refocus. But we were talking a lot yesterday, and sorry, I'm kind of skirting around there. But, you know, the impact of physical illness, which in his case obviously was incredibly dramatic, on our mental health as well, right? You know, and actually what you're talking about here, this was far beyond just the physical illness which we were going through. It was about managing your mind through that as well, because of the huge impact it was having on you on a day-to-day basis. And I think sometimes, in particular with those kind of like life managing illnesses, we don't think about that so much.
No, not at all. And I think it's what you learn, especially with your physical health as well, is that it's a process. You know, you might feel like you've nailed it one day and you realize you haven't, because, you know, it'll reoccur, whether that's your mental health struggles you're having with it, or whether it's like just your physical changes or challenges that you might be having. It can reoccur. And what we want to try and do is have sort of a toolkit that we go to to kind of preempt these things, but also during these times. And I think that's what I'm learning more about, and I want to share about. And, you know, food is obviously one of those things, but it's a holistic approach. You have to tackle one thing, you have to think of it as a whole. And the same thing as with our bodies as well. It's like people like separate the mind from the physical thing. And it's like, well, what we put into our body, what we feed ourselves, what we consume is all affecting the mind. And, you know, our mind affects how we kind of show up in the world. So you have to kind of see it as
that's so interesting, isn't it? You know, and often when, you know, people talk about, or people get very comfortable talking about physical health and obviously less comfortable about talking about mental health, or, you know, we'll talk to an organization and they'll be like, yeah, we're going to make mental health priority. It's like, it's not just mental health, right? It's the whole thing. You know, everything completely influences everything else. And I think, and I love the way that you're talking about it, because I don't, you know, everything that you do and how you express the work that you're doing really helps communicate that to people. And I don't know if it's always that obvious, and it's brilliant to have it reinforced in such a clear way, and because of the experiences that you've had. And that's where I think your story becomes incredibly powerful. When you go out and talk to people, do you talk about that, or do you find that you're naturally working more with people in similar situations?
I'm not always working with people in similar situations, but I have started using that as a way to show people that you don't need to hit rock bottom. You don't need to have a chronic condition to kind of start working on yourself. Like, and I used to kind of shy away from talking about my health challenges because, you know, you just assume that people think you're incapable of doing anything, or kind of, or being labeled or identified as, you know, the person with this. But I've embraced it, because actually I personally don't call myself a sick person. I just say I experience these things. It's not who I am. It's just an experience I go through. Like with, you know, anything, you just go through the motions. At the end of it, you are who you are, a whole person, and there's things that are outside of you that are, you know, just experiences. So I use that as kind of like a way for people to understand that you can have some of the worst conditions, worst diagnosis upon you, but you can still, you know, don't have to kind of just give up. You can totally still work on yourself. You can maintain things as you move along life, but you don't have to wait for a crisis to come before you start looking after yourself.
And do you know what? And this is really interesting, isn't it? And I'm really, you know, let's go back to that guy, Alex, you know, for him, and what I should also add is that beforehand, he refers to, you know, he was pretty much a functioning alcoholic, right? And it was actually in this happening to him, then he, you know, that was a crisis point, you know, which then radically changed his life and made him start living in a different way. But but what you've highlighted there, you know, we don't have to get to that place. And I almost wonder, you know, if there's something with what's happened with the pandemic, is that it's for me, you know, so for me, what I went through, so I was signed off with stress from work, you know, which at the time was incredibly challenging. But that for me was my moment of then creating change. And I wonder if in some ways that actually COVID could or should be that for some people, to actually say, well, what do I want life to look like now? You know, what do I want life to look like now? How do I want to be living? How do I want to look after myself? Because I fear, and I don't know if you see this a lot with the work that you do, we're such terrors for just kind of like of just existing. Do you know, like just going through life on this, like, and I think that's what we were like a bit like before pre-COVID, you know, like doing so much, like constantly slightly on the back foot, life full of overwhelm and just never being able to do enough. But we were just so used to it, and we were just kind of existing. Do you know what I mean? And actually, this should have been just a moment of just like, you know, well, what do I want life to be like now?
Yeah, I think for everyone, you know, people have been affected very differently by this pandemic. It's not been the same. And some people, you know, whether they haven't been financially impacted, it doesn't matter. They might have been, you know, their mental health might have been impacted from like seeing people less. That everyone's pain is valid, you know. Even if some people might end up, you know, worse off. But I think it's definitely a collective moment for the world to kind of be like, what is working out and what isn't, you know, what do we need to like fix with our own sort of collective mindset about how we, you know, run our lives in this world. I think for me as a holistic health coach in training, I look into like cultures of longevity. So I look into the places around the world where they've managed to kind of, you know, not go at such a fast pace of life and like just take it in their stride and still live a fulfilling life. I think, you know, I'm from London and I live in the West, I guess, and there's this sort of real push to growth and to scale and to get so much money coming in. And it's like, what's the cost of all this pressure we're putting on ourselves?
So true. And the person we don't look after is ourselves. Our self-care goes to the bottom of the pile.
Yeah. And it's not, you know, it's not inherently bad to want nice things for ourselves or to kind of push to exceed in our careers and things, but there's a way to do it that we can find a bit of equilibrium. There's a moment for like pushing it, and there's a moment for like kind of like chilling out a bit and just recouping. But there, you know, in my 20s, it was like go, 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 even though my body was like, no, stop, calm down.
And you're getting signals, right? We get signals from our body all the time, but we choose
all the time.
And I think the focus genuinely is on the wrong bloody things. You 100%. Know, I think that, you know, if I think back to my career in media, You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, no wonder I ended up being signed off. You know, this insane lifestyle that I was living, you know, making my quinoa salad on a Sunday full of hope and promise, you know, and then on the Monday, heading to the gym, Tuesday's getting more and more busy and more stressed. And come Thursday and Friday, I'm lying head first in a pool of gin somewhere, you know, and it was that constant up and down and just like utter, like I was not kind to me.
No.
And I put everything else first, like, and I've only got this one body and one mind, and I just broke it. I fucking broke it. Like, there's no ways about it. And why do we? I don't know. Like, and the focus is on the wrong bit, and then we feel guilty when we do stuff for ourselves. Like that whole thing, like loving ourselves. Like people think it's a bad thing. It should be the first thing we do.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's a language thing, and people aren't getting, like, there's a vernacular sort of disconnect there, where loving yourself or like self-care is just seen as very selfish.
Yeah.
But self-care doesn't have to be bubbles and you know, face masks all the time. It is a part of self-care, you know, it's your skincare self-care, but self-care is ultimately listening to your needs, because your body, your mind is showing you what is out of balance all the time. It's always giving you signals, whether it's like you're not being able to sleep properly, whether you're having like food cravings for certain things, whether your weight is fluctuating, your skin is, you know, breaking out. There's always signs. Your stomach, a lot of people's anxiety shows up in their gut health. So it's like, it's telling you stuff. But when you're focused on, you know, external things that are stimulations or kind of pushing for our goals and stuff like that, you can sort of remove yourself from yourself, and you kind of lose track of where you're at.
And I think because we're so rarely tapped in to us or making the time for us, that we end up being like buffered around by the world and all these external things and not quite being sure why we don't feel good about it. But we've spent no time thinking about what does or doesn't make us feel good in the first place. And I actually, like, I wanted to pick up on something that you said earlier. And I'm really impressed by the fact that, you know, you were talking about the creativity, and actually, whereas previously, obviously, it was very much within the space of advertising, but you've realized that that's such a core value to you, but you're still doing it, but in a totally different field. And I wonder, you know, for me, like, you know, I know that you know, love and humor and ambition, those are my core values. And again, I was in that industry before, but brought it over. And I think it's such an important thing that we get really clear on who we are and what we stand for. And it can work in different sectors, but we've got to do that work first.
100%. And I think that's, again, is like, it could be down to the schooling and education and being told that this, you know, career or degree gives you this kind of career, or this, you know, take this route and you get that. And now you're seeing, you know, even for example, medical doctors who have, you know, studied for years and gone into medicine or some sort of medical practice, and now they've, you know, pivoted into other areas that are more aligned with them, but still using their passion for, you know, healing. And they might have taken more of a functional approach or holistic approach, and you're seeing more and more doctors who are kind of more awake to that, whereas previously, you know, there's a set standard in the industry, or set standard in, is like, oh, you want to help someone, be a nurse, be a doctor, or whatever. But there's so many ways to do that, and there's so many ways we have been doing that for years. And I think, again, in the West, especially in the UK and America, we sometimes are so disconnected from like our heritage and our ancestors and how they managed life. You know, it's not like they didn't have their own stress. They may not have like financial stresses. Well, they have financial stresses, but may not have, like, you know,
in a very different way, right? In a very different
way. But they still have to manage it, and maybe they managed it through like community talk therapy, storytelling, and all these things. And there's a reason why it works. So we need to think about how have people managed their minds previously, and not just like, you know, kind of having a one-way approach to things.
Do you know what? It's really interesting. I can remember doing this talk some time ago, and it was to some pretty very, very, very senior professionals, but very, very well-educated professionals. And I was talking about the impact now, and this was some time ago, certainly pre-COVID, you know, and the impact, the stress levels that we're all feeling, right? And one of them was like, "Wow, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? You know, back in the 1900s when people were going up chimneys and down mines, you know, we have nothing to compare to that. The millennials these days are just on their phones." And I suppose, and the point is that it's all perspective, right? The point, you know, it's all perspective, you know, and actually those people didn't have to deal with X, Y, Z alongside, you know, and didn't have anywhere near the social pressures that a teenager growing up now does, you know.
There's a whole new level of stress. I think to myself, if I was in school with social media, like, you know, I was in school when mobile phones just came out, but if I was in school with social media, I don't think I'm equipped to handle that.
No. I mean, I get that. And I genuinely, you know, we see now, you know, in particular, you know, with like really young 20s, you know, that we've for so long, we've always kind of like been identified by our jobs, but people now, but young 20-year-olds now, you know, actually wanting something totally different because they've had such entirely different experiences. And what is it that they stand for now? What is it that what is their identity going to be made up of instead?
Yeah. I think a lot of them are like, you know, well, I can't speak for them and I'm not really young, but I would say that a lot of them are exposed to more information about different cultures, different people, and they're probably got more of an advocacy element to their way they show up in the world. I think they're more conscious about certain things that are going on, whether it's a planet, whether it's sustainability, whether it is mental health. I think their information is there, and that's the plus side to social media and you know, things like YouTube, where you have like a plethora of information that you can access and stories you can access. But the downside is that we're overexposed and there's no balance there. One of the things in my personal toolkit is to try as much as I can to be like conscious about my time I'm spending in front of screens, and even connecting to stories outside of myself or connecting to strangers that are on the internet, and really try and just be like, I need to carve some time where, you know, on a daily basis, if not, you know, a whole weekend of just being off your phone, where you can really get back to you. And I obviously have the benefit of growing up in the 90s where we didn't have like screens all the time, so there was other ways to kind of connect with the world outside of yourself. It was more play, it was more fun, and obviously as a kid, so of course there was more play, but I'm sure there was other ways that weren't so focused on our screens, and there's just a lot of information firing back at us.
It's do you know, I was looking on my Instagram yesterday, I mean, ironically, and a friend of mine is over in Greece, and he said, this is my new series of people in beautiful places looking at their phones. And literally he'd just taken these phones of these incredible landscapes, and there's someone sat there just on their phone, and they've got like this amazing backdrop behind them. It's like, you know,
just like, what?
Absolutely. So listen, you've been through a radical change in terms of your career, and you know, and I really get this, and I'd love to know, one, I suppose, what was that tipping point of doing that? And then also, let's go on afterwards, because that's a bloody hard choice to make, you know. And whenever I talk about my journey, people are like, oh, I wish I could do that. And it's like, believe you me, it was hard, but I chose to do that. What's stopping you? So talk to me about the tipping point, and then, you know, how you overcame some of that thinking.
I think for me, I when I worked in advertising, I started off working in production, and I kind of ended up in production because a lot of women end up in production, and they're not kind of given the reins all the time that men do when it comes to creativity in that environment. So but I had to push through because I knew I was ultimately creative, and because I'd been in industry for a while, I was like, well, I'll make trailers and you know, conceptual advertisement and creative and stuff. So I kind of ended up in that, and I ultimately kind of knew in really deep down that it was something that I could practice my creativity muscle every day going to work. And there's obviously a lot of pressure. So you kind of have to like push yourself, whereas before in production I wasn't doing that so much. But then I got to a point where there was just so much pressure, and then I was having to like produce creative ideas that were just not really tied to me. And I guess that's the artist in me, like where I was just like, if I was a painter, right, I wouldn't want to paint something that I don't like looking at,
not aligning with your values, right?
Yeah. So I was like, okay, what my tipping point was that I just, in that environment, it was also that I just knew that there was something more that I could do, but I just didn't feel like I was flourishing in that environment, and I didn't feel like I was bringing enough to the table that someone who really is passionate about like creating conceptual adverts and stuff like that would. So I think, you know, there was a lot of factors there, and some of it was being in an environment where I didn't feel like I could be my whole self. And yeah, maybe that is down to like my values as well. But I
was it an obvious thing what you were going to go to?
So when I left, when I left, I was like, okay, I maybe start skincare line. I knew I wanted to work for myself, because I knew that a big part of my own, this is really hard to do, like very hard. And I was like, I knew it's going to be very hard, so I was very prepared for it. But I still was very prepared until you go into it and you're like, oh, okay. But I knew that ultimately I needed more flexibility in my life, and I knew that even though working for yourself, being an entrepreneur is incredibly hard, and sometimes you don't have much flexibility in the beginning, I knew that I needed to be able to shape my day. Shape my day, shape my life. So I was like, well, I have to be my own boss somehow, and I need to make it work. And the only way I feel like I can really bring real value is through my creativity and through my experiences with well-being. And it's just a core part of my everyday to be very awake and conscious about how I'm doing physically, just because I was forced to, because my body is like, you know, I was sending me signals. But then also like, what other things have I been doing mentally and spiritually to kind of live a life where I don't feel pushed by society's expectations. So I was willing to just kind of take the leap. And you know, for me, it wasn't really a sacrifice, because at the end of the day, I was already in a place that I knew that I couldn't be forever, because it'll be worse to stay in somewhere that I don't belong than to go out and just like try loads of different things out and see what sticks.
I think that's really interesting, isn't it? That term, whether or not you belong, you know, belonging is such an important part. And actually, if you're not feeling that, then you've got no need to stay there. You've got no pull to stay there, no reason. And what, for you, what kind of was coming up? Was there any kind of like, no, don't do this? Was there any fear?
Oh yeah, totally. There was so much fear. And a lot of my fear actually was after I left, after I departed, because before I had a sort of a plan. I kind of like was, obviously there's fear around finances and all those things, but there was like a plan, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna start a skincare thing, and then I'm gonna like continue learning about holistic nutrition and go into coaching. So I kind of knew that was something I knew I wanted to do. But the fear, oh my gosh, it hit as soon as I left. Like,
really?
And it was like out into the cold, and it was really debilitating. And I would honestly say I've had a lot of challenging things going on in my life, especially my health. That was one of, like, this is literally, I left on the January 30th, right? My last day at work. COVID happened like in 1st of March or whatever. That's when it started to like go crazy. So that period between like all of February, I guess, I had so much like weight of expectation that I placed on myself, and others had placed on me. I felt the pressure from other people. And it sent my mental health straight down the pan, like completely was unable to cope. And it's crazy, because actually when COVID did hit and we went into lockdown, that is when things eased up for me. And I was working through my anxiety during that time, but a lot of things I learned is that I had to just let go, because trying to control it when you're in a really deep state of physical, and it's not even just like mental, it's like a physical,
you can feel
it's the whole feeling. It affects your breathing, it affects everything. You've got like tingles in your body, and that was probably like, I've had anxious thoughts, I've, you know, been on a mind loop, but when it starts seeping into your body, it's not nice, because you can't switch it off like that. So you've just got to like not focus on it.
You know what? It's really interesting. I last night, I as I said, like yesterday, by the end of the day, I was literally delirious. Took myself off to bed at 9, woke up at 12, at midnight, and was awake for 2 hours, having an anxiety and feeling like a lot going through my head, of course, a lot of processing it, feeling it here, really feeling it. And that point that we said then about letting go, it was really interesting. Yesterday we had a guy on called Sebastian Foucan, who's incredible. He's like the founder of free running, and he said this thing. He was like, do you know what, when you get to the place where you just know that life is full of obstacles, you feel differently. And I just thought that last night. I was lying there, I was like, look, it's okay, life is full of obstacles. And it genuinely brought that anxiety. It genuinely had an effect. And so what tools did you use to calm you?
I mean, one of the amazing tools, as I said, we went into lockdown, and actually that eased me a little bit, because I was like, oh, okay, everyone else is kind of now going through this. Yeah, I felt a lot of like, it really eased my anxiety a lot, because I was like, wow, okay, collectively, now we're all kind of going through it, where I felt very alone. And that's a lot of what I guess a lot of people who do feel anxiety and depression, they feel very isolated and alone. But for me, one of the amazing things I love to do, which, you know, I just never used to think I did it because of my mental health, but the more I've done it and the more I've kind of made it like a regular practice, I'm like, oh wow, this really is helping out my mind. It's walking. Obviously, like, it's like we for me, I walk, but I didn't go on long walks regularly. And then I started to do more long walks. I started to like just kind of aimlessly walk and not really have a goal, but just be like, okay, maybe I can go on this walk and even turn off my phone. Maybe I can go on this walk and just connect with what's around me. And I think connecting with nature, you know, there's cultures who've been doing this forever, who go forest bathing or you know, just moving your body in itself helps to like shift thoughts. Because when you're static, the energy is staying still. When you're in motion, it keeps like things moving along. That's one of the things. I mean, I really like journaling as well. I don't do it all the time, but I try to get back to it. And
I think I both myself and probably about 4 of the 8 people yesterday, we all talked about journaling. The power of journaling is getting it out here and getting it down here so you can work on it. It's life-changing.
100%. And I think like for many people who do feel like they can't maybe afford a therapist or go and see like a life coach or anything like that, honestly, a lot of what we are thinking is just the same thought on repeat.
Yes.
So once you put it on the page, it helps you to kind of be like, to offload, and without kind of like offloading on everyone around you. It's not saying you shouldn't, you know, have these conversations with people, but have the conversation with yourself first. Write it down. Maybe you need like a prompted journal, journal prompts that might help for you to kind of focus the areas you're thinking of. But I've found that like, especially during like times where I've felt a bit hopeless, I just write down exactly what I'm feeling, because sometimes we can't even put words to our thoughts. And when you actually start putting words to it, it makes it more sort of like tangible, and be like, okay, why am I feeling like this? What can I do? Or why is it like irking me so much? What can I do right now? If I can't do anything, then why don't I just let it go?
I get it. It's the and I think also it's the quite literal kind of getting it out of your body. It's like it's out of here, and then, it genuinely is. That's awesome. So where are you now? So I love that for the kind of the overcoming thinking, you know, the movement, as you talked about as well. You know, actually you're so right, it's genuinely kind of changing changing your space, changing your environment, getting stuff out has a huge impact. Is there anything else that you'd share in terms of kind of like brilliant ways for looking after, or things that you've kind of learned along the way? I mean, obviously food is a huge thing for you, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think a lot of what I've like discovered with food and implemented in my own life that's helped my physical body, but also it helps your mental body, is the power of eating fermented foods, probiotics. So probiotics are basically bacteria and fungi and other things that live in like certain foods. It can be extracted and used into supplements as well. But getting more fermented foods into your diet is basically supplying your body with more life. Like,
wow,
it
okay,
genuinely is, because these bacteria, they have their own life force. They have their own DNA. They are strains of like colonies of different like miniature microbes. We are not microbes because we're human, but we are made up of microbes, and that bacteria lives throughout our body. But our gut bacteria affects our health, and it also affects the way hormones are delivered around our body, or hormone like sort of regulation in our body. So if you're eating foods are rich in bacteria, so that is probiotics, and then feeding those probiotics with prebiotics, so that's things like starchy vegetables or pulses like lentils, chickpeas, like onions, garlic, they're all prebiotics. They're feeding those bacteria, those good bacteria. There are bad bacteria in our body, but sometimes it's needed there so our immune system knows what's a threat outside, so it can know to heal. But anyways, when we're eating all that stuff, it's not only working on our immune system, it's working on the hormone delivery and hormone regulation, sorry. So that then helps like with balancing out things like cortisol, or balancing things like, that's going to cause us to feel certain ways. And that's what is going on in our mind. If we are having sort of like a challenge mentally, there's a hormone imbalance. That's a lot of what's happening there. So eating, definitely like loads of good fats. I like tell people, eat coconut oil like it's your life depends on it.
Really?
Coconut oil is so good for you. It's like so rich in
and
like
delicious.
saturated fats. Saturated fats are like, for years they were, the marketing and food industry tried to tell us they were bad for us and they cause high cholesterol. There's so many like nuances to some of the things that we get told in the medical like science community that isn't really broken down for people. People need it in a like quick like bite. So cholesterol isn't a bad thing. There's different types of cholesterol. So a lot of what might cause high cholesterol is actually in a lot of starchy refined grains, but it was also put on like butters and fats. But you want to eat good saturated fats. Olive oil is a great one, extra virgin olive oil. In your nuts, in your seeds, all of these things like fats and probiotics, prebiotics as well. It's a whole food diet. And I think people get worked up, especially like, I think it's informative to know that what different minerals you're getting, what different vitamins you're getting and nutrients you get from food. But I think sometimes people can be so focused on that. And all you need to do is actually just go and diversify your diet and eat foods that look as close to how they came out of the ground.
Get it. Get it. Oh, Cheryl, I've loved this. These tips are amazing. Can I just run through some that I think that really came out for me? I love the fact that you so beautifully can talk about the link between our physical and mental health by sharing your story around obviously the challenges that you have with the illness that you live with day to day, right? And how, the fact that our body is constantly sending us signals of how our mind is feeling, like that is so fucking powerful, and we've just got to get so much better at listening to that, and I see the work that you're doing, how it's bringing it all together. And I really loved as well, that whole point that you were saying about, I really understand that for you, you really tap into what you genuinely need in life, be that you really understand that creativity is at your core, through to understanding what it is that you need to eat, or actually the need for physical movement, for changing how you're feeling up there. You've brought to life so beautifully the connection between kind of physical and mental for me. I love the other tips as well, either moving, or you talked about journaling quite a lot as well. And then finally, you know, the brilliant part about literally what we consume is constantly having an effect on up here, you know, and those, you know, those brilliant examples there of either probiotics specifically, or, you know, the good fats, or things that, you know, just having a really diverse diet with stuff that's as whole as possible, and as similar to how it came out of the ground. Thank you. Like, this has been awesome. You've shared some incredible stuff for us today. Like, it's what a brilliant start to the day. Thank you so much.
It's such a lovely start. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I really I've enjoyed the series so far, so I look forward to like listening to all the other interviews.
This is the kind of stuff, you know, I hope that, you know, as a takeout from this, you know, for people to say, I get how physical and mental are totally aligned. They're not separate things. No. That's so important, and such an important way to ground and start our day for World Mental Health Day. So thank you so much.
Oh, yes, you're welcome.
Well, have a wicked day. Have a really good World Mental Health Day, and I will see you very soon. We can't wait to do more work with you.
Yeah, me too.
Have a lovely day, darling. See you soon.
You too, hon. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Yeah, you're on. There you are. Hello.
I'm on.
You're
I'm ready
on.
to go. Here we are. I'm in the game. I'm in the house.
Hello. I've got to be honest with you, and I know that I do this fangirl thing with you quite a lot, but this is like my most excited that I'm going to be over the 2 days.
Come on, let's do it. Come on.
I'm absolutely knackered. I'm so excited for this. So, thank you so much, everyone, for coming and joining. What's your story? Everything that we're about as well, mental health day is about sharing stories from people that we think are brilliant and we've got incredible stories to share about their own mental health journeys. Because I believe mental health should for many of us, like the baseline for what we should want, and actually we can go beyond that. And I think there's a chance if we understand other people, what they do, being inspired by them, but also how they manage their mental health on a day-to-day basis. I think that we can get real potential, and no one, in my mind, embodies better than the man sat in front of us more.
Thank you so much.
Who I've been following, not literally, which would be weird and slightly stalky, for over a year or so now, and I just love the work that he does. And I wanted him to come on today to share the story and how I know that it will impact others and what they can.
Come on, I'm ready. I'm ready. What I do have a problem with though is the sound. I don't know what I'm doing with the sound.
Okay, so can you mute your computer and then sound up on your phone? So mute. So have you got a Mac? You have. Okay, so it's the not the mute on the microphone. If you go to the keyboard, it's the one that's the sound off button on the keyboard. Just sound off.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, and then sound off.
Then I've got the sound from this going into the computer.
Sound from where?
So the sound from my phone is going to go into my computer now, but yeah. Does that make sense?
There's no echo. It's perfect.
Oh, amazing. Well, good to go.
No. Perfect. So, I think, as you've already seen, Paul is a straight-talking, high-performing leader.
Wow, well, thank you. I've been called many things before.
Straight-talking, high-performing leader, formerly suicidal, overwhelmed, and diagnosed with bipolar. His books, courses, videos, and content has reached the lives of millions of people, of which I certainly count myself as one. Paul spends his time coaching, #1 coach in the UK, may I add?
That is correct. That is a fact.
Helping others to reclaim their power, take control, find clarity, direction, and inner peace. I mean, what more could I be said? And listen, I want to kick off by asking, what's your story, Paul? Can you tell us what lay behind it? Because I know a bit about the journey you've been on.
My story is a varied roller coaster of emotions and results and fuck ups, essentially, right? So I'm of the opinion that where we are now is just a result of a series of decisions that we've made and a series of challenges that we've had and how we reacted to those challenges. So my challenge was, obviously I'm doing this today because of my challenge, which I'm actually genuinely grateful for all the shit that I had to go through to get here. And it was essentially a blessing because there's not many people who do what I do in the way that I do it.
No, right.
Which is a blessing for me, and without sounding big-headed, which actually, fuck it, if I sound big-headed, that's someone's opinion. There wouldn't have been the amounts of families that have been affected by what I do as they have.
Absolutely.
Now, unless I went through that. So here's the truth of it. In 2014, I was suicidal, despite having a great life on the outside. So I was living in Marbella. I had a successful business. I had a 4-bedroom villa with a private pool. My daughter had just been born in Marbella. I had a 2-year-old son. I was married, hot wife, amazing wife, and the car that I wanted. Yet inside I was empty, if you like. Sadly lacking in any kind of purpose. And that the only escape that I had was boozing and sniffing coke. That was it. That was essentially... I'm not going so far as to say as I was an addict, but even as far as 2015, I moved back home from Marbella after being diagnosed bipolar there. And sorry, my low battery thing came on. Give me a sec.
Right.
There we go. So even and I was diagnosed bipolar, and I was almost sent home from Orbia because it wasn't a thing there. And I saw somebody ask before on the stream that, do I think I'm bipolar? No. I was given a diagnosis of bipolar. I am not bipolar. I don't have bipolar. I was given medication that I was, after a lot of work, able to, in fact, and a lot of blood tests, remove myself from. So that was my story, and it's been a long journey since. I mean, because I'd built a successful business, I was able to invest and travel all over the world and work with some of the best coaches in the world. I worked with a program called Wake Up Warrior back in 2014, 2015. Then I ended up spending 9 days at Byron Katie's School for the Work. I've worked with the Debbie Ford Institute. I've worked with almost any coach you could name, Dr. John DeMartini, a bunch of people that you could name. And I've kind of scrambled and tried and tested my way to something that works for me and the hundreds of people that I work with.
Yeah, and
that's my whole story, and it hasn't been just ups. There's been a lot of, it's been, listen, everyone says this, but it has been a little bit of a roller coaster for me. And obviously I fell off the wagon before, I fucked up before, I've made mistakes, I fell out with people, I've done stuff and then stopped doing it. And then yeah, it's been a long old journey. I mean, being suicidal and being that low is no joke. I mean, like I say, from the outside I had the perfect life. I had a very successful supplement company, a very successful marketing company. But the reality is none of that really mattered. And the same money doesn't make you happy, but that's not what that was about. Because I've still got money now.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, there's so much that I want to talk to you about. I literally kind of wish that we could just spend the day chatting. Some people might not like that so much, but who knows? You know, I think that, look, first and foremost, I really want to go into that place where you're saying about the kind of purpose piece, right? And, you know, and I've heard you say this before about how, you know, mental health mental illness is not discriminate, right? It can attack anyone, you know, and you said this, you know, people don't get it. You were really, really successful. You had the perfect life. Why did it happen? And do you think then, my question to you is, you know, you talked there about the purpose piece. You talked there about, obviously, you know, the fact that the only release that you had was when you were drinking or when you were doing coke. Which one do you, at the root of it, if you had to say it was one of them, can you pick it apart? Which one had a greater impact?
You're not getting a handle on your physical.
Yeah.
What you put in your body, your palate, if you like, what you put in your body, how you treat your body, not getting a handle on that is an invitation to negative emotions.
Okay, so you're saying what you put in your body. I'd make it bigger than that. It's how you feel about yourself, isn't it?
Yes, but you've kind of got to make that irrelevant a little bit as well.
Go on.
You've just got to make a decision. I can't expect to feel great.
Yeah.
It's like putting diesel in a petrol engine. It's not going to fucking operate. I want to touch on something that you said. I'm a big fan of. In fact, I'm actually this afternoon. I'm working with the second biggest book publisher in the world, which is exciting. And we're going to be talking about this today. And we're going to be talking about this. I don't believe that mental health attacks you. I don't think that's a thing. I think a lot of this, and again, we all know the role of genetics, and there is some genetic place. But I think for a lot of people, we are creating our own prison.
Can we talk about that? No, I'd like to.
I get a bit of shit from people for this. I get a lot of criticism online, which comes with the territory, right? That is the world's biggest glass, Kate Merton.
I know.
That is the world's biggest glass. Hey, I see your large glass, and I raise you a chug jug.
I'm like, I've got to get the fluids in. I've got to keep going with it.
You know, the problem is you get your fluid in, but then you need to piss. You need to piss all the time.
I'm one of these people. Everything in my life I do with gusto, even drinking water. So, you know, and I imagine you're the same, right? Like sometimes it goes for me and sometimes it goes against me. But yeah,
it was a problem last night when it took 7 hours to get home. My wife was like, "We're not stopping." She was driving, so she went crazy because I had a piss in a bottle. Anyway, I had a piss in a bottle, and you know what? I couldn't see me willy, right? So I had to put the light on, and she kept turning the light off. I was like, I can't see whether my willy's going in the bottle or not, man. I can't see whether I'm going to hit the bottle. Anywho, so sorry. I changed the point. So, yeah, the criticism thing. So the criticism thing is because
being in the prison, the bit how you.
What we've got to consider is, and this was a huge breakthrough for me because it allowed me to take, this is a huge deal, personal responsibility.
Yeah.
Jocko Willink calls it extreme ownership. I had to take ownership of why I was so low.
Yeah.
I have this saying, which is outcomes don't happen by accident. I created that whole thing with the thoughts that I attached to, with the way I treated my body, with what I took in visually, with what I listened to verbally, with who I hung out with, which is essentially myself. I like any kind of connection. And just the way that I treated other people, the way I treat myself. I created that whole thing because you've got to consider this. There are, again, we know this, some people are genetically predisposed to depression. Anxiety, not so much, right? But you got to consider depression and anxiety aren't COVID-19. They're not contagious. They are created. You don't catch them.
Yeah.
They're created by us. And often, here's the great news. People don't like this because I'm like, they confuse taking responsibility and taking ownership with whose fault it is and blame. Those are two separate things. Fault and blame.
Yeah.
Fault and blame when you're like, oh, it's all my fault. That has me acting like a victim. That has me saying I am a victim when I say blame and fault. Personal responsibility, personal ownership is like, wow, if I have created this fucking shitstorm without even knowing it, imagine what I could do if I started fucking...
Right. And this is what I love about your work, because it gets people to step into their life, right? It gets people to step into their life and actually choose what they want it to be like. And I think that is, and I think that's one of the greatest problems, right? I think that's one of the greatest problems. We are like passengers in our own lives. And if I think back to, in particular,
sleeping awake,
just existing, right? Just literally existing. And I think back to pre-COVID, you know, I think that's what so many of us are doing. And we suddenly have this smack around the face of actually, right, stop. Life is not just something that's happening to you. And the intelligent person or the person with an appetite for change could and should be seeing this as an opportunity, right? Could and should be seeing this as, what do I want my life to look like now? But it's fucking hard. And I'm not saying that it's easy, but it requires a level of energy in order to keep focus with that.
What it is, it's not easy. It's not supposed to be. Now you got to think about, almost without exception, your first thought's going to be a negative one. It's like this primal instinct, which is, am I going to be eaten by something? And what am I going to eat? Predator, prey. It's like one of our most primal instincts. But that's on you whether you stay there or not.
Yeah.
I have this thing that I teach a lot of guys that I work with, which is, and Tony Robbins says this, like the quality of your life is down to the quality of the questions that you ask yourself.
Yeah.
I teach my guys that questions are the steering wheel of the mind, right? I get to choose where I go. And I think one thing they said is, what do I want my life to look like? I could just go one back from there and I'd say, how do you want to feel? People get obsessed with how they don't want to feel, right?
So and then they're focused on what they don't want.
Yeah, exactly. And you get that. Where attention goes, energy flows and results show. You get what you're focused on. It's like people spend so much time. Yes, there are weeds in your garden. There can be weeds in your garden. It's normal. But it's up to you whether you water them or you water the fucking plants. You water the flowers. That's a decision on a daily basis. Which one am I going to water?
Tell me something. Like, and I'm listening to you and I'm like, what's your fucking magic? What is your magic? And I'm telling you, I think your magic is the way you break this stuff down and the way that you communicate it.
And do you know why I'm able to do that? Because I've experienced it at a very deep level, and because I practice what I preach and walk the talk.
And because you care.
Yeah, which is a problem sometimes. Sometimes I give more of a fuck about other people than they give about themselves. It's sometimes a challenge, that. That's one of the hardest things. I've got to realize that I don't even have a right to change people. I don't even have the right to do that. I can only lead a horse to water the sea. And the reason I'm able to do it is just because all I can be is the example. That's it.
So for now, would you say that that's the greatest thing that you have to manage? How much energy you put in, or choosing where you put your energy? Because if you know, we've talked to you, and I want to talk a little bit more about the purpose side of things in a bit, if that's all right, because I think that lies at the heart of fucking great energy. But you know, and I feel this with my work, you know, although in a very different field. I think when you're doing work that is so purpose-led, the problem is the switching off.
Yeah. Well, I actually think that
or managing it.
Yeah, I think that, well, purpose, first of all, we'll touch on the purpose thing there, but purpose is just a sense. It's not like I was born to do this. In 10 years' time, I might just fucking play golf all the time. Although golf is not my thing. It's just, golf is darts with a walk, right? That's all it is. Golf's not my thing. But I might just be doing fuck all in 10 years' time. I'm okay with that. But right now, I have a mission. I have a sense of purpose. So coming back to that, your question was about, essentially, we have limited fucks to give, right? And
I prefer to the pie chart of my mind, but let's go.
Let's just say, and I have this theory that, and I think I first read about this fucks to give in Mark Manson's book, the subtle art of not giving a fuck. We have limited fucks to give. We're supposed to give a fuck. The problem that most people have is they're spending it on bullshit. They're spending it on bullshit. I fill my life with challenges that inspire me. Challenges. The challenge-free life doesn't exist, right?
Yes.
If it did, you'd still find a way to fuck it up, right?
You know what? Yesterday we had Sebastian Foucault on, who's the founder of free running, and he said that life for him got a lot easier when he knew that it was going to be full of obstacles. Once you've got that down, where am I going to
listen? Your brain is a problem-solving tool. If you don't give it problems to solve, it'll fucking find them. It'll find them. It's amazing. Amen. Problems. It's always. It's looking for problems and it's looking for progress. So I learned this from Dr. John DeMartini, which is if I don't fill my life with challenges that inspire me, I'm going to attract challenges that don't. Most people are attracting challenges that don't even inspire them. They're solving low-level problems and then wondering why they melt into a pool of piss when things get a little bit hard, when things get a little bit challenging. Like they contract as soon as the challenge. Can't wait to point the finger of blame. As soon as I point the finger and blame, I'm powerless. And this is what coaching is. Coaching for me is giving people back their power and opening up a space with world-class questions for them to take back their own power, which is essentially taking personal ownership.
And choosing where they put their thoughts, right? Helping them choose where they put their thoughts, because I think a lot of the time, exactly as you said, the amount, if I go back to the pie chart of my mind or the volume of fucks that I have to give, I've got to choose where I put that stuff. And I know that there's another area that I really wanted to talk to you about. One of the original questions that when I was kind of working on the kind of stuff that I wanted to pull out, and a couple of videos I saw of yours over the other days, the impact of others on your mental health, right? And how much time you give that stuff. Yeah. Talk to me about that, because I get this. And
that's blame mentality. As soon as I point the finger at somebody else and say they drag me down, they don't support me, there's three fingers pointing back at me for a start.
Yeah.
I lose all power. Nobody has the power to drag you down. Only you can do that.
Yeah.
Nobody is holding your waist, the waist of your pants, and pulling them down. Nobody's doing that. You're allowing that to happen. Essentially, you're pulling your old pants down and showing the world your ass.
But what do you do about it, Paul? Because, and I really, you're and I'm talking about this. I had someone the other day who clearly it was an old friend, and I know that they've got some stuff going on, but they projected a lot of stuff on me, right? A lot of stuff on me, and I know that I can rationalize it. I can see the context. I can see that it's all about them. All these words fucking sting, right? I'm a human, and I know that you get this more than most, right?
Yes.
So talk to me. How do you manage it? And I know what you're saying about the power thing. I get that entirely. But how do you manage that? How do you manage
somebody's words? This coffee cup is somebody's words, right? Remember, words are just, when people say things, they are just, that's a noise that comes out of somebody's mouth. And I get that out of me. My imagination gets to decide what that means. The words are the words.
Oh, I love this.
The mouth and the tongue and the teeth makes shapes. Noise comes out. I get to decide the meaning. My imagination gets to decide the meaning. I could be like, yeah, she's just doing her thing. That's just making herself feel better. I get to choose whether I feel bad or not. So essentially, her words are in this cup. She's gave them to you.
Yeah.
You can say, yes, I'll take it. I'll drink your poison.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or you know what? I'm going to take your gift. I'm just going to put it over there.
Or I love that point that you said about you can decide, you can interpret it however you want. Like, so for me, actually, in that situation, you know, I immediately knew that those words, whilst they might have said that one thing, they're actually meaning something entirely different. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and here's the thing: both of them are just a fucking guess anyway.
Yeah.
Guess why? Guessing why she said it. What context it was in. You get to decide
what's going on there. Yeah, what's
the level of training, how much practice you've got.
I love that.
You could have just be grateful that she had the courage to tell you. She had the courage to tell me. She must think you can handle it. You should be grateful. I'll be grateful of that. Oh, you had the courage to tell me that. Thanks.
And can you just can we talk a little bit about that? I love the thing that you say around people being, if someone's reacting to you, they're triggered by you.
Yeah.
And your work.
Think about this, right? When people, here's what people do. People behave in a certain way. We reflect that behavior, and then we blame them for the way that we feel, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, people attack me because I have said something that has challenged their beliefs.
Yeah.
People are allowed to. Here's what happens when I challenge someone's beliefs. They defend their beliefs. They're not attacking me. They're defending their own beliefs about how things are, how the world should look. Look, people have their own set of rules mentally. Most of the time, they're not even aware what they are, right?
Yeah. But that's the point. And I think actually a lot of your work is about getting people to step into that and to realize that. Right?
Yeah, you got to consider. Yeah. You got to consider as well. Beliefs are a very powerful thing.
Yeah.
Beliefs essentially control your behavior.
Of course they do.
Some people believe. Listen, you got to think about this. Suicide bombers and shit. Their beliefs are so powerful that they blow themselves up and other people.
And we're all our own version of that, right? We are all, you know, we are all our own version of that. Maybe, obviously, not to such an extreme.
Yes,
we are all that.
Yeah. And I believe, and again, those beliefs and assumptions can change just by looking at them. Actually, that's utter horse shit. And that's what essentially I think I try and get people to do is I facilitate a change in beliefs, right? By either what I see on
a development of them, right? You know, I suppose that so much shit is hardwired, right? But we can add to stuff all of the time.
Well, it's repetition. If repetition's the motive of all skill. A belief is just a thought that I've had so many times that I think it's true. And when I really look at it, it's utter horseshit. Like people think they need self-confidence to do things. I'm like, I was talking to a guy this morning, a guy he's in the restaurant trade. He's one of my clients. And he's crushed it in COVID, where most restaurants are fucking not doing anything. He's adapted, he's thrived, he's done it.
Yeah.
And it turns out I can do it after all. And I said, you know the best part? You didn't have to believe you could do it. You didn't believe you could do it. That's what you did.
Do you think, question then, in your mind, what do you talk to your guys about most? The just starting or the commitment to sticking to it?
Commitment to sticking to it. Yeah. People know what to do, Kate.
Yeah.
Most people know what to do.
Yeah.
They just, often people have no problem getting started with something like meditation, journaling, exercising, going for a walk, eating better, hydrating.
Yeah.
But what happens is they get started, they move away from the pain a little bit.
Yeah.
And then get why they started, or they don't have enough leverage, or they don't have enough people who they made promises to. They don't see their impact of their behavior on other people. Because one of the things that I'm like, listen, we are being watched by people, whether we realize it or not.
Oh my God.
So true. We're being watched by our children, we're being watched by our staff, we're being watched by our clients, we're being watched by our colleagues, whether we like it or not. So I'm like, what are they saying? That's the good thing about it. That's the good thing about you're supposed to worry about what people think, by the way. Everyone's like, oh, how do I worry about that? About how do I stop worrying about what other people think? I'm like, you're fucking supposed to. It's human nature.
And use it as leverage, right?
Use it as leverage.
Could you just, for anyone that doesn't know your work, you know, can you just talk a little bit about leverage? Because I think that that's an incredibly powerful tool. And I would love people to hear this from you, if that's okay.
Leverage is essentially, I hate saying this really because it's very overused in the personal development world, which is essentially a why. Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Why am I doing this? Who is relying on me to step the fuck up? Because most of us can't do it for ourselves, right? But we can do it for other people.
Yeah.
Like if it was down to me on that cliff, if it was just about me, I would not be here.
Yeah.
My wife said to me, she said, think about the kids. And I said, I am thinking about the kids that'd be better off without me, which when you're that low, there's no logic. There's no logic. It's all just emotion, right? You can't see beyond it. You can't see beyond that. It's darkness. Can't see any light. There's no compelling future, if you like. My wife created a compelling future for me when I was suicidal. And she said to me, well, think about the kids as those kids whose dad gave up on them and killed himself. I wasn't willing to do that. That was leverage for me.
And a different perspective, right? Because as you just, you know, all of a sudden, you know, and we talk a lot about this, you know, and I hope, what I hate, obviously this whole event is about World Mental Health Day. Fucking World Mental Health Day should happen every single day as far as I'm concerned, right? This isn't just a one-off.
Yeah, I hope we're going to talk about the just talk thing, because I'll go off on that one.
I just literally, I suppose all I want to say is for people to realize that your perspective, and I know that you talk about it, you know, obviously from the work from Bar and Katie, but you know, everything is neutral and you can change that perspective. Sometimes we need help with that, right?
Just a question. Here's 2 questions. What actually happened? What's actually happening? How do I really feel? The second one, and what does that mean?
Go on, so say those 2 again.
Often the first part is fact. Here's how I feel. Or here's what happened.
Yeah.
Here's what actually happened. The second piece of that is, and that means what?
Yeah.
It's the and that means what that will create your next behavior.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that essentially, that behavior will then create what we call life.
Yeah,
your life.
absolutely. Tell me something, and I know that routine is really important to you. You know, and we talk a lot about this within our work. How the whole kind of the time for your, I don't want to use, well, I don't really care about using it, the word self-care, or the time for being rather than just doing. How important do you think that is for people making a change?
I'm always asking myself, who am I being and who am I committed to becoming, right? Who am I committed to becoming?
Yeah.
Who am I showing up as? So for me, the first thing that I do in the morning has to be something for me. And the first thing that I do in the morning is put my attention on my intentions. The first thing I do in the morning is I steer my mind into where I want it to go. My mind will always find what I tell it to.
Yeah.
My brain will always find what I tell it to do. It's like a intention. I was teaching this yesterday on my program. Intention is like the bouncer of your mind, right? It's a bouncer, intention. It's like, do you remember when we used to be able to go to clubs and that?
Yeah.
And I don't mean before COVID, I mean before I was 40 years old. But there used to be, there's a doorman there, he has a red rope, and he's like, the name's not down, you're not getting in, right? I give my mind the guest list for the day every day.
Yes.
I give my brain the guest list. If he's not on the guest list, he can fuck off.
Yeah.
Right? He's not getting in, he's a tow rag. He's a tow rag, he's from South Shields.
Yeah.
So
I don't believe
I don't want a sand dancers watching it, but every morning inside of this, actually, my journal, I steer my mind. Sorry, I dropped my phone. I steer my mind to where I want it to go that day. Does it always stay there? No. Sometimes I have to bring it back on course. That's it. That's my first step every day.
Do you think that's the most crucial thing in you living more well every day?
Yes. Yes.
So
and getting a handle on my physical.
So just to be really clear, it's about like stepping into it, the clarity of your plan, of your managing your mind, setting your intention for the day. And I think what I'm hearing is then topping it up with the energy to keep going when you start flagging.
The first question I ask myself every day, right, is how do I want to feel?
Yeah.
Because again, we get up when people come at me, I get a lot of, you know this, I get thousands of messages, about 400 a week, right? One of the first questions I'll ask someone if they need me help is, how do you want to feel? Because they can't wait to tell me how they don't want to feel.
Yeah.
Tell me, and they get attached to that story. This is why a lot of therapy doesn't fucking work, because they're just going over the same thing over and over again and putting themselves back in that state. I'm like, well, how do I want to feel? And people will be like, well, I don't want to feel like this. I'm like, not like this, they'll say. I'm like, well, I can't create a strategy for how you don't want to feel. You can create a strategy for how you do want to feel. And then you create the leverage, and then suddenly you're fucking moving.
Can I ask you something? So I'm thinking about this, you know, and I think that this is a really interesting area. You know, we talk a lot about the difference in work between kind of coaches who are obviously about getting you forward versus the more regressive work of psychotherapy, for example. Do you think that you can just focus on the forward? Like, I need to think about how I'm thinking of talking about this.
Well, I don't, but what I can focus on is how I view that past event. That's it.
Right. And we've got a choice of that, right?
I can't change the fact.
No.
I can change what I make it mean. And remember this, listen to this carefully, right? I can't remember where I read this, and I've made it into my own thing. The past is nothing more than a present time memory, right? Of something that happened. And my imagination fills in most of the gaps.
How true.
And makes up all of the meaning.
Yeah, how true. Can you just say can you just play that out again? Because that is fucking huge.
The past is nothing but a present time memory where my imagination fills in most of the gaps in it and it creates all of the meaning around what happened.
Again, you know, I come back to this place of, I think some of the, you know, the power of your work is giving people back their power, and that is giving someone their power. And I don't think most people realize that. We feel like life is just happening to us, and we don't realize the power that we have every single day.
Something for us to consider is this: we never really get what we want.
Right? Say that again.
We never really get what we want. We very rarely get what we want. But we always get what we need in order to grow.
Yeah.
That's it. I just see things like an exam, that sometimes I have to take an exam. It's hard sometimes.
Yeah.
2 things that happened to me last week, those crazy bits of shit. Most people would have contracted and whined and blamed and pointed the finger. But I'm like, listen, I couldn't do that. It'll be easy to do that. I did do that for about 3 minutes. And then I noticed my kids were there. And I'm like, I'm going to have to step the fuck up. I'm going to have to expand. I'm going to have to take a breath. And I'm going to get this handled. So there was 2 options that I had, but in my mind, there was really only 1 option. I visited, by the way, I want to cover this. We go through this whole cycle of positive and negative, right? We're supposed to. Like, positive thinking is delusional, right? It's impossible to be positive all the time. But what you get to decide is where you live and where you visit. I get to decide how long I visit shit emotions for. I call them dog shit emotions, right? Dog shit, big dick, right? Those are my whole cycle. We have this quadrant that I talked about. All week I've been talking about this. We have big dick energy. We have dog shit energy. Big dick emotions, dog shit emotions. And I'm going to visit all of these things. But I live here in big dick and I visit dog shit every now and again. When I'm in dog shit, guess what? I get to choose how long I stay there for.
Because you've then got the tools to bring you back, right?
Yeah, visiting my mother-in-law. I'm dropping the kids off. I'm getting out the gate. Yeah, it's not really. That's the analogy that I stand in dog shit. I'm not going to listen. If I stand in dog shit, which I'm going to every now and again, particularly when I'm not paying attention, I'm not then going to go there like that and stamp my foot.
Yeah.
The bottom of my shoe.
Can I tell you a story? So, really interestingly, I don't know if you've heard. Have you heard of a guy called Alex Lewis?
I haven't.
Okay, so Alex Lewis, he was on yesterday, and do look him up. I think that you'll really like him. He's fucking brilliant. I saw him speak about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he blew me away. He back in 2014, in 2014, he described himself as a functioning alcoholic, right? Drinking 90 pints a week and 2 bottles of wine a night on top of that. And he, one morning, he woke up and he had what he thought was man flu. 4 days later, he was in hospital he was a quadruple amputee. He had strep, right? And basically they removed all of his limbs. And he describes himself now, 6 years on, as lucky. And basically what happened over that period of time, and what I need to do is not oversimplify this, right? But he basically did what you're talking about. He stepped into his life. He stepped into taking control. He realized what his purpose was. He radically changed his life. He understood how his mind and his body were totally connected and how he had to look after both of them. You know, he started mattering.
Listen, struggling is normal. Suffering is optional. All suffering is here. That's optional. Like, people don't understand this. They think they're somehow different. The thing that keeps us glued to our bullshit the most is this I'm a victim mentality. That was me. That was me.
And if you wanted to, we've got to end. And I just like, this is, as I knew it would, fucking blow my mind. And mainly also because you are one of the few people who I know swears more than I do. But you know, I just want to say, you know, if there was one thing, is there anything beyond that? Like, for me, that is the point to end it, right? Like, victim mentality is your choice, you know. And I think that everything that you've said throughout this, you know, it's not just starting, it's committing to this stuff, putting attention on your intentions, you know, and thinking about that as like the bouncer of your life, you know, having that plan, but then topping up that energy every single day. But we're in control, you know.
Remember,
when life is just happening.
Every so often a fucking tow rag is going to sneak in there. Every so often a shit bag is going to sneak in.
Yeah. But it's what you do with it, right?
It's okay, turf him out.
Yeah.
And it's okay that he stays there for a little bit as well. It's normal.
Yeah.
But just know this. See, all this negative shit is just an alarm clock. It's just an alarm clock telling me that I need to think, be something different.
Yeah.
Sorry, I paused. So that negative shit, see it and view it. You're going to go there every now and again. You're going to visit there. But see it as an alarm clock. It's an alarm clock that I need to be, create something different.
It's a signal, isn't it, to doing something different? You are the man. Thank you so much. I have loved today, and I cannot wait to work with you more. Have a wicked day.
Adios.
Rest.
Adios.
Bye. Going in.
Make sure you keep
Hi.
your computer sound off.
Right.
So sound on the computer down, sound on the iPhone up.
There we go. Is that all right? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Julia, is there any problem with echo? Keep la 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 la.
Check.
Yeah, we're fine. Woo! Hi,
Hey.
the Chevmeister.
How are you?
I have to be honest with you. I've been looking forward to this, as I always do. You and I having our little chitter chats. I've got to be honest with Chevmeister. I'm feeling a little bit tidy pops. I 8 of these yesterday, 2 this morning, and I need you.
No pressure.
Change this around.
No pressure. No pressure. What are you doing to manage your mental health over the last 24 hours?
Well, I had 2 glasses of white wine last night.
I knew it. I literally
Spoken as a true well-being professional.
do it. Whatever works for you.
I took myself off to bed at 9 p.m. last night, and there are actually 2 major things that I am doing. Fortunately, and you will know this as a fellow dog owner, having the doglet. Every time that one of these finishes, I go and trot round the park with her. Although I went round just now, and in Bermondsey, it's a massive dog community. Sorry, going massively off subject here.
Right.
Massive dog community, and they were like, "Oh, Kate, are you going out?" I literally walking around like this, looking like a woman of the night.
Yeah, boy.
Not a good look.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
I am ready to go.
I'm ready to mingle.
Say something. Say something. What are you going to do with your day? Go and have a cappuccino. Go and have a latte. Go and have a croissant. Whatever. I'm off out.
Yeah, you won't be looking like, you won't be wearing this much eye makeup, will you?
Lol.
That's for sure. Or
Nice.
have this.
Amazing.
Anyway, so that was that. And then also what I'm doing, the other side of it is listening either to a lot of Lady Gaga or Horse Meat Disco.
Music.
Well being nailed.
Dude,
Being
I
nailed
smashed
right
it,
there.
smashed it. Well, thank you for having me.
Well, listen, let me do a lovely introduction to one of my favourite people in the world, the wonderful Chevmeister, as I like to call him, or as he is known more commonly, Chevy Ruff. So a very brief introduction, and then I'm going to leave it to him to talk more about this stuff. And he's also the man that when it comes to energy and looking after our minds, that very few people know much more than him. So I will be talking, I'll be asking for a lot of his tips. Chevy, after turning his life around from depression, drink and drugs, found a skill set supporting others to find their career paths. His purpose is focused on human performance and mindfulness and how to approach training mindfully whilst making holistic changes to keep moving, including life and career goals. I mean, that is a very short sum up for what I know is a lot of detail. Chevmeister, would you tell us in a little bit more detail about what was going on? I want to hear a little bit more about what happened in the first place, to kind of when I know that you did have the breakdown, and then obviously kind of what happened after that with rebuilding.
Which breakdown?
Yeah.
which one? There's I think there's two.
Let's go with the first one.
Let's go with the first. Well, the first one. Maybe let's link it to the second one very, very quickly. So I'm 39. I'm about to turn 40 next year, and I kind of, I suppose I start my story 25 years ago, you know, like a lot of us, had highs and lows as a kid, never really fitted in anywhere, stumbled into the square mile at the age of 18. I didn't really kind of work out at school, as it were, much to my mum's dismay. Bumbled my way into the square mile, and this is when they were giving, I think I've cracked this joke with you before, but this was never giving anyone a job, like literally anyone a job in financial services.
I think that's when I got into media at a similar time, actually. I've got to be honest with you.
Just flagging your way, right? Like, I don't know. I'm here. Cool. Well, yeah, cool.
Absolutely.
You want to hire me?
Not a chance now. Yeah. Not a chance.
Yeah. I would not have a hope in hell. So I went in and I started working like around trading desks and so forth. But I was a lost young man going in already. Like, I really didn't have any strong male role models kind of growing up, never fitted in with the boys around in the playground. So I stumbled into the city just needing men's love, you know, like strong abandonment issues from my old man. And I never really fitted in like with boys, you know. It was I never played football, never supported football teams. It was I was never, you know, good at rugby or cricket or this, that, the other. I was just always this awkward little soul called Chevy Ruff. And I rolled into the square mile and obviously surrounded by a load of, you know, barrow boys, traders and so forth. And it was kind of, hey, like, come on down the pub. Yeah, sure. No worries at all. And you know, do you want a drink? And I was like, nah. I'm good. And they went, well, you know, if you want to survive, there's a pint of Stella, learn to love it. So I'm like, you know, don't want to say no because I need you to love me, accept me. I don't want to say no. And I don't know how to say no. So just started, you know, this was like, you know, Stella, double vodka, Red Bulls at lunch. And what I found is that the alcohol gave me superhero powers. It gave me an identity. It gave me confidence. It gave me ego. It gave me attitude. It gave me my place amongst the pack of the boys.
Yes.
They could always count on me to go on a night out. And it's well documented. I mean, we talked about it before, but, you know, alcohol led very quickly to cocaine. And kind of what followed was a decade of very, very serious drug abuse that just got very, very out of hand as I kind of started to hit towards 30. And I wouldn't say it was I wouldn't say that was a breakdown. I had definitely had a breakdown a few years ago. I would say at that point, 10 years ago, it was more just a realization that if I continue on this path, I am going, something bad is going to happen. Like this isn't for fun anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not banging some gear away and drinking for shits and giggles. I'm going home away and locking myself behind closed doors for 3-4 days at a time, and then living in this dark hole for the other amount of time. So I just said, right, let's make change. And
thank God you had that awareness then, right? Thank God you did that, and you had that moment of clarity.
It was, you know. And I want to say it was a moment, and I think that upon reflection, what was beautiful about my 20s is there was this one little. I always talk about like Glennon Doyle talks about it in Untamed in her book. She talks about knowing. You know, we have this, and I talk about this inside view. Like we have this voice inside us. Some people call it God, right? Like whatever it may be. I call it our subconscious, just kind of looking out for us and just talking to us all the time. And I had this kind of voice in me all throughout my 20s saying, you're meant to be doing something more with your life. There is more of a purpose for you. You don't believe it, but I do. Whatever that voice
was that even back then? Was that even back in your 20s? Because I hear you on that, but mine did not come in until my 30s without a shadow of a doubt. 20s, I was still out there, like, you know, smashing it up with the rest of them and not even in that zone.
I will say it's probably the one bit of light that I had throughout. And I can't even, like, I knew nothing about mental health back then. I knew nothing about well-being. I knew nothing about religion or spirituality, or I just knew nothing. But the one thing I did know was this little voice inside me, and that kept me going. And that just became, you know, my North Star, as it were. And that's always been with me.
Was that the thing then, that in the darkest of moment, do you think it was that was the thing that pulled you out of it?
Yeah. And if I really, it was just that. And I wish I could sit here and give a magical art. Yeah. It was just, it was just this constant, this feeling, even at my lowest of points, that there is something more out there for you. There is a purpose out there for you.
Okay.
And if you get out of bed today, or if not, get out of bed, if you just survive today and keep going, you'll figure out what that is.
Do you need at that point to know what it is? You don't, do you?
No.
Right? Okay. No. So we agree on that. We don't need to know what it is, but then how do you start formulating that? How do you go from that? I know it needs to be different, but what the fuck is it going to be?
Okay, so and this is me talking as a coach now, not talking about how I did it, but if I actually kind of surmise how I did it, I think this is it. Yeah. So you have the known and the unknown, right? Yeah. Like the room I'm in right now is the known. On the other side of a door in front of me is the unknown.
Yeah.
And within that is darkness and scariness and uncertainty and all these unknown emotions and fear and whatever it may be. It's a scary old place. We don't want to go through it. We don't want to go through that door. We want to stay where we are right now. We want to stay, I want to stay drinking. I want to stay in the pub. I want to stay doing drugs. I want to stay because this is just safer for me. I know this environment.
Yeah.
And I think when I look at what I do now with people, and even with myself, when I explore the unknown, we start to think about this balance, right? Like, what is balance? Well, balance to me is keeping one foot grounded in the known and 1 foot in the unknown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And what you're staying grounded in is the lifestyle choices, the people, the health choices, the walks, the breath, the meditation, the sharing your feelings with friends, the gratitude journals, the well-being tools.
Yeah.
That's what you're keeping your foot grounded in. And I think that's what it was. Does that make sense? That's what I think is blah.
Okay, no, because I'm thinking when you're saying, so you're saying that in order to move forward, in order to grow, and I really get this, right? And actually, I've been talking a lot about this, about the whole thing with COVID, right, and pandemic. You know, the point is that in order we're getting to this, but I believe for many people, it's been a real period of growth. As uncomfortable as it's been a real period of growth because we've gone into that space of discomfort, right? We've gone into that space of unknown, and therefore we shift forward. But I want to understand a little bit more. What if in that instant, you know, you're talking there, you know, the stuff that is the known. What if the known is the bit that's causing us the pain, and that's the bit that we've got to change? Like the well-being, for example.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's the stuff that you've got to lean into then, right? Like that is the unknown. You've got to move through those emotions. You've got to move through whatever those challenges are. And so while you're moving through those challenges that you know are there, that's still the unknown. Does that make sense? Like that's still, you've still got to move through them. For me, it's keeping your foot grounded in what I mean by the known is keeping your foot grounded in the lifestyle choices, the things that keep you grounded in life, the things that keep you not flipping your lid, not keeping your body in a high state of stress, keep you accessing the prefrontal cortex, the higher mind, so you can make good strategic decisions, so you can think creatively about your life. Like it's what's keeping you grounded while you explore the things that scare you.
Keeping you good, right? So there has to be, I guess, some kind of audit up front of this is the stuff that's doing that for me, right?
Absolutely.
And okay. So if someone does that, then do they need to choose 5 things? How does that work? Is it right? These are 5 things that whatever happens, this bit I need here in order to be able to let me go forward and get into a more uncomfortable space. How do you do that? How do you work out what are your grounders?
So my big mission at the moment is I've spent this year, as you guys know, trying to refigure out what my message is and what my brand is and what my products and services is. And I keep coming to these 3 words, well-being made simple. Yeah. Like we are living in a world where so many people are feeling burnt out. There's so many people are feeling stressed. So many people feeling challenged by what lays ahead. And we're only at the beginning of this journey. Like we haven't even started, I don't think, of what's going to happen over the next couple of years, few years.
No, I don't disagree.
And so for me, we have to keep things simple. So I'm not interested in 5 things today. I'm interested in 1 thing. You know what I mean? Like it's where are you know, and this all comes down to where you are. But we all know like the ability to form more than 1 habit at a time is near on impossible. The odds dramatically reduce. So it's like, you know, I'm like, cool, you just sit there for 2 seconds. And what I want you to do is sit there without any distraction at all. And yeah, I want you to take a few damn breaths. You don't have to get into your head. You don't have to get all zen. You don't have to light a few candles. And I just want you to help the system just calm down a little bit, because physiology is psychology, right? So let's just bring yourself down a couple of notches. Let's accept all the thoughts that are going on. And then I just want you, after a couple of minutes, to ask yourself 1 question. What's the 1 thing that you could do today to improve your energy tomorrow? What's the 1 thing? What's the 1 thing that you know that you need to do today? And I promise you, you will sit there and go, I need to get to bed early. Or you'll sit there and go, I probably need to go and not do as much work. Or I need to just go for a walk. Or, you know, it's like we know. We know.
That's brilliant. I love that. And do you know what I love as well? Weirdly, today has turned into, without planning it, without knowing it, every single person that I've spoken to, of which of course you're the 3rd, everyone has talked about the physiology, as you put it, physiology is psychology. Everyone has talked about the impact, the body and mind together. And I like that term, that physiology is psychology, you know, and I don't think we fucking realize that enough.
No, we don't. And we'll be, I'm pretty sure within the next 20 years, we'll be talking about physiology, psychology as physiology. Like the 2 will continue to to work together. Like, oh, I'm really stressed, I want to cuddle from my mum. Well, why is that? That's because your body's released a little bit more oxytocin, the love hormone, right? It's not just pumping adrenaline and cortisol. That's a hormone designed to bring you closer to your tribe. Hold on. So I'm feeling I want to cuddle from my mum. I'm thinking about that. Yeah, physiology is psychology. If I asked you to exhale all your breath out of your system right now, if you're an A-type, let all the system out of your air, all the air out of your system, and hold your breath with no air in your system and run on the spot as long as possible, I guarantee you would start to feel some fear and panic, because like, I've got no air and I've got no that. Well, what's going on? Well, I've just messed with your physiology, and that's caused panic and fear. We know that when people have panic attacks, their respiratory rate changes first before they feel fear or emotion.
Yes.
It's what we've got to understand, like how we connect into our brain. Stress rises. It's all connected. It is.
Do you know? You know what? I mean, I weirdly, I've been doing personally. I've been really feeling this a lot recently. That whole thing about how much we feel anxiety, how much we feel it, it is a feeling. Let's be really fucking clear on that, right? It's not just something up here. It goes throughout our whole body.
We are, Kate, this is the beauty, right? We are all looking for honest, truthful, loving relationships in our life.
Yeah.
Right? We all just want honesty. We want clarity. We want transparency. That is what we seek from those we work with, from those we love.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The most honest, transparent, authentic relationship you have is with your body.
And the one we pay least attention to.
Yes, your body will tell you everything that you need in any given moment. Right? True. Tightness in my chest, my heart's pumping fast, something's triggered you. Cool. So your body's trying to provide you with energy and focus to tackle the challenge in front of you. Amazing. Thank you, body. Thank you. I'm tired. I can't focus. My work's getting thingy. Like, I just feel so lethargic. Cool. Your body is trying to tell you something. I'm not motivated to go to the gym, but I really want to go to the gym. Your body is trying to tell you something.
So there's something crucial here, isn't there, about the listening to our body every single time. Okay, so look, in that instance then, what do you do upon that? Okay, and I know that you are an incredible person for talking to about this. I want to go back to your journey after that, but I want to talk, whilst we're in this at the moment, I really want to dig into this. Anxiety at the moment, I think, is a fucking big thing. I think we've gone from a place of being really high stress, from overwhelmed, doing too much, never feeling like we're quite doing enough, to sitting in here so much more because we've lost all of our distractions. World's become a lot more 2D. We're literally not getting stimulated by stuff. And I'm in my head, and it's blowing up and I don't know how to deal with it. When that happens, when that anxiety is rising, when I can feel it coming up and it's out of control, can you tell me a great tool for managing that, please?
So firstly, I think that the great tool, so methods are many, principles are few, right? So there are so many different methods to changing the way that we feel, right? Different kind of breathing protocols, different types of meditation, going for walks. Some people do well with exercise. Some people there's just so many different methods out there. And that's the problem. We're all trying to search for the one method, right? But hey, everyone's talking about box breathing. I'm like, cool. Yeah. Well, ask a CEO who's just lost $1 million deal to sit there and do some box breathing, and they'll tell you to get lost. Ask a 4-year-old to sit there and do some box breathing while they're screaming at you. They'll tell you to F off. Tell someone with high anxiety. Tell someone with high anxiety to inhale, hold their breath, exhale, hold their breath. They'll tell you to F off.
I've got to be honest. I'm like, what fucking box?
Yeah, right? Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. But we're all looking for... We're all, I'm in the box. Get me out of this damn box. Stop trying to put me in the box. But I think we got to, this is the thing. So we're all trying to look for these methods, right? And that's this, this, right? It's like, what are the tools? This, you speak to clients and like, we just want takeaways. People want takeaways. They want methods. They want methods. They want methods. They want methods. Okay, cool. We'll give you some methods, but let's understand the principles. The principle why you're feeling anxiety on a basic physiological level is just because your nervous system is a little bit shot from one way or the other, right? You're either kind of high, fight, flight, or freeze, or you've gone into a state of dysregulation at the bottom and you just can't move, and your depression and you're super parasympathetic. It's this nervous system, fight, flight, freeze, rest and recovery, right? Like it's this dial that goes from one end to another. So it's first of all just being aware that when you're feeling super anxious, it's because your nervous system is kind of off, right? Like there's something, it needs to find some kind of regulation. How you regulate. Go on.
One sec, because I just want to highlight that point, because I think that's really important, that people know that it is a physical thing. You're not going mad. It's a physical thing, right? So can you just touch on that quickly?
Well, it is. It's physiology. You know, we talk about this, right? We've got the brain here, right? And we've got the monkey part of the brain. We've got the cheese. So we've got the lizard. We've got the cheese. And these are like kind of responsible for, got the brainstem, the limbic part of the brain. And they're all the things that are responsible for fight, flight, or freeze, like seeking out rewards, dopamine, and so forth. So you've got these two items here, right? And then looking after the lizard and looking after the mouse brain is the prefrontal cortex, the higher mind, right?
Yeah,
all these automatic behaviors keeps the rest of the brain under control. Now, what happens is as we start to hit our window of tolerance in a day, as stress starts to rise, we start to flip our lid. We start to lose access to the higher mind, the prefrontal cortex, and then the kind of mouse and the lizard start to take over. Right? And that's where like anxiety starts to happen. It's where all these behaviors, all these bad habits start to occur. Just all these automatic things are starting to go on where we just feel like we're not in control. Okay, so how do we get control back? Well, we've got to mess with our physiology. We've got to help shift our system down some gears. So then we start to get access to that prefrontal cortex again, that higher mind again. Right? That's the physiology. Like I can show you videos of our breath, us taking breaths and our brain matching the breath at the same time, right? The two are connected. So now you understand that. It's like, well, hold on, instead of me being reactive right now and me blaming myself and being angry with my boss or angry with my colleagues because I flipped my lid and I can't handle any more stress, why don't I just stop, be aware. Right, hold on, I'm aware. I flipped my lid, right? I am not in control anymore. Why don't I, instead of being reactive, why don't I just go for a quick walk around the block? Why don't I just take 5 breaths in and out through my nose and mouth?
Yeah.
And why don't I return back to the situation once my system has come down a little bit?
Right. That's okay.
It. You know, again, well-being made simple, right? Like just being, you've got to, the practice is being aware that you flipped your lid. It's just knowing. You know, it's like that takes work. But once you're aware that you're in this higher state of arousal where you're just like, oh, or anxiety's there, it's like, oh, hold on. Maybe I should put my phone down. Maybe I should step away from my desk. Maybe I should just go for a walk. Maybe I should just take some breaths. Maybe I should call my mum. Maybe I should get a cuddle off my loved one.
Yeah. And do you know what's really interesting about this? And I don't know if you saw the previous interview with someone who I absolutely love, a coach called Paul Mort. And I mean, as straight talking as you are, and you know, he talks a lot about us stopping being the victim, being in control of our life. The fact that we are in control of our lives, we choose what we put in it, right? Or the proximity that we have to stuff. And I think what we're saying here, you know, what I'm really taking from this is, look, those bits are going to keep coming. How we react, or I think actually we're taking this on to a place of how we respond, right, in these situations is a bit that we can choose.
Stress isn't going anywhere. Why would you want it to as well? Stress is a fundamental part of life and adaptation as human beings. The reason I'm a better husband is because of the stress of the relationships that came over the last decade, 2 decades, and how bad they were. The reason I'm better at presenting and talking about this stuff is because of all the crap. How many times I messaged like you guys going, I don't think I did well at that, you know, webinar, and then the feedback comes back.
You thought you fucked something up and everyone was like, that was the best talk ever.
And that's stress, because it's stress to me. It's like, I want to do a good job. I want to do great. I feel like I'm being judged. I feel like my work's not great enough. I feel like I'm not helping people. But the reason I get better and my confidence grows and my ability grows is because of the stress of all those workshops that I've done. I'm a public speaker. I like rooms. I don't like being online with webinars. The reason I'm getting better at this is because of the stress of the last 7 months of having to do it. The reason you can be a better project manager, the better you're a client service services director, the better you're a CEO, is not because of the books you've read, even though they've helped at times, cool, but it's because of the stressful situations that you've been through that's earned you your stripes. Stress is a great thing. We need stress. But we have to realize that we have a choice in how we respond to it. We can either see it as a threat and avoid it. We can see it as a challenge.
That's interesting. That's, you know, Paul was just saying just now, and a guy called Seb Fukin was saying yesterday, Paul was like, life is just full of challenges, right? And Seb was just like, and Seb's a free runner, excuse me, the founder of free running. And he was just like, the day that I realized that life was full of obstacles, life got a shitload easier. He was like, it's basically, life is a little bit like a game of Tetris. The shit's going to keep falling down and you've got to work out what to do with it. And that just meant all of a sudden, again, for me, you know, as much as knowing that this stuff is physiology, it's also, I know it's just going to keep coming. And that actually really calms me. It's not me doing something wrong. It's just life has got that stuff going on in it.
Well, so we know that, and it's great what you said about the obstacle. There's a great quote. I can't remember what it is, but the obstacle is the way. Some big stoicism quote or whatever it is. And I always love that. The obstacle is the way. We're gonna take that one still. But you know, actually, but when you, so we can look at the research behind this, right? When you actually reframe something as a challenge as opposed to a stress.
Yeah. So you
right?
see it in a different way,
you still get the same physiological benefits of being in a higher state of arousal to complete the challenge, but you get less of the risk that's involved. So when you actually tell yourself something is a challenge, as opposed to something, this is something stress I want to avoid, your valves, your capillaries start to open up and let blood flow back through to the extremities. Your physiology changes by you shifting your mindset.
Yeah. Have you seen the work of Dr. Kelly McGonigal? I'm sure.
Yeah. So this is absolutely, yeah. So you know, and that's one of the first books that I get people to read is The Upside of Stress, because I think she that's as much information as you need to know. You don't need to know anymore. She's very good at just kind of pinning it all down, giving you some tasks, giving you some actionable takeaways. And it's a fantastic book with great bits of research in there.
I've got two questions I want to ask you. They're big questions. First one, and I suppose I want to relate it back a bit to your journey and what you and how you've overcome stuff. I feel pretty confident that you'll be in agreement with me that our minds are the greatest challenge that any one of us faces, and how it can get in our way. How do you overcome some of the things that come up in your mind? How do you, if your mind getting in the way of you achieving your goals, give us one tool of managing that, of overcoming that thinking?
Be okay with not being okay. Just be aware that you're not okay and just accept it.
Yeah.
You know,
brilliant.
Like and sit with and sit with it. You know, sometimes you might have to sit with it for a while. I've been sitting with it for I've been sitting with it for a few months on and off now. I'm questioning everything that I'm doing in life and my decisions. And some days I'm Googling bloody getting a job with someone else. Like, I'm just like, is this what I want to be doing where I am? Like, I'm questioning my shit consistently at the moment. And I have been. About
this sounds like, you know, the last few months have been different, right? The last few, like, if you don't mind talking about it, I know a bit of assumptions I'm kind of making. Like, the last few months you've been versus where you were a year ago, and you're like, yeah, we're doing this, and it's going, and like I know there's been a different feeling around you over the last few months.
I just, you know, this isn't, you know, and again, so we can like selfishly, I'm allowed to be selfish. We're human beings. I'm allowed to say this. I'm just going to be honest and direct with anyone that's watching it. Like, I'm just like, this isn't fair. I don't want to be doing this. This isn't the job that I wanted to build. This isn't the life that I built. You know, 2 years ago, I'm traveling the world. I'm doing talks. I'm in front of people. I'm public speaking. You know, I wanted to be out there.
Everything you wanted.
I built the life, and I got there. I got from drug addict to there within 5 years, you know, and it was like, for me, it was like, that's the life that I built. And then I've spent the last 18 months rebuilding my business from the ground up, because I wanted to just a lot of changes. So, you know, COVID caught me in the middle of that. And I thought I was sussing it out. I had to go back into this big dark hole of refiguring out how to build a business for the long term. And hey, FYI, finances are really flipping bad right now, you know, and that's okay. I can deal with that. I've got a wonderful wife, and my ego isn't taking over, and that's okay. And when you've been a drug addict for whatever, a decade, you're like, that's not a problem. I've been there before. Don't worry at all. So I've had all these things thrown at me, and I'm like, you know, do I want to be the boss of my business? I'm sure you've asked this question at times that we all do, who's self-employed, right? Do I want to be the boss? Do I want to be responsible for P&L? Do I want to be responsible for marketing? Do I want to be responsible for sales? Or do I just want to be working in an environment and working for a charity and working with ex-offenders coming out and helping them, coach them through change? You know, I'm trying to sell my woes to companies and organizations and people who can afford my services, but people don't see half of what I do is give back, and I do it for free. Well, and I love that. Why don't I just do that more? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're having all these existential questions and where do I want to be and what do I want to do? And at days that has stopped me in my tracks from rebuilding my website, rebuilding my workshops, putting energy into stuff. And I've just, you know, turned my computer off at times and gone, I don't want to do this anymore.
So what keeps bringing you back? Purpose.
You know, like well, there's a couple of things. There's a couple of things that bring me back. Is I've put so much, I think I know where I want to be, and I know what I love, and I've spent so much energy in the last 18 months getting my business to where it is. I think I'm only a step away from it kind of getting back some rewards now. You know, I've been down this U-bend of change. You know, you're in this kind of, you can't see the way, and you just got to keep trusting every day that you're moving in the right direction. And I really think I'm not far from a lot of things clicking. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it there, and I feel like I just need to put this last bit of effort, this last bit of push in. It's like mile 23 or 24 of a marathon. You just got to kind of go.
I feel like maybe it's the last test. Do you know what I mean? How much do you really fucking want this?
Yeah.
You know, how much do you really want this? And actually, if you do, it's so close, like you said, it's so close. And this is the last test to prove to you that you really want it. And I walk away. But you could. A friend of mine, she's fucking brilliant. And I don't know whether or not she's watching at the moment. I know that she said she was going to chip in for some of them. She's got her own company, a law company. She's a lawyer, obviously, and she and I've talked a lot throughout COVID, and she's like, I'm all in. She's like, fuck it, I'm all in. If it goes to shit, it goes to shit, but I'm all in. And I just love that, because I am someone, I'm play it safe, right? I mean, wrong. I am ambitious and I'm driven and I'm going to do all of that stuff, but I get triggered. And she's just like, no, I'm all in. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and I'll make that work as well. And that's true. We have to believe that. And I think, and from what I know of you, Chev, I think that actually, if you didn't do it, you'd spend a lifetime beating yourself up about it.
Yeah. And I know that, and I think I know that, and I know what my purpose is. I know what fulfills me. I know. You know, I've learned a lot I've just learned a lot, and I'm kind of like, I think I'm there, you know, I think I can get there. I've just got to, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so all I'm doing daily is being okay with not being okay on the days that I'm not okay. You know, it's just like, I feel my way through every day, and I don't put guilty on myself. You know, I have a perfect morning routine. Well, some mornings I get up and I just lie in bed for an extra hour because I feel like, you know what, I kind of need that right now.
Right. And because you're good enough to listen to your body when you do need that stuff. I have one more thing to ask. And I think this is going to be a bit of a big one. How do you manage the impact of others on your mental health? I thought it might be quite big. You're like, boom.
I choose who's in my circle.
Right.
You know, I kind
of and the attention you give to stuff, right?
Yeah. And I think that's something that I've massively learned over what I've learned from, you know, so you've got to look at one of my fundamental deep-rooted problems is that I want to be accepted. I want to be loved and revered, and my ego wants to be told that you're the well-being guy and you're a great guy. Like, I've got all these things, right? The elephant in the brain, as the book is a fantastic book. It talks about this like selfless and selfish reasons why we do things, and egos, and living that. I'm like, look, I want to be accepted. So for me, with people, it's always been a challenge from the moment I was in the pub 20 years ago on the trading floor saying yes to drink and drugs. Through to social media. Like, I want people to like me. I want people to accept me. And what I've realized over the last 5 years of working on this is that it's not about quantity, it's about quality, right? Like, I don't need all this love from everyone. I just need to look at the 3, 4, 5 important people in my life and make sure the quality of those relationships are as high as possible, that I am able to actively listen with these human beings. I'm able to some days give them more energy than they're able to give. You know, it's just this, energy is not about giving 50-50. You know, some days my wife needs me to give 90 when she's only got 10 in the tank.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and then other days it's the other way around. Like you flip that around. So for me, you know, looking at my 2 or 3 close mates, boy mates as well, because that's a big thing for me, and nurturing those relationships. So then I kind of, I look at that, and I protect those relationships, and I keep things close to home. And then if there's other people in my world who are affecting my mental health, I think there's a few different things, because actually as a coach, you know, if your coachees are affecting your mental health, that's because maybe how are you protecting your energy? You're not looking after it. Are you giving too much? You know, are you in a state of learning right now where you're being challenged? So maybe I need a little bit more rest in my life, just because I'm processing how to manage these relationships and how to show up for people and coach them through change. But if it's like horrible people, or like, I'm like, just get out of my ecosystem. I'm like, I'm very good at like not flipping my lid quickly, because I'm better at becoming an active listener. I'm better at understanding why people have such strong viewpoints. And I just kind of, I put myself in their shoes, and I think about the unknown when people are challenging me. What can't I see? You know, I think they're annoying me. Like someone at work, I talk, you know, people at work, right? Like their boss comes in really angry and it triggers their whole day. And I'm like, well, think about what you can't see. Think about the unknown, right? Like think about, did he argue with his wife this morning, right? Is he going through a big breakup at the moment? You know, they're going through massive financial difficulties. You know what I mean? Like what
is the shit?
What can't you see? Because and I think about also, we talk about coupling, right? Like you think about, if I met them in a different environment, would they be different? Do you know what I mean? Like if I didn't know this person in work and I'd met them down the pub, would we have got on really well? And sometimes when you meet people in certain environments, you don't get the best of them, but it doesn't mean they're not a great person. So I have these few things that I go to, but my best bit of advice is, if someone is completely draining life from you and they are really ruining your mental health, you need to take action, right? You can't sit with it.
Yeah, and again, I come back to this place of control. You know, sometimes it's not people. The people are going to be there. It's the proximity that you choose to, whether or not that you have with them. Chev, as I knew it would be, I've loved this, and it was exactly the energy giver that I needed. You know, there was so much in there, so much in there, you know, in terms of kind of managing our state, and the connection between the physiology and the psychology, I think was absolutely beautiful, and how we can get better at managing that. Because I think at the moment, you know, as you've beautifully shared with your own story of what's going on at the moment, and thank you for being so honest there. You know, the point is that actually we can manage that. You know, and because it's something physical that's going on, and actually with the right tools we can manage that better. But a lot of it does come back to that control, and really kind of like stepping into it. And I genuinely mean this. Whatever you do, like the beautiful wisdom and experience that you share is an honor to be part of. So wherever that gets to, you know, you are genuinely one of the best. So I feel very blessed to have had this time with you and to work with you. You're awesome.
Thank you. And I, you know, it's one of those cheesy moments, but I throw it back, because you guys have fundamentally, you and the team have kept me sane over the last 7 months, and you kept me also, and you know, but you know, and to be very, very clear, you've kept me sane. Your energy's kept me sane, and you've kept food on my plate and bills paid. Right. And you've fought for me, and it's the small bits there and that have gone a long way in a month to motivate me through. So, you know, and I think we all pulled together at the beginning, and we were all like kind of, you know, we beat.
But that's the thing about now, isn't it? You know, that these, you know, in these hard times, these moments of unity are very, very special. You know, and in terms of what we choose to have in our lives, I choose to see those things. So
absolutely. Look after yourself.
Love you.
Say hello to Brandon Block for me as well. Chevy Ruff said hello.
Honestly,
I'll see you later.
Music now, so that'll keep me going.
You'll be good. We'll keep you going. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness, will you look at this? The man, the legend.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, the man, the legend, the Mr. Block. How are you?
You've frozen, by the way.
Have I?
Yeah.
Am I unfrozen now?
No.
Oh, dear. Can you, but you can hear me, right?
I hear you. Absolutely.
And you can hear me, and I can hear you very well. Tell me if I unfreeze.
You're still frozen, I'm afraid.
Do you want to refresh me and see if that helps? Oh, he's gone. I hope he will come back very soon. I don't think that's our internet, is it? Oh, is it?
It's
there you are.
Mine's hardwired, so I'm trying it straight from the router, so mine should be all right.
And can you? Am I frozen now?
No, you're still frozen.
Okay. I'm still frozen. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Bear with me. Okay. Is that any better?
Sorry.
Hold on. I'm just gonna refresh it. Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Can you see me? Am I moving?
We're moving now. That's all right.
Brilliant. That's all I want to know. How are you?
Very good. All good.
Good. Well, listen, thank you so much. Say again?
No, all good. I can't.
Excellent.
It can't be any better, to be honest.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear this. So, the man, the legend that is Mr. Brandon Block, I feel very honoured that you're sat in front of me today. And I'm so very grateful for you being here. You and I have spoken a little bit. And I'm so excited to share your story. Before I kind of start going into that, just to say a little bit more about kind of why we're doing what we're doing today. Obviously, it's World Mental Health Day. Personally, I think World Mental Health Day should be every day. But the point being that actually, I think that at the heart, the theme for this year is World Mental Health is mental health for all. And I think that at the heart of that, for me, if we all need to, you know, as I've said many times, 2020 has kind of blown our minds. You know, or as one of our good friends has said, COVID has democratized mental health. We've all realized the impact of external events on how we're thinking, feeling and acting. And I think that, you know, actually positive mental health should be a baseline for what we want for ourselves and for others. And actually, you know, we have an opportunity to go beyond that and to think about, and by the way, you know, getting to positive mental health in itself is a great place, but there is the opportunity also for more, I think. And I think a lot of that comes from the inspiration of understanding what others have been through, as well as hearing how they manage their minds on a day-to-day basis. So I wanted today and yesterday as well to share the stories from brilliant people that we know. So to destigmatize stuff that goes on, as well as share what the stuff they do on a day-to-day basis. So without further ado, I would love to introduce the wonderful Mr. Brandon Block, who I'm sure needs no introduction, but just in case he does, highly respected DJ from the original house scene, which, may I say, I was very much part of that. And Brandon Block is a name that will be forever engraved across the beaches, bars, nightclubs, and, may I say, hearts of everyone across the world, as well as playing to thousands at the likes of Space Ibiza, to featuring on BBC Radio 1's Essential Mix, to reaching #3 in the chart in the BG remixes. Brandon's also featured on Celebrity Big Brother, which I remember well, Come Dine With Me and The Weakest Link. Brandon now works as a motivational speaker, a radio presenter, and a goal mapping coach. And my God, I want to go into the journey of that. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Kate. How are you? Thank you for that wonderful intro. Well, it's really nice to hear that. You know, bear with me for 1 second. I've just got to check something because there's some stuff I wanted to mention today.
Well, look, you did. I must say that I was introduced through we were introduced through a mutual friend of ours, and when we started talking, I was like, wow, the stuff that you talk about is so powerful and so important. And I think that the richness with which you tell it, because of the story that you share beforehand, is huge. And I can't wait for you to share that with him. Can you tell us a little bit more about what went on?
So this is, so briefly, Ollie introduced us, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I've just had a missed call from him. He's a very elusive man, my mate Ollie.
Wonderful man.
So where do you want to start? I mean, you said something earlier about positive mental health, or I mean,
Well,
that's a sort of a, I don't know. It's a cliche type, you know. In the world we live in, right, and especially now after what's been going on, I think balance is key as opposed to positivity, because you know the actual reality of life is that it's. I'm not being, I'm not being down about it, and but the reality is it's really difficult to be positive in these times. I'm saying, look, I'm not saying you can't. You can say you can make yourself positive. You can say I'm positive, I'm positive, I'm positive. But reality is, you may well be like that. Around us, things are happening. You know, our families, our loved ones, you know, our friends. Everyone's impacted by this stuff's going on right now. So, you know, I think the balance and being able to just manage yourself on a daily basis is all right for now. I think, you know, what we often do is, you know, we demand these real big high expectations of us, you know, even if it's about being positive, or, you know, I must be positive, I must face these times with and be able to get through it, and, you know, be strong. And it still goes back to those old core beliefs of man up, and, you know, face the music, and, you know, all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, and I think you're right. I think it adds another pressure, right? You know,
things I've learned, right? Look, I'll go back to a bit of the backstory. How much do you want to hear about?
As much as you're happy to share.
All right, okay. So, all right, for those who don't know, and I'm not assuming that everyone does know, so I very fortunate to be one of the known as one of the pop star DJs. I think we were called. I can't even remember now, but you know, I never actually felt that I was. I don't think any of us did, because I don't think any of us were gonna or believe that it would be. Or turn out the way it did. I'm sure, you know,
the scale that you reached was beyond most.
But I mean, it was a phenomenon that the music that we, you know, championed became. I mean, there was a lot of catalysts. There was a lot of things which became.
Supermodel DJ babes.
Absolutely, it was a wonderful time. We were all the community was incredible. You know, they stopped football, terrorist fighting. There was, you know, everyone had culturally become together, religiously come together. You know, there was no judgment, there was no comparisons. We all just went to party. We had this one mind that we would just share our dance music together, and that's what we did for many years. And then obviously, you know, drugs were a big part of that as well. But I don't think it was the core. Yeah. I think at the core there was, you know, a real missing a human, you know, condition, which we got back for that period of time. But you know, as with everything, the world comes along and throws things, and as humans, we take time to adapt to the new behaviours or whatever. But we're also quite stubborn. So, you know, it's hard for us to let go of old behaviours. It's hard for us to let go of habits. It's hard for us to go, you know, substances, if that's what it is. It's all doable, but, you know, environment matters. You know, the environment you put yourself in or you find yourself in will always negate or have a lot to do with what you behave like. But anyway, for me, so look, you know, I was very fortunate to be in that cohort of, you know, friends, let's say. The world went crazy with dance music. You know, we were clubbing all over the world. We was traveling everywhere. We were flown on business class. We were, you know, we were treated like pop stars. And, you know, I never felt like that. And I'm sure the others didn't either. I don't think it was something that just arrived. It wasn't something we intended or intentionally went for. I think we were just immersed in the music and the clubs, because it was just such a wonderful place to be.
Right, it was it's everything that you loved, and it took you. It was celebrated. I mean, it couldn't be better, right?
I mean, for that time, especially for our age, or I'm saying I'm my age of late teens, sort of early 20s. It was a social awakening. Lots of people have become separated again. But all these cycles happen. The thing about this is this has never stopped. It's just carried on and on. And now, 1988, we thought we had 30-year anniversary of 1988 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and now it's 2020. So
when did that happen?
32 years. That is a whole lifetime. That's a whole lifetime, or beginning of a lifetime, let's say. So we've sort of transcended all these decades of music, and dance music is still probably the front of everything. All recording artists, bands, or even classical music artists. Everyone wants a dance mix done. Everyone wants a record to play in the nightclubs, because the nightclubs became so instrumental in our living.
And was it something that then was positive forever? What happened then? I mean, what happened? Did it become challenging for you? What happened next?
For me, I think what became apparent to me was my usage of recreational substances became incredibly bad. I realised that I'd gone too far. I knew that I was nowhere that I could stop without help, but I wasn't prepared to do that. Or was I ready? I don't know. Either one of those is a big question. I know that I was on a sort of death wish, which I tried really hard to do, to do, and fortunately, I never succeeded. I tried many times to take my life, not the traditional methods, but I took myself to places where risks were taken, and then with my use, I tried really hard to get more down my neck than was physically possible.
Wow.
It didn't happen. So the moment of my reality, or my awareness, let's say, or my moment of clarity was, and I remember it well. It was a moment of, and I've only had this experience twice in my life I can remember.
Yeah.
The time it happened in Goa, and I was with my mate Tony Annan from Leeds, who used to run a club called Up Your Ronson, who was my mucker at the time. And we went to, after one of the New Year's Eve gigs, we all went to India. There was me, myself, Tony, Adam, and a couple of others, but there was a load of people going to Goa at that time. I think it was 94. And we all went to Goa, and we all met on the beach at Baga and Kandaliam and Kalangut and and Jora, all these, and we walked up and down the beach with many friends, and we bumped into loads of people. It was great fun. But I always remember this one moment, and I can only reflect on it now because I know what happened to me then. But we were sitting on the beach, myself and Tony, one night, and I remember sitting there next to him, and we just talked and look at the stars, because there are amazing stars in India. And all of a sudden, it's like every anxiety you've ever had in your life leaves you, lifts you. And I just remember like a clunk in every part of my body just went, it was like everything left you. And Tony looked at me and went, "Did you just feel that?" I went, "I did." And he was, both at the same time, we had this mad moment of just pure being conscious, just consciousness, being present, but not being stressed or worried or anxious, or any of the normal emotions we live by. We just literally chilled out and stood there and went, "Oh my God." It was like being lifted into some altered state. I don't know. But anyway, that was that time, and that was 94. And then I had that moment of clarity in the hospital when I was sitting there waiting for whatever I was waiting for. I can't remember. I used to ask them for things on a daily basis. They were sending me out of the bloody hospital saying, you're a walking time bomb, get out. And I sat down in this chair, and I realised that it was like make or break. I couldn't carry on the way I was going. I didn't know how to stop. The drugs weren't working any longer. I mean, I was, even the self-medication weren't medicated. It was like my physical illnesses I had were killing me. I had many things.
The drugs.
Well, I got ill originally because of my immune system being compromised, and I took risks and got caught TB, which I got cured of many years ago, which I cured myself of, and I didn't have medication, but I had TB, I had hepatitis, all sorts. I was just fading away, because of my life. But, this moment came, and I just said to myself, I've had enough.
Yeah. How long was that?
When was that?
Yeah, how long ago was that?
1996.
96. Right. Okay. So wow, God. So 24 years.
Yeah, October approximately 1996. Great moment, and I was sitting there, and I said, "I've had enough." And I said to myself, "I've had enough," and I felt that clunk again of letting go of everything. And I think, when I think about it, what it was I let go of my fear and anxiety of living without cocaine, because that's what had been holding me in.
Wow.
That's been what had been holding me in the behaviours. Because if I was rationally thinking, I'd have stopped a long time before, because I was ill. So it wasn't about irrational; it was about fear and anxiety of not living, which is what we live in. We humans, we're constantly programmed with fear and survival, because we're fed a stream of stuff which is not always good on a daily basis, and then you live in survival mode, where fight or flight. A little bit. I mean, we're aware now, because we actually realise that a lot of that stuff won't happen, but because we're continually in fight or flight, sorry, we're constantly stressed. A little bit of stress. We're constantly releasing cortisol, which is our stressor, into our bodies.
So tell me something. So this is really interesting. So you had that moment of clarity. I get that. I really get that. And I really like how you put that about actually what I lost was the fear of not having it in my life. That makes a lot of sense, right? Actually, suddenly I know that I know I can live without it. But that isn't necessarily a consistent thought, right? And I suppose or maybe it was. I suppose my next question to you is, in that moment, you have that clarity. 26 years on, you're going to have had dips throughout all of that, right? From that moment of clarity. How do you keep reinforcing that? How do you come back to that strong moment? How do you come back to that single thought?
I said the decision, the intention, the emotion behind the decision when I made it. I'm only able to articulate it this way now, because I've learned about this stuff. But all I can put it down to is I'd had enough. Doesn't matter. You say the dips, and I know what you're getting at. You're talking about relapsing and addiction and going back to the old behaviours, but I'd had enough. There was no way. It was my mind was saying, I don't want any more of this, ever. It doesn't matter what comes up for me, whatever life throws at me. I didn't know about all this stuff. I've learned all this stuff about, the environment and, what the triggers and all that stuff. But there was no way I was going back, ever. And I had multiple moments of I could have been secret about it, and when you're embraced in that sort of insidious, let's say, addiction. I don't like the word addiction, but it describes describes the stuff that was going on, I suppose, for people to understand. But we're humans. We're all addicts. We're addicted to something or other in our lives, and it's just how damaging it is, I suppose. If it becomes obsessive, it's going to damage you, because you're going to continue to think about it. So it's about us managing that. But for me, I'd had enough. There was nothing about this that would entice me any longer, because I'd explored every single argument. I'd had every justification, every minimum. There's a thing called, when you work in drug and alcohol field, right? There's a thing called thinking errors, which I use as discuss with clients. So thinking errors are inbuilt core beliefs, or belief systems, let's say, not necessarily core beliefs, but belief systems we pick up. A few of them, I'll mention a few. So justification, minimization, catastrophization, entitlement, grandiosity. There's a load of these things that we pick up along our lives, and if we think that way, these cause emotional upset, right? For me, that was it, mate. I wasn't going back, and I went to fellowship meetings for a while. They didn't do what I needed, but I took some stuff, and but one thing that was suggested, I'm not saying it was there anywhere, but everyone said, "Oh, you need to stop DJing and leave your friends." And I said, "No way, mate. Music's always been my passion. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change what I've been doing all my life for something that's come into my life and needs to stop. It's not going to happen." So I had a few weeks off, and then I went back straight to Ibiza. I went straight back to DJing. I literally had 2 weeks off while I was in the clinic. I'll come out. I had gigs booked in for like that that month, and I went to my mate Brady, who sort of one of my best mates. He looked after me through that time, that first few. Actually, it turned out to be about 5 years, but he took me to every gig, basically stood by me, and you know, not that I was concerned, but you know, unfortunately, other people come up and go, oh, you know, they don't realise what you've been going through and all that, and go,
yeah.
Not intentionally, and you know, it's easier for someone else to say no than for me to say no all the time, you know. So
yeah, and I think this is really interesting, right? Because I think, you know, and I really get what you're saying about having that moment, right? Having that moment of that real clarity of, actually, I just don't want to go back there. I just, you know, that actually then becomes the repellent thing of, I know I can't be anything but there, right? If I dip my toe back into it, I will be there, and that's enough to keep me out. But I do think that this is really interesting because, you know, from the bits that I know about this area, you know, one of the big things, as you said, is about moving away maybe from those people or those situations, and you've literally gone straight back into it. And so do you think then that having someone there to support you was crucial within that?
Oh, 1,000,000%. But but you see, man, how do I say this? Look,
you share with someone else as a piece of advice, I suppose my point is, in a similar situation.
For me, look, I made that decision, right? And I've stuck to it. And whatever I do else in my life, there are certain, you know, things that I do which, you know, people wouldn't agree with. I do it because I'm able to do it, right?
Yeah.
My decision back then was never to take drugs again. I'll never take drugs again, and I don't want to take drugs again. I took enough drugs, you know. So it wasn't that, and I you know, that whole thing about it's risky going back in these places. I think if your decision is powerful enough, you've got your. I'm not saying willpower. It's about rewiring, you know, and that moment of rewiring those neural pathways and saying there's no option here for it to go another way. I have to stop. I don't want to do this any longer. And when that's the case, and I suppose you love yourself a little bit better than you were, with all that together, it becomes easier. I'm not saying it was easy by any means. It was bloody difficult, and it was fucking like Vietnam in my head for many years. But I never went back. I never wanted to go back. It never held. And even if that ever arose, I would be so aware and so knowing that what the place I could end up with, it would just keep me away anyway. It would never happen again.
Yeah. And what about, I mean, is there anything there? I mean, I was talking to a brilliant gentleman called Paul Moore, who's an incredible coach, you know, and what we were talking about was the fact that actually about choosing to step into stuff, right? Choosing that actually, you know, life isn't just happening. We've got a choice to make in terms of how we want it to be, and then actually putting things in there that are going to help with that. So one of the things he talks a lot about is putting leverage in, you know, actually things that is going to that are going to make me more accountable to this stuff, you know. So if I'm not going to be accountable to myself, maybe it's to someone else, or maybe it's something, you know, because of my business or something like that. Has that been part of it, or for you?
Look, the leverage is a word. It comes into life coaching, and I've qualified in something in life coaching and in goal mapping. I'm a smart recovery trainer. I've got sitting guilds in health and social care. I've got MBQs in drug stuff, and I've got I can do a motivational interviewing, CBT, REBT. Leverage. I think leverage is a business word. I think what it is passion and something that's more meaningful. You know, once it has a meaning and have an emotional attachment to it, and it's important enough to you, then you'll change. What you have to do then is, it's all very well saying, well, I'll give myself leverage, and that's motivational, I'm powerful and all that stuff. But what you've got to do is you've got to remember the environment you're in. Yeah. The emotional attachments to the environment. I don't want to sound negative. I'm not, because it's a great journey to be on. It's a great journey of discovery, which I call it. And, you know, we think about this every day, and I manage my mental health every day. I know that I can wake up mornings, and if I don't quickly get a grip on what's going on, I can run away myself.
And I think that's a really, really good point. And that's something that Paul and I were talking quite a lot about, you know, actually waking up in the morning. So he talks a lot about the kind of, he does a lot within like a planning. So he's got like a routine that he goes through and the plan that he makes and the intention. He talks about how intention is like the bouncer in our life, right? You put attention on your intentions and actually then, you know, you choose how you're going to feel that day. Is that important for you each morning as well? No, having a clarity of what you're doing.
See, the thing about that is, right, I'm not knocking anyone. I get all that. I've done all that stuff. I've been in that world, personal development, right? And I've been in it for a couple of years. When I went to Celebrity Big Brother, I come out and went to Tony Robbins and I sort of immersed myself. And but then more on the back of that, I started my Happy Days project, which is a little Facebook page now, going to be a charity, which we just create nice space for people and we run workshops when we can, when COVID's not around, obviously, and all that stuff. So, yes, I get all that about intention, but you see, the thing is, Ryan, this is what I've come to realise out of lockdown or in lockdown, and I hope this makes sense to people. And I'm not saying please don't stop dreaming. Dream. Set your intentions, want to achieve, set your goals, do all that stuff. Absolutely. The thing is, we have to have a set of tools which we're able to manage our mental health with before that, because what happens, if you're fully focused, what I found is, for me, if you're fully focused on your goal set and your intentions and are all good about being successful or whatever it is, and this is where did that see that's a demand. Where would that come from? You're looking at other people to aspire to. You're not just going to say, I want to do this, because you've seen it somewhere, because your body sees it. It's like NLP. You see in pictures. So if you see a picture of someone with a Lamborghini who said, I could have done this in 30 days sitting at home on my computer, you go, oh, I want to do that. So you're already comparing yourself to someone else who's these certain things. I guarantee you, when they get off that laptop, that backdrop disappears.
Yeah, I get it.
So what I do is I tend not to compare myself any longer, and the more you stay away from looking at, and I don't know if, you know, I'm not saying social media is bad, all because through COVID it's been fantastic for people to support each other. And you know, the content's been different. Have you noticed the content's all about supporting people, helping people with mental health, helping people with getting to a hospital, getting people with illnesses supported, getting people with meals, it's all been a lovely bubble.
Yeah.
And as soon as we come out this other side and there's the nasty bits coming in again, you can see all the bad news coming back again. But so I try to avoid that mostly.
What happens on Happy Days then? Is it about putting positive stuff out there and about more good stuff in people's lives?
Yeah, we just used to put positive affirmations out every day. I was doing some Facebook lives with some people we bumped into on our travels. We have a little project called Tent Talks. So it's not TED Talks, it's Tent Talks. So we go to festivals, we get a tent put up, we bring some of the speakers who come and are part of Happy Days. We do like massage and holistic therapies. And we generally have like a well-being area. And I would maybe talk for 20 minutes about something, or someone else to talk about a subject. So that's some of the projects we worked on. As I say, again, I wanted it to come from an ethically right place. So which is why we went for charity status, so we can fundraise, as opposed to doing subscriptions and, you know, trying to sell programs.
Yeah, and so it's basically, it's just because I think I quite like this, right? I like this, like, you know, I personally see that our brains are a bit like a pie chart, right? The time and energy, and I choose where I'm putting that. And so what I think I'm hearing from you is that actually, if we're putting more positive stuff in there, then we're going to feel better, right?
The Happy Days is like, so we sat in this office, right, which you can see here, my shed, and I got introduced to this wonderful woman called Michelle Allen, who is a part of, we're now, you know, we own Happy Days, and Gaynor Murphy. We sat here and we just spoke about our experiences for about 2 days, and just talking. We was crying, we was laughing, we was crying. It was like a whole emotional roller coaster about just life. And we came up with the idea that, in Smart Recovery, there's some really easy to learn tools about managing your mental health, right? Yeah. And traditionally, Smart Recovery is used in recovery from substances, but it just translates into life, normal life. It's not unique to anything particular. some of the tools are just so easy to pick up and really easy to put into your life. You know, some of this, you know, when you task yourself with, what I found is, right, if you think about this, Kate, if you're working, i.e. 9 to 5, if you're not going to get, and you have a family and you have kids and blah, 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 you're not going to have time to sit down and journal, plan your day, do a goal setting, smart goals, blah, blah, blah. That takes time, and meditate, right?
Yeah.
These suggestions are all by people who've got time in their hands. Right?
Yeah.
Right? So they're not for...
When we talk about this shit, people are like, I haven't got fucking time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're not for people who live in, you know, in probably the normal world, let's say. So we have to find stuff that's easy to do, quick to do, because, you know, although people want to have time, it's really difficult to have time. You know, the world is getting faster and faster. It's not getting slower.
Yeah.
And, you know, now we're coming out of, let's say, I don't know what we're coming out of now, but things are going to get, unfortunately, a lot heavier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially around mental health, because, you know, that the world's not getting better in any way. You know, the impact of this in pandemic is going to be catastrophic. Some
thing you can do, is there one thing that I mean, what would be one of the easiest things that you would share, like one thing that people can do quickly?
So look, I know it's probably easy to say this, but I don't pick my phone up. I try not to pick my phone up first thing in the morning. I remember I used to do it a lot. Every day you'd be like, what? But what you do then is you just literally task yourself with trying to catch up with what you've seen then, and compare yourself. Say, I'm not good enough because I haven't done that. I'm not good enough because I don't look like that. I'm not good enough. I'm not. I read those targets. So you're just compounding all the negative stuff that you feel about yourself anyway. I certainly, I'm not. I'm very grounded, and that's through by just doing little things on a daily basis. And if I'm mindful that I've got to remind myself I do that stuff, like, so for instance, in Smart Recovery, there's a tool called the 5 questions. Yeah, you can do this 2 times a week, 3 times a week. Slowly, you'll rewire your brain to asking these questions, and you automatically get that neural pathway working. So it's how am I feeling? How am I feeling mentally? How am I feeling physically? How am I feeling spiritually? How am I feeling emotionally? Am I in touch with myself? Am I waking up feeling anxious? Along those lines, if you sit down for 5 minutes and answer those questions yourself, you've given yourself 10 minutes of, you know, grounding time, which means you're not going to go run straight into the day.
Do you know what I call that? That for me is being before doing, right? That is that moment of checking in with myself. You know, if you think, and you touched on this beautifully, you know, that whole point that we get up, we're so fucking busy, we've got kids, we've got, you know, we're rushing to our jobs, we're rushing to do this, you know, and I there has been absolutely 0 moments in any of that for me. You know, and actually, if you can just take that 5 minutes of asking those questions, you've checked in. You've had that moment of check-in to then at least go forward, you know, into the rest of the day. Do you have any particular things that you know are challenges on your mental health, and how do you handle those now?
I'd be like, I mean, what challenges my mental health? Look, my core beliefs challenge my mental health. Yeah. For those who don't know what core beliefs are a set of belief systems, or something you believe about yourself, which has come from a very early age. Often, a lot of us have experienced it, and a lot of it boils down to not being good enough, because we are told by our parents, you know, oh, couldn't you do better? You can do better at school. You can do better at this, and maybe we could just do exactly what we're doing, which was our best at that time. Yeah. But the expectations of peers can be detrimental further down the line, because, you know, you often live with these expectations. I should be better.
Yeah.
Be better. It's what's wrong with being exactly who I am.
Yeah. And how do you calm that when that thinking's coming up? Have you got a great tool for managing? What's a question then, maybe, or something you say to yourself in those moments?
Well, look, I sometimes I'm in it. You know what? We're a bit of echo.
Yeah, it's all right, I think.
Sorry. So we're human beings. We're creatures of experience, right? So when we are experiencing something, we create an attachment to it. When we're not experiencing things, we want to change the way we feel fundamentally, because we want these experiences, right? This is so we will If we can't find something physically, we'll find something mentally. So, or something that impacts on our senses. So if it's not tasting chocolate or food or listening to music or smelling something nice or something horrible or, you know, blah, 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 we'll have these emotional attachments and we'll go, right, I need to change the way I feel. Our subconscious will go, right, let's experience something. And it will either go to a happy place or a horrible place or a negative place. Sometimes I'll sit with the negative thinking and I'll just let it flow and see what the outcome is. Sometimes it's not serving me and I'm not really in the mood for it, then I have to sit down for a minute and have a bit of mindfulness and just change the thinking. You know, look at the rationality of it, and I know that I'm thinking irrationally and it's not true, so I just say, right, okay, I get what's happening. But you know, a lot of the stuff is true at the moment. That's just the unfortunate thing. Having said that, also another thing that I try to do, if you know I'm human, I allow myself to not always be rigid because I go with the flow, let's say. So in the evening, what I'll do is I'll do my list before I go to bed.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Get out of here. No.
Your list for the next day.
Yeah.
You have nothing to worry about. And then when you wake up in the morning, it's a new day. You can go, oh, this is what I'm doing today. You don't want to get up and think, what didn't I do yesterday? You just tick off what you did and be grateful for what you've achieved. And then you just carry on down my stuff over. And what I say is, if it wasn't important enough, it probably didn't get done.
On that note, I mean, I think we have covered off in a 40-minute session. I think we've covered off what you could do in days. Like, seriously, the things that I've taken from this, you know, the power of decision, that came out really, really clear. And once you've got that, you know, then sticking with that. And actually, if the decision's strong enough, it's the thing that keeps powering you through, and it's working out what that thing is, and maybe understanding the consequences, maybe as well as the thing that you're going towards. That, you know, that came out a lot. I really like that thing, like, you know, when you were talking about happy days, about how we focus on the positives in life, you know, be that the stuff that we're grateful for or affirmations. I really liked the stuff around checking in the morning, you know, every morning, those 5 questions that you're talking about. How am I feeling emotionally, mentally, spiritually? How do I want to feel? What could I be doing differently? Really interesting about the core beliefs, you know, and the impact that, you know, that can have on our mental health. And actually, you know, because that's my mind getting in my way sometimes, right? And, you know, when that stuff happens, maybe I can look at an experience that's going to make me feel different, or to either kind of sit in those thoughts, right? And to actually just see where it goes. And then finally, you know, that the list in the evening, you know, what, and then going through it the following day and being grateful that you've got that stuff done. That for me is the building up of the new neural pathways, isn't it? You know, it's getting to that much more grateful place. I've loved this. I like the what you have shared there, the wisdom that you've shared. I'm incredibly grateful for, and I think it becomes all the richer because of the story that goes behind it. Your work is, you know, that I can see the impact that you're having on people now. It's incredible.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It genuinely is. It genuinely, and to, you know, to have been through what you've been through, it's clear that now you're using that for so well to help others. And I feel very, very blessed that you've been on this today with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, look, listen, I'm not saying it's an easy path to travel for everyone who chooses to, you know, work on themselves, or even to step into a different mode. And all I can say is, if you don't let the fear hold you back from changing, because, you know, that's all. It's fear and environment. You know, you can change that stuff, and you know.
And fear is, and you know, it's come up so much from so many people. Sebastian Foucan yesterday was saying about fear. Fear, you know, the point being is that the obstacles and challenges are going to constantly come up, right? And actually, the fear's not fucking real. Like, it's there, and we've got to overcome that in order to get where we want to go. You know,
we have to understand what it is, you see, because we often run away with our fear, and that buys into our core beliefs, the beliefs about ourselves, that we're not good enough and we're not going to achieve these goals because deep down we don't feel that we're worthy enough or whatever. And this is that stuff about inner child, and I get that, and it's really good and very, very powerful work to do. But you've got to understand that we're humans, and because we've developed so fast and so quickly as a species, the fears, and it goes back to our caveman days. The fears we had then were about 4 or 5. But eating, getting killed by a saber-toothed tiger, warmth, reproducing our family.
Yeah.
So there are Maslow's hierarchy of needs, really. But if you think about all the things that we now, so because the world moves so fast, we're not able to take it all in quick enough and go, oh, is that going to hurt me? Is that going to hurt me? Is that going to hurt me? Because we don't know. Because all the stuff, the information we're fed is going so quickly. So we don't have time to, like The Secret says you have 60,000 thoughts a day. We probably have about 100,000 thoughts a day now because we're constantly scrolling. Scrolling.
I have had that this morning, I've got to be honest.
How do you have time to process that? We're constantly in fear, going, is that going to hurt me? Is that going to hurt me?
So, it's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting.
Switch off of that. It is exhausting, mentally draining. So I think
in those moments, I just get to that thing. I was like, what if I didn't feel like this? What if I did not feel like this? What could I feel instead? Whoa, like I'm just like, that is liberating as fuck, isn't it? It's like, what if I just didn't, what if everything was actually all right? Oh, hold on a second, it might be. Like, that blows my mind. What if actually it's all right? Oh, that feels really different.
I think about this, right? If we were happy every minute of every day, we would have need of nothing, right? We'd have no need of anything.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't go shopping. You'd literally go back to the basics of what you need: a bit of food, some warmth, a companion, possibly, your partner, your family, somewhere to live, or something warm over you. Even if you're somewhere warm at night, that's that's, if we were happy with that, and having those limited needs, then we wouldn't need anything else. So we wouldn't be comparing ourselves and wouldn't say we need to. It's like, remember your parents used to say, "Oh, don't forget that you've got to buy what the Joneses have." It's keeping up with the Joneses, isn't it?
It was constant, isn't it? And it's just, and this is where I come back to, number one, look at what you can control and focus on that. And number two, start turning round how you view stuff, right? Start turning it around. Like, look at the stuff you can be grateful for. And I know that people are like, oh, gratitude is bullshit. It's not fucking bullshit, right? If I want to start thinking, all I've got a choice over is how I'm feeling, how I'm thinking, and how I'm feeling. And I'm going to choose to put that thought in it versus that thought. That's all I can do today, right? Absolutely. And I've got to get a lot better at that. If I want to feel more, no one's going to be consistently happy, and sometimes I'm going to go to a darker place. But you know what? In those moments, I know that I can. I've got that tool to bring me back, and that for me is one of the most powerful things. Oh, I love talking to you. I think you might be one of my new favourite people. Can we hang out a lot more?
Thank you.
Oh, and
I hope the message gets across. It's mental health awareness, World Mental Health Day. Anyone is watching, if you feel at all out of sorts, just reach out. Just go to any of the stuff you see here at Kate's Place, or just don't be afraid to search. Use the internet for good, and find something that you can resonate with and get help with. And don't be so.
Do you know what? I'm really pleased you said that, because we're putting on some free mental health one-to-ones. So be that more psychotherapy focused or coaching. If people are experiencing any challenges, or anyone that they are worried about, then do get in contact with Push, because we have got some free sessions we're giving away at the moment. So, we've got to do this shit. And I would love it, Brandon, if we can I would like us to do a lot more work together in the future, if that's all right with you.
Of course, no mention. You just let me know when. And if someone would like a session with me, I'm happy to give them a chat on.
Oh my God, back off, everyone! That's mine.
I'm not sure if they will be. If someone does ask, and I've got time, because I'm working full time now. But if I've got time, I'll definitely I'll do an evening session for someone who fancy, setting some goals.
You're so kind, thank you. And in all seriousness, amazing. Get in contact with us, and we'll organise that. Thank you so much for your time. You are a wonderful, truly wonderful human. Thank you.
It's a pleasure talking to you. God bless. Have a lovely day, everyone.
Take care. Bye.
Down.
Right, we are in. We are streaming across. Hi, I've got you in. I've got you, Jewel. How are we?
Oh, so I don't need to do. Which one do I look at?
Well, they're both on. So,
I've got them just slightly like they're just slightly like not apart, but I'm flicking between.
Can you do? Can you put them next to each other, or is that too much of a pain?
No, let's see how we go. Ooh.
If not, you could pretend you're in a live TV studio and you're going between different. Okay, so camera 2.
Yeah, the utter amateur of me will just make that fail. There we are. That's better, isn't it?
Look, there you go. It was easily solved. Hi, Mr. Williams. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. You?
I'm all right. I'm going to be very honest. I'm very tired.
Is this just going to be the lethargic one after lunch? Where it's like,
I'm basically, last night. So we did 8 yesterday, and hold on, I'm just checking. Where's my, can you speak to me quickly?
Yeah, 10-4.
Thank you, my army friend.
Marines.
Sorry. Yeah. So last night I took myself off to bed at 9 o'clock, and I've got to be honest. I think I was delirious. Like basically yesterday, I did 8 of these yesterday, and it's like 8 hours of quite intense therapy. Yeah. And you are number 5 today. So yeah,
we'll just chill.
We'll chill. You are the follow up to Brandon Block. So I mean, where does one go after that?
Yeah. Good luck with the afternoon. Well, you got Kate on next, haven't you? So
she's wonderful. Well, look, I mean, as if any introduction was needed, I am going to give a brief introduction to you. Firstly, thank you so much for doing this. We're going to talk a lot more about it later, but you know, I from the conversation that we had a couple of weeks ago, I just knew that actually your story was going to be an awesome one to share, and I love the fact that basically we started off having one conversation and then just waffled on for about an hour. So I think anyone watching this will immediately get a lot from it. I hope they do anyway. For anyone that doesn't know who the wonderful Mr. Williams is, Ben's journey is about inspiring others to achieve what they dream of and to own the courage to
Oh no, look, it's all frozen.
Right, back now, I think.
Tech's good, isn't it?
Great, isn't it? Anyway, look, I think we're still going. So after an unfortunate incident as a nightclub bouncer involving the death of a patron, Ben fell into the world of drug abuse and addiction, balancing on the brink of life. A Royal Marines advert saved him, reminding him of his boyhood dream. Ben kicked to drug addiction, became a Royal Marines commando, and now works with the likes of Gareth Southgate, professional footballers, incredible businesses, inspiring people, and much more, proving that anyone can achieve anything that they set their mind to. Oh my God, I'm really excited about this already. This is like one of my favorite areas. You know, and I know from the conversations that you and I have had, the impact that you have on others in terms of how you help them think differently and then achieve differently. So I'm super excited about today. Ben, without further ado, can you tell us a little bit about what got you here, your story, that you know, the whole point of this, the whole point of these sessions, which we're calling "What's Your Story for Today," World Mental Health Day, which frankly I think every day should be World Mental Health Day. But the whole point, I think, is about us sharing stories, inspiring others for what they could hope for themselves, as well as then giving them some really tangible tools about what they can be doing on a day-to-day basis to look after their minds. Tell us about you.
Well, I suppose I'll probably start at the end and then maybe nip back to the beginning. But mental health for me is a daily thing, and I think there's too much stigma around mental health in a bad way. It seems it's getting better, but it's not where it could be. You know, the fact that we have to have a day dedicated, it gives the indication that it's not good enough. And I look at mental health more as mental fitness. You know, it's well-being. It's all round 360. It encompasses your whole body. If you're physically fit, then your body's going to be in a better position to fight viruses. It's going to be in a better position to, you know, not break down. Hopefully, you know, luck isn't always on our side with that one, but you're going to be in a better position. So essentially, your mind should be the same place. And I do, I draw my own sort of experiences of. Being back in that sort of unfortunate incident where it all went wrong in a nightclub. I think, dare I say, alpha male, trying to be an alpha male. trying to be very red-blooded, trying to be tough. And I suppose if you stick yourself into that fray and actually get brought into the environment where that begins to then mold you into that type of person, yeah, and when it all goes wrong, it's you suddenly realize that everyone along the way was saying, don't do that, you're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble, kind of feel a bit stupid, and oh, they were right. And a bit of a wake-up call.
Necessarily got the foundations to look after you right in those moments.
No,
yeah,
no, not at all. And
so what happened, and what happened after that? So you went from that incident into coping with it using drugs. I'm making some assumptions there.
Yeah, pretty much. I was already doing drugs anyway. I'd been smoking weed from an early sort of stage, and I don't really talk about my childhood, but there's events that took place that led me more towards drugs a little bit earlier than anticipated. So
as a release, as a means of coping, as a self-medication, or
two ways actually. To fit in was one of them.
You're not the first person to say that today.
No, I know it's horrible to say it, but it's good to talk openly. So fuck it, why not? Oh, I'm allowed to swear, am I? Sorry.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, awesome. The kids are downstairs with their headphones on. Their mum's out getting her eyebrows tattooed or something random at the moment. Yes, fuck it. They can't hear. But it was drugs was an escape, but it was also a membership pass to a lot of groups. It doesn't help. We all know drugs there. I think it's well enough out there to understand what they do. I was using weed way too much, which obviously doesn't help psychosis part of it. And then working on the doors, I wanted to be a bit bigger, so I started taking anabolic steroids at around 18 when I was still in sixth form. And very good combo. And then threw some sort of cocaine in there as well, which obviously just fueled rage. And I was very bitter. And I think I was bitter and angry because I wasn't doing what I wanted to do, what I was set here to do. And I had always had this dream. You mentioned it in that introduction. Always had this dream of being a Royal Marine. You know, for me, that was my destination, my path in life. My mum and dad weren't together for very long as kids, so we spent weekends here and weekends there. And Dad used to take us to the Royal Marines Museum and the Parachute Museum. Love the Paris, but we used to go there. And I remember sort of being 6, 7 years old, just in admiration of these photos on the wall. There's guys in the Falklands, in Ireland, and just thought I wanted to be that. And I just lost my way. I just couldn't. I don't know where I went in life. I just lost. Do you know what I lost? I lost a bottle to go and do it. And instead, I thought that.
Interesting. Do you think that was down to the drugs? Were the drugs taking you away from that? And what I mean from that is both in a less time thinking about it, but also a less confidence in yourself.
Yeah, you nailed it. It's exactly that. It was confidence. It was each day.
You don't realise it.
No, you don't.
Strips that shit away.
And you see yourself getting a bit skinnier. You know, before the doors, it's skinnier. You're a bit more lethargic in the head, and all these things that you just. You know, I knew 1 or 2 people which left school at 16 when I wanted to go and do it, and I thought, oh wow, they're off to do it, and then they clean up, they excel, and you just think, I can't do that. And I did apply, actually. I did apply between GCSEs and sixth form. I applied, and my mum, God bless her, said, just hold out for sixth form, give it a go.
Yeah.
And that made me really angry, because I knew in my head that was my opportunity to fucking do it. And I felt stopped, but looking back now, it wasn't that at all. But at that time, that's where the bitterness really sunk in. And then I wanted to prove myself. Then I turned 18, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm going to join the doors. Got beaten up a few times to realize then how to dish it back out. And
wow.
Yeah, then it all fell apart on that one evening, unfortunately. And it's, you know, there's no sympathy for me or anyone else present. Someone lost their life, and that's who we should feel for.
Jesus, Ben. What? And then how? I mean, at that time, there were a number of paths that you could have gone down, right? What was the? How did you muster up? So I'm thinking, from what you've just said, you've gone from a place of having that confidence, having that clarity about where you wanted to go, going into the Marines, right? Then you've changed paths a bit anyway. The bitterness is coming in, the anger's coming in, you're going into the doors, doing more and more drugs. You know, then that instance happens, you're doing more drugs. How the fuck did you turn that round to a place where you then did manage to actually do and apply again? What was that?
I felt broken. inside. Like, just, I didn't know what was broken. And on reflection, I think, looking back in life, I look at everything now as everything's just part of the learning curve. And but when you're young, you're naive, you don't know what the learning curve is. You just think, fuck, the world's against me, I'm against myself. And cocaine got really bad for me, and that obviously doesn't help. And then it came sort of one Tuesday afternoon. I didn't have a job. I just had fuck all going for me. No, wrong. I was giving no chance to myself. That's what it was. I had loads going for me, of course. It's failing to realize that. And I remember thinking, I don't want to be here anymore. I just didn't want to be here. I wasn't set on suicide. I didn't know what I was doing, but I just drove in my shitty banged up Corsa, which I used to call Haffy. And I just drove, and I drove for hours just around the countryside near where I lived, just crying because I couldn't work out. And I thought that was me. I thought I was going to go and do something fucking hideous, like drive off a bridge but I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a chance. I didn't know what I was doing. It was just I was just at rock bottom. And then it was like something just passed in my head, and I ended up back at home. And then the next day, I just happened to be sort of like lethargically unemployed, stoned, scrolling through what was back then the sort of clunky YouTube, and just this video of this lad in the Royal Marines appeared, and I just watched it and was fixated by it. And my mate at the time had joined the Marines, and I remember ringing him going, I think I might do something different. What's it like? And he just went, fucking do it. It was like he was the final straw of everyone else can see I'm falling apart here apart from myself. And then I realized I'm falling apart. I asked him, what is it like? He went, just come here. Just come here. It will change your life. And the hardest part for me was actually breaking it to my girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife.
Yeah.
And I said, that was a big pullback for me. I didn't want to leave home. I was a bit comfortable.
Yeah.
And as soon as I said it, my mum and my girlfriend were in the kitchen. I was like, still bleary-eyed, a bit stoned, a bit well-washed, a bit sad for myself. I was like, I'm thinking of joining the Marines. And my mum just went, thank fuck for that.
Wow.
And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, go and chase your fucking dream, for fuck's sake. It was a bit more, she was a bit more polite.
Less sweary.
There was a swear in there. And my girlfriend was like, yeah, just go and do it. See what happens. And then that's where it began. And that's where next day the application form got filled in. And then I went on to, I went to the careers office, and it was like, it sounds so cliche, and I'm not really into cliche, but it was like something switched in my head.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck am I smoking this for? I, started to chuck away the weed, ditch cocaine literally overnight. I wasn't taking steroids by that point because I couldn't afford them. Pricey lifestyle there. And that was
with the coke and weed.
Yeah, selling possessions as we go. God.
Nice.
And that was it.
Do you know what? I really get that. I really and the comparison I can draw with my experience of when I was signed off with stress, and I can remember like this situation was so fucking overwhelming and so awful, and I was in such a dark place. And I knew I couldn't go back. I knew I couldn't go back into this world that I'd known and this job that I'd loved. But it was my life, right? Working within that world of advertising. But it was the thing that, no, that's a lie. I can't say it was the thing that was crushing me. I was the person that was crushing me because I wasn't managing it very well, right?
Yeah.
And I was in the dark place, and I just remember I just had this moment of clarity of, this has to not be the worst thing that's happened to me. I have to turn it into the best thing. I have to turn it from the worst thing into the best thing. And I'm not saying that the world changed at that moment. Suddenly fucking unicorns came out of the sky and angels sang. But that was
the night before.
Yeah, no, because I was shit-faced. No, I'm joking. I'm absolutely joking. But the point being that, and having that moment of clarity, then things got easier, because or at least and weirdly, having just spoken to Brandon Block, he said that the moment that he decided to not do drugs And by the way, and it's in his peak, I mean, the volume of drugs that he was taking was off the chart, right? You know, I mean, insane. And he said he couldn't go back there. And I suppose what I'm saying, you know, and he talks now about the clarity and the strength of that decision. That was the thing that kept powering forward. And it sounds like we've all had that, right? That turning point, that clarity and that point of decision is the thing that keeps you going. What I wonder then, you know, because I think that that's your start point, right? The challenge can come with the commitment. And I wonder, you know, and the ongoing commitment. And you obviously had the commitment in there because you were part of the Royal Marines, and it was, and that commitment was ongoing. When you work with people now, how do you keep them committed to decisions that they make?
It's a great point, actually, because the commitment part for me is that you got to, everything's so easy when it's going right. You know, everything's easy, isn't it? I love saying to people, success breeds ego, adversity breeds humility. But a lot of us are very shy of adversity, and I've been doing a lot of work around self-imposed adversity lately.
Can you talk to me about that?
So, well, imposed adversity is something that strikes you. You know, something that happens out of the blue. A friend of yours is hit by a car, someone dies. You just suddenly get fired, all those things. They're just things that you just did not see happening. And then they strike us and they're like, fuck, what's happened? And self-imposed adversity is more of the lighter version. It's extreme sports. It's doing a run that's difficult. It's challenging yourself that takes you outside your comfort zone. It's, if you've got, there's so many people I work with say they're in the workplace that say they've got a fear of public speaking. Well, actually, public speaking doesn't mean you need to get up in front of 400 people and deliver a speech to a room full of other people. It's public speaking is your ability to relay a report back, to speak to your team. And if you want to grow in your career, you've got to be able to speak to people. But yet people are so in fear of it. So I work with people to say, well, tomorrow go to Tesco's and at 2 meter distance start a conversation with someone you've never met before, because it challenges you and it's awkward and it doesn't feel nice. But it's not about how the conversation goes, and obviously be careful where you do these conversations. Some places just get beaten up, but it's about going back to the car afterwards and sitting there going, right, that felt weird. Why did it feel weird? But I feel good about it. I gave it a go, and it's adversity you put yourself through to learn from and to challenge yourself.
Okay, are you saying then that in order to genuinely grow, we have to put ourselves in those situations? In order to have growth, do we need self-imposed adversity?
You don't grow in comfort. You grow complacency in comfort. Again, that's a lot of stuff we've been working with people. Is comfort's great. You know, we hear it all the time, to challenge ourselves, step out your comfort zone, do this, do that. Well, comfort's a great place to be, isn't it? You know, if you had a really bad day at work, you don't want to go home to someone else's house and chill out. You know, your neighbour. You go to yours. So having your own house where your food's in the cupboard and the latches. We need social security. You know, that's comfort as well, that we have people within our lives that you can just be who the fuck you want to be in front of, and they're not going to judge you for it. So that's a comfortable place. But there's areas in our lives where we're too comfortable, and we know we're comfortable and we're complacent. And you know you're in those spots within your life because you say the sentence, I'd love to give that a go. I wish I could do that. I'd love to try that. Well, actually, what that is ambition speaking, but you're retaining yourself back from something because you probably fear what's on the edge of your comfort zone, or it's unusual. So it's about working with people to just fucking challenge yourself at something you find difficult and throw yourself into the fray and try and have a growth mindset with it. If it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world. You just learn what went wrong. How can I improve the ability, the capability, the skill set? If not, if it goes right, then you work.
So okay, so this is really interesting, and you know, I suppose one of the questions that I was going to talk about, and actually someone's rather beautifully put it here. They've said, how do you deal with the anxiety that comes with coming out of your comfort zone, right? Or what I was going to say is, you know, when your mind gets in the way of achieving your goals, what can you do to overcome it? Different ways of asking the same question.
Yeah.
You know, I'd also ask, is a lot of that with the knowledge that you have now part of that Marine training? Is that what you tap back into?
Yeah, well, yeah.
And what would they say about that? How would the Marines deal with overcoming stuff?
So if you were to ask any Marine what he misses about not being in the Marines anymore, he will tell you it will be the lads. It's the same sentence you'll hear everywhere. And lasses now, because they have opened their doors up to women. But from my era, it was the lads, Mr. Lads, Mr. Lads. Now, here's a great example for it. So Royal Marines training's 8 months long, 32 weeks, and it is arduous. It's known as the toughest, longest infantry training in the world. And I remember being in week 4. Okay, week 4. I'm a fucking little bleary-eyed civilian still, just like, yeah, hello, corporal, and getting it all wrong and running around with my head on fire. And if you want to leave, you write your letter out. So what you do, you're in a troop of about 30 guys. Yeah. And if you want to leave, you write to your captain, dear captain, I no longer want to serve in Royal Marines training, blah, 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 blah. And then you go and hand it in, and then your discharge gets put through, and then you leave about 3 days later. And week 4, this is infantry training. It's hard. And so we get put into these moments where you question yourself. And I was well outside my comfort zone. And I just thought, fuck this. I don't want to be here anymore. This is shit. And I wrote my letter out. I sat on the end of my bed, write my letter out. But then one of my mates in my room, I won't say his name because he's still serving. He went, what are you doing? I went, no, you're writing your letter out. I went, yeah, I've had enough, mate. I don't want to be here. He's a big, tall lad as well. Stood imposingly over me. I was like, I don't want to be here anymore. He just sat on the edge of my bed with me, and he went, give it till tonight. All right, don't hand it in till tonight, okay? And if you feel a little bit better tonight, let's just leave it. We're week 4. We're not Marines. We're just like I said, we're still civilians. I went, oh, fuck's sake. All right. So I did the day's training. That evening, he was like, how do you feel? I was like, I'm still going to hand it in. I'm going to hand it in tomorrow morning. He went, promise me you just leave it till tomorrow night. I was like, maybe. And that maybe was enough. And then I sat on my edge of my bed. And next day I was like, because I did feel a bit better. And then I committed, and I didn't hand it in. But in week 24, he had the same moment.
Really?
He was failing at something, and he wanted to give up, and he didn't want to be part of it. And he wrote his letter out, and I'm sat on his bed going, mate, remember 20 weeks ago, you told me I couldn't write my letter out. You're not writing your letter out. If you fail the test tomorrow, we'll just go from it with there. Like, he was on like some sort of last attempt of his test, and he wanted to write his letter out. He's like, no, I'm done. I don't want to fail. I don't want to hold my head up and all that stuff. I said, you're quitting. And we had the same conversation in reverse. And then the next day he passed the test, and then we continued on training. And we actually went to war together. We were in the same section in war. We've been on the same courses, spent a long time together within them 10 years. And for me, coming back to what you're saying is, how do I help myself with that anxiety? How do people help themselves with that worry of what's around the corner? Is if you think, there's a lot of medical research and scientific research around the fact that they think babies are born with only 2 fears, the fear of noise and the fear of falling. Everything else we kind of accumulate along the way. Some of those things are great. We can't be fearless around fire and sharks and stuff necessarily. Some can. But what we do also fear is what people think of us, and rejection and failure, embarrassment. And actually, the majority of people's anxiety is related to, how am I going to look in front of someone? What are they going to think? If I fail this, I'm going to look like a fucking asshole. And it's sad to see that we allow that to hold us back from what we want to achieve. Most people, because I know these people, I work with these people, most people with this anxiety is the worry of what someone else may think of them. Yeah. And even if they don't hear them say that, we still worry about what they may think of us. And that causes us to change the direction of our life. And I know that because I was there. I'm not joining in Royal Marines. I'm too comfortable in my little drug-fueled life. I haven't got the potential to do this. And if I go and do it, I'm going to look like a fucking arsehole when I come back 3 weeks later. But actually, what I'm getting to is that social security of just a few good people within your group who sit on the end of your bed and say, give it a little bit longer, give it another go. And then you're there for that. Supports us to take on things and challenges when we really have to commit, and it does feel difficult. Are
you saying that, so with that, is that about having, and because interestingly, I guess say, you know Helen Tupper, don't you?
I do.
Yes, I mean, yeah, the wonderful Helen Tupper, and she kicked us off yesterday, and we were talking. And tell me what you think about this. She was saying that we are the sum of the 5 people in our lives that we are closest to, right? Yeah. And who are those people, and what's my impact on them, and what's their impact on me?
I was actually watching that live, actually.
Oh, Ben, thanks.
Yeah.
And I suppose my question to you then is that what we're talking about here? Getting really fucking clear on who those people are?
Yeah, it is.
Or is it caring only really about what they say?
there's a part of it, right? There's a real blunt part to it, and it takes time. You know, I only realised this within myself in the last couple of years. But right now, I really don't give a fuck what you think about me, and I really don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about me watching this.
That is a hard place to get to, Ben.
Exactly.
That is
exactly.
How have you got there?
That's the bit. Yeah, that's the bit that's difficult. Is going back some steps. I've had to sit there and gone, why did I join the door? I wanted to be respected. I wanted to be seen as a tough guy. And then it all went fucking wrong. And then I lost my way, and I lost more respect that way because I was taking drugs and all that stuff. And people just thought I was just some waste man. You know, that's how I was sort of termed. And I joined the Marines, and then I wanted to be a little bit tougher in the Marines. And it's kind of chasing this. All right, Gaz, I can see Gaz has just joined in. Becoming the 1%. Yeah, I kind of just over time felt that I was slowly molding into who I wanted to be. It took almost 10 years to do it, though, to get to a point that even as when you join in the Marines, you do want to go to Afghan. You want to go Afghan for the horrible reasons. You want to go to be part of it, to do the job, to say you're a Royal Marine, that you've served your country. And then I came back, and there was a bit of turbulence when I came back. Naturally, I think. Probably a bit of self-induced, and then I got the opportunity to train recruits, and that for me was one of the biggest turning points, where I could use all my experience of what I'd been through on civilian street, drugs. You know, when I had my recruits coming through the gate, I was meeting kids from silver spoon families all the way through to nicking silver spoons, you know, and everything in between. But they were guys who were on this journey that I was in sort of 7 years ago. And I got to be a part of helping them get to where they want to be. You know, some of those days were difficult for them. You know, I was a bit of a fucking arsehole. But other days I was good. You know, and I remember 2 of those troops, they gave me gifts. And they wrote on the back of the gifts, little notes to me saying, you know, picture frame of what they thought of me. Like, turn it over a bit like, oh. And I've got it in my office. It's on my office wall. And every now and then, when times are tough in the business, I take it off and reflect on what other people think of me. And I think it takes a long time to get to that point where, I didn't really give a shit what you think of me, because I'm so content within myself.
Right.
That's not arrogance.
Now, and let's tap into that, right? Because that's really interesting. The irony that in desperately trying to get respect from others. And I'm wildly oversimplifying this, so bear with me, because I don't want to sound like a bit of a dick when I say this, but like in trying to get that respect from others, you lost a lot of self-respect for yourself along the way, or actually you achieve in trying to get that self-respect from others, you actually got the very bloody opposite, right? Because you were so focused on the external, and actually the most important part is that if you can get to a place where you have that contentness or pride within yourself, or you realize you matter, or however we deem it. If we're focusing on our stuff, then the rest falls into line.
Yeah, and that's so true. And that's why it's good to have those groups of people around you who you can be yourself with, you know, that security to just be.
Or check in with, right? And how am I doing? Who do I trust? Yeah,
exactly that. And it's a beer, or it's an idea, or it's a conversation. It took Afghan didn't end well for me. It ended quite quickly in quite a nasty way, and I ended up at home quite quick in the hospital.
Right.
And I remember, again, I was sort of seething at that, as to literally we were only like 3 or 4 weeks towards the end of the tour, and it just got cut short, and our whole group of our whole section had been blown up basically, and people were in a bad way. And as soon as I'd healed, I spent 6 months feeling quite fucking sorry for myself again, and started to go back towards who I was before the Marines. It's getting involved in trouble. I ended up having court martial, which is military court, because I fell out with someone, and it didn't end well. And and again, I was sort of reverting back towards who I was.
And Do you know what? And this is interesting, and I wanted to ask about it anyway, because when we spoke previously, I really wanted to bring this back in, and I'm going to touch on it in the way that I interpreted it, but I think you'll obviously be able to explain it a lot better. When we talked before, we talked about, you were saying about coming back from Afghanistan and having what was deemed as the PTSD, but actually you think that rather than it being about Afghanistan, actually it was from much earlier in your life.
I think it was just accumulation of things. Like it only dawned on me probably about 3 years ago, where I had a chat with someone. I went, it's like with massive Eddie Stubbard lorries just fucking legging it down the motorway. And as you're going, you're just picking up stuff along the way. You're not stopping for it. You're just picking up stuff and you're sticking it in. And then one day, bang, you jam on them brakes and fucking everything comes flying forward. Like everything, you know, successful things, bad things, regret, ambition. It's all in there in the back of this lorry, but you don't have time to see it or reflect on it. And then bang, it all comes crushing forward. And for me, and I'm not saying it's for anyone else, but for me, Afghan, that moment of trauma unlocked way too many demons, and it all just came flying forward. And I was like, right, fucking life before the Marines, like he's a die in a nightclub, all that stuff, all came flying back. A lot of regret, a lot of deep thinking, where actually what it was an opportunity to realize that, because I spent so long as well going, Afghan was bad, but it weren't that bad, and I was actually prepared for it. And the things you see, I was relatively prepared for. Yeah. So it can't be that. And I remember having this sort of internal fight in my head, going, well, fucking, what is it? And then it comes from self-admittance to go, you did this, you did that, you fucked that up. That didn't go well, did it?
Isn't that interesting that actually it just, I really like that metaphor, that like, yeah, you slam on the brakes because something, that crisis or that moment happens and then all of that shit flies forward. I really get that. And I suppose it's those beautiful moments then that actually make you do something about all of that stuff, all of the stuff that's flown forwards, rather than just the presenting thing. You know, interestingly, yesterday I was talking to Natasha Devon, and she suffered very badly from an eating disorder. But as we talked about yesterday, that wasn't the primary thing. The primary thing was the anxiety that lay underneath it. The eating disorder was the thing that actually was the only way that she could not. And I'm probably not going to explain this well, so forgive me. But it was the physical execution of something that was going on mentally, right? Yeah. And you know, if you don't get to the root of it, if you don't get to the heart of all of that stuff, you're just dealing with the symptom, right? And it's all the causes that are underneath that are. Who's your friend? Do you know James Bendon?
I don't know. I thought he meant he's fit. That's what I think.
Obviously.
Yeah, James, send us both a DM.
This has been amazing. I knew that this was going to be a conversation where we would get a lot of stuff out, and I think one thing that I was struck even from the first conversation that we had is your real humility in talking about this stuff. You know, you're very open about it, and you know, given the background that you have, you know, you touched on that laddiness, and and I'll be very honest, and this is my unconscious bias, so please forgive me. When before I spoke to you, I did wonder, God, you know, is he going to be like proper, like commando, like just like really cold, really aggressive? And you're so not like that.
No, thanks.
And you're not, and maybe that's a bad thing to say that, but your vulnerability and your openness, what a gift. Like I see how you can communicate so well and communicate your experiences to others, which is so powerful. And I wonder now, you know, and given the person that you are and the experience that you've had, I hope it's something that other men can learn from and that sounds really patronizing. I don't mean it like that, but can gain the courage to talk in a similar way. To their benefit, right?
Yeah, and I get what you mean about learn. It's and not to disagree, but it's not learning because it's within us all. It's an ability to
or confidence in being able to do similar.
That's it. It's learning to be confident. It's very difficult to get to that point in life to say, I don't really care what you think of me, and it's not arrogance. It's not. No. I have 2 children and a wife. You know, I need to do the best I can to ensure they can have the best life possible. And that means I don't need to go out and prove myself to other people on the streets and other stupid shit like that now to try and be a tough man. And I've done my military career, you know, fucking hell. I've gone from trying to almost kill myself one day, addicted to drugs, to now being sat in boardrooms with HSBC, you know, working at Facebook and coaching really cool people. And what all I say with that is I'm just totally normal person. I've just tapped into my own ability to trust myself to go and do things I want to do now, rather than all follow what other people say. And when you do that, you end up unlocking so much more potential in yourself. To just,
I get that.
it does sound so cliche, but if I could fucking do it, anyone could do it.
No, and I really get that. I really get that. And I think
that's what it is.
But I think a lot of that then is actually coming back to doing the thing that you're meant to be doing. And, you know, that in itself breeds that confidence a bit, doesn't it? You know, and actually, you know, you're clearly fucking great at it, which helps.
I think the final point of that for me would be, I was talking about an incident that happened to us in Afghanistan. I was talking about it the other day, and it's a horrible incident. We had an operation to do, which was, I think it was like 24 hours, 30 hours long. So it wasn't that long, but it was a long time to be out scrapping. And within 5 minutes, we'd had someone killed, a mate of mine killed, blown up by an IED, not even shot. You know, I've got a lot of respect for the Taliban, but I always thought their IED tactics of homemade bombs was a coward's way out. Yeah. But it was their way of fighting us. We had helicopters, so is what it is. But that happened within 5 minutes, and you know, brutal death, and 2 other people injured with him, and it caught everyone off guard. You know, we went into the rest of that day seething, but we got our job done, and that was tough to live with. And there was a few times in my career when I'd stepped over bombs as well, and then people had been blown up behind me, and you get that real guilt of that shit shouldn't have happened. But actually what comes is that acceptance to go and meet families, speak to people which are still here, and have those open conversations to be like, I'm sorry. And they're like, oh, fucking not your fault, I stepped on it, and all that type of stuff. And you have open conversations. And what I've found really helps me now with how I work with people and what I do, and where this confidence I think comes from to just be myself, is realize that there's an immense amount of pride in there. We can look at 2 situations to go, oh, he shouldn't have died, or we can go, we all signed on a dotted line, and at some point someone was going to get hurt. Now, how can we take their memory and their presence forwards to use the good in that situation? If you can find it, what is that good in that situation of the unfortunate circumstance to place? How can we take that forward with pride to help other people? How can we take all those lessons forward? And that's the way I look at drug abuse, the way I look at how I used to feel, the nightclub death, the horrible things in battle, all the way through to business. Now it's bad shit happens. We've got to deal with it. It's life, unfortunately. But what can you take from it to help other people in the future with it? That's
and that's it, isn't it?
Where it comes from.
I've got this shit is happening. It's how I choose to perceive it, what I choose to deal with it. That's the bit that I can control. Yeah. And you know, that has got to come out more than ever at the moment. You know, what is the bit I can control, and my feelings around it and my perception of it are it. Ben, I don't say this lightly. I think you're a wonderful human, and I feel very, very grateful to have had this conversation. And I think a lot of people will have benefited from it. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's not our last conversation, hopefully.
No, it won't be. And we're going to.
It is for this weekend though, because you look like you're going to need some mental health training after this yourself.
Babes, honestly, I tell you what I need.
I've had shit this weekend. Fuck.
I've got my mum coming up tomorrow, and I'm like, I'm going to regress. I'm going to lie on that fucking sofa, and I'm going to be like, Mum, can I have some tea? And literally, honestly, she's not going to know quite what's hit her. I haven't even told her. I haven't even briefed her. She's going to have a lovely old time.
I love it. You've done it for such a good reason. You're going to end up in the Hurt Locker on Monday, like shit over the weekend.
I don't know if it's going to be me. It's going to be my mum. She's in the Hurt Locker.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. I think it's amazing.
Thank you. I think it's been intense, but it's been immense. And you know, the people that I've spoken to, I can't wait to. I think I've literally been thinking as I've been speaking to everyone. Do you know what I want to do? I want to pull out almost like a summary from the weekend of how to live well, how to manage your mind, and like
Yeah.
all, because the similarities that are coming out, albeit with different angles and different ways of looking at stuff, is massive. And you know, there are some really clear pointers in this about how we can all live life that little bit better and feel that bit better, and that's what it's all about. It's really
I've got one final point, because I know you're on at 3. I think you summed it up so well there, and it goes back to what we were saying at the beginning about mental health shouldn't be one day of the year. It should be. I've got an opinion on Valentine's Day, and I don't really celebrate it. I buy my wife a rose and I'll tell her I love her. But my view on it, the reason I don't celebrate it really is because I can tell her I love her every day. Why should I wait for the whole year to come around to tell her I love her on one day and to prove to her that I love her? And I think actually when you take that same way of thinking and put it against mental health, is why are we waiting for these days to come around to collectively talk about something, to have awareness?
Absolutely.
You go for a run, well then go and exercise your mind. That's what we should be doing. And yeah, that's kind of my take, but different with Christmas.
We're not celebrating Christmas this year. We should just feel like Christmas every day.
Oh, fucking hell, I'm done with 2020.
Tell me about it. Right, you are wonderful, and I have loved this, and I think you are ace. So I will look forward to speaking to you very soon, and I can't wait for it.
Have a good session.
Rest of the weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Right, I have no sound and I don't know whose fault. Hello. There you are. How are you?
Good. Yeah. How are you?
I'm all right. You are. How many more have I got now? 3, 2. Is this the second to last? No, I've got 2 more after you. Like this, you are. I think you are number 14 in 2 days. I'm a little bit tidy pops.
Yeah, you were like, I'm done with this.
I'm a little bit tidy pops. It's been like the most immense couple of days, I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of looking forward to a glass of wine tonight.
I'm sure.
A glass of wine tonight, and also my mum coming up tomorrow, which she doesn't know quite what she's in for yet. There's going to be a lot of looking after happening.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you need some wine and some rest time.
Yes, Kate, you should be my doctor. Now listen, so to kick things off, first of all, thank you so much for coming and joining us. You and I met digitally the other week, and I loved what we chatted about, and I just realized immediately what a genuinely lovely person you were, and I'm so excited to have you on here, and I know that the stuff that you're going to share is going to be absolutely awesome. So without further ado, if it's all right with you, I'll do a little bit of an introduction, because the role of these sessions is all about us sharing our stories. Because I think, it's World Mental Health Day. Frankly, I think every day we should be talking about mental health. But what, if we have to do this now, that we can get that it will start something tomorrow, then that's a good thing, in my opinion. And so I think in sharing our stories, we can hopefully inspire people that actually life can be a little bit different, that what we have in front of us at the moment doesn't have to be that way, as well as giving really practical tips of how we go and do it. So without further ado, the introduction to the wonderful Kate Severe. Kate is an editor and journalist who has led and managed editorial teams for some of the world's largest media and technology companies, including Google, BuzzFeed, and Microsoft. Wowzers. An advocate for diversity and representation with a strong passion for amplifying the voices and stories of women. Her first book is due to be released next year, entitled How to Work Without Losing Your Mind. Isn't it out now?
No, it was meant to be. It was meant to be one of the many books coming out this October, but instead it's the 14th of January next year.
Oh my goodness. I cannot wait to hear about all of this. So first and foremost, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. And tell me a little bit more about this experience. Tell me a little bit more about your kind of story and what led up to you writing the book, for example.
Oh God, a lot of stuff.
I feel like we're going to have a lot to relate on here.
So as in the accent, I'm from California originally. I've been in the UK since 2006, I think. So a while now, but I still sound like this. When I moved, I got into blogging. I wanted to be a writer, and I used to have a blog on this platform called Vox, which is not the Vox that exists now. I worked at one of the UK's first blog publishing companies called Shiny Media, and I worked for myself for a long time. I'm running a women's online magazine called Bitch Buzz, and then in 2013, I was like, I'd really like to maybe make some money. And the market had totally changed, right? I was like, oh, that might be nice. And so then I was lucky enough to get a job at MSN, and I've just kind of worked at various different interesting digital publications since then, sometimes working at, straight publications like BuzzFeed or The Pool, which was its own story, or working at a editorial team at a tech startup or a big tech company like Google. So I think with the book, let's see. I had a really tough few years working. It kind of started, I think, 2016 when I left BuzzFeed and I went to a tech startup called Drive Tribe that was founded by the old Top Gear hosts. So Jeremy Clarkson, Richard Hammond, James May. Mm-hmm. I don't know why I thought that'd be chill or something, but definitely.
That's kind of going from BuzzFeed to that. I mean, out of the frying pan into the fire, one might say.
Yeah, it really was. So I was there very briefly because I had a job offer from Google, and I was like, well, I think I'll do that instead. And that actually kind of started one of the toughest working experiences I had ever had. And it wasn't necessarily because the job itself was hard. It was more so the relationships and the people that I was kind of dealing with, and the overall vibe was just not right for me. It was really kind of triggering in so many different ways. And I went through like such a, as the Americans like to say, such a journey with my own mental health, my relationship to work. And it was really, really difficult. I had so many like physical symptoms from all the stress and everything. And I eventually left, and I had a wonderful job offer from the Pool, where I was going to be editor-in-chief. And I was there for from September 2018. And then in January 2019, the company just kind of stopped paying people.
Oh,
and
shit.
Yeah, and it was just this whole horrible thing on social media because they owed so many freelancers money, and contractors money, and staff money. It was just, it was terrible, really, really terrible. So I kind of went from this really crappy situation at Google to thinking I had like my dream job and my dream position, dream publication. And then that went terribly wrong. And so in my kind of recovery from that, I was like, I would really like to write about this. And I thought, okay, I did the thing where I kind of like kept the thing that I really wanted, kind of like a few steps removed. I was like, maybe I could write an article, or maybe like a series of articles. And then maybe one day that could be a podcast. And then maybe one day, if that does really well, I could then make a book. And I was like, what are you doing? The thing you actually want to do, you want to write a book about working and about one's relationship to work. And so I was like, okay, fine. I'll do that. And then kind of kicked off the complicated, anxiety-ridden process of trying to get published and trying to get an agent and all that good stuff. So that's kind of what led to the book.
So this is really interesting, isn't it? Do you think that the working environments that you were working within, do you think that there was an element of they were genuinely really hard, or was there certain things that specifically, do you think, triggered you?
Yeah, I think it's I don't necessarily think it was the nature of those companies, because what's interesting is that for some reason I just always ended up working for American companies that are based in the US, but obviously from the UK. And I think the kind of international working environment and having international colleagues suited me really well. And I'm competitive and ambitious. And so it didn't, the idea of climbing the corporate ladder didn't feel particularly daunting to me. When I got to Microsoft, I was like, oh, I think I could stay here. Of course, I ended up only being there for a few months because they did a massive restructure and made me redundant. But when I was there, I was like, oh, I could do this. And I definitely kind of had that drive where that sort of environment didn't necessarily seem terrible to me. And then as time went on, I realized that the emotional side of it, the management side of it, the human side of these companies isn't there enough for me to be able to thrive with all of the other stuff going on. You kind of need both. You need to take care of people and also ask a lot of people at places like that. And you can't just have one of the.
And I really get that. Listen, and we see a hell of a lot of that within the companies that we work, and hence the reason that, the whole thing that we do is about making companies much more human, right?
Yeah.
I think that, so where do I want to go with this? There's so much that I want to say about this. I find this very interesting to have a conversation with you about it as someone who has been at the consequence of it, shall we say, and very openly talked about that, and actually then, because normally when we're coming in, we're looking at it from the point of the organization, right? And actually the organization, right, what can you be doing better to look after your people and support them for individuals, but really, so the work that we do is to go into an organization to do some kind of audit, understand what's going on and how people are feeling, and then input either some new processes or ways of working, or indeed some education in order so those individuals can have new skills or behaviors or beliefs that are going to help them work better.
Yeah.
What I find really interesting here is that you've come at it, you're coming at that from an individual within that organization's point of view of, shit, this is the stuff that we should be doing. And when you come up with that, is that for individuals to be thinking about how they could be surviving, and I use that term loosely, these organizations better, or is it advice to organizations?
Yeah, so the book is very much about just your normal everyday person, whether they're, working for themselves and worked in an office in the past. But it's very much kind of focused on acknowledging that the system is not set up for you to thrive. And we go a bit in
not
that.
Set up for humans, period.
No, absolutely not. So and especially for women in the workplace, women of color in the workplace, people with any sort of different neurological differences, it's not set up for you. And so there's acknowledgement of that, but it's more so, okay, I'm not the best person right now to try to change the system. There's plenty of other very interesting, powerful people that's their thing. My thing is more so, okay, let's acknowledge that the system is messed up, but let's see what is it that we can do right now as individuals to kind of shift our own relationship to our career, relationship to our jobs, our job titles, our managers, our colleagues. What is it that we can do to, survive, get what it is that we actually think that we want, think about what we want, and crucially ask for it. Because I think a lot of times we have this idea of, well, I shouldn't have to ask my manager for X, Y, or Z. They should just know. And it's because they don't know. That's why they're bad. And it's like, but you still have to ask. You still have to do the uncomfortable thing of speaking up for yourself.
And that's such a big thing, isn't it? Such a big thing. I coach people so often and they're like, oh, I can't believe that they haven't done that. I'm like, okay, right. First and foremost, did you tell them?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Were you aware that you wanted that to happen? Well, no, not really. Well, how the fuck are they going to know? And we have this thing when it comes to setting boundaries or asking for ourselves that is really confrontational and it's going to cause a problem and it's going to be an issue, blah, blah, blah. And it isn't. It's at the heart. But having clarity, setting a healthy boundary, having clarity on what you want and then communicating it to others, in particular now, given we're not with each other as much as we have been previously, is at the heart of a healthy relationship that does not waste emotional energy.
Yep.
The amount of emotional energy. And I'm thinking about a circumstance I'm in personally at the moment, and I'm kind of seething about something, but I haven't been clear enough about it yet.
Yeah.
And that's on me. That is totally on me,
Yeah.
Really, 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 really interesting. So tell me some more stuff within this in terms of other learnings from you, things that really genuinely affected you during that time, and potentially that maybe you suffered from, and then that's a learning that you've put into the book. Can you give me a good example of one of those things?
Yeah. I think having way too much of my own identity wrapped up in my career, wrapped up in the company I worked for, wrapped up in my job title, my salary, all of it. I think there was so much of me that I had invested in the work me, that the other parts of it, my home life, my other relationships, how I felt about myself, what I actually really wanted for myself in life versus thinking about it in terms of, well, what job do I want to have? Where do I want to be career-wise? What do I want my job title to be? I think I had so much of myself invested in that's kind of the whole world that I lived in. And I'm a big fan of therapy, psychotherapy. I've been in psychotherapy for 6.5 years, I think it is now. And I realized that I was playing out so much like familial drama and like creating kind of playing out different like making my manager a maternal figure and playing out kind of elements of that at work. And I knew that I had been doing that for a while and being aware of it. And then when things got super stressful in one of my jobs in particular, it was like, okay, I know what this is. I know what I'm kind of doing and what I'm playing out. So it's just kind of like being able to realize what was being kind of triggered for me. But I think basically I lived too much. Work took up way too much space in my head. My managers were taking up way too much space in my head. It just felt like my whole self-worth was
work.
In this job, in work, in my career. And it's not.
It's not, is it? And and I think that this is really interesting, in particular during this time, because the point is that actually, hold on, sorry.
Oh, we froze a bit on Instagram.
You see me? I haven't paused.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
good. Yeah, I think this is really, really interesting during this time, and the reason being is that if many people feel like that, right? And if I think about it, in London in particular, probably more so than when I go back home to Bournemouth. In London in particular, what's your name? What do you do? Right? We are all, our identity is all tied up in that. I think probably that's an older generation thing. I genuinely think that our Gen Zs, are going through something quite different, and actually they are emotionally intelligent enough to realize that they are much more than the sum of their parts. And arguably then they're probably a little bit more tuned in to working out who they are, what they stand for, and how they can get more of that stuff in their life. But the point being that if currently for many of us work is our identity, and the challenges that we're going through, particularly if many of us are going to get made redundant, what do we do about that, right? Because who am I now? And I suppose where I relate to on this, it's slightly different. But I broke up with an ex-partner a year ago, and I lived down in Bournemouth with him. Sorry, I'm going slightly off topic. I'm just sharing.
That's all right.
Just
share your story.
And I, why not? That's the whole point of this. And I moved back up to London. And so for me, moving back up here, the point of it was that I wanted, to be running my business back up in London, filling my life with all of the stuff that London presented. My friends, going to lovely places and culture and bars and restaurant and blah, blah, blah. And COVID meant all of a sudden that identity that was now Kate Murden 2020 was now not possible. And it was like, well, who am I now?
Yeah.
So it's hard. Like,
it is.
I'm talking about it in that capacity, but what about if our jobs are our thing? How do we re-identify? How do we work out what we are now, for want of a less wank way of putting it? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. I mean, it is really, really terrible. Whether you are made redundant from a company that you put your heart and soul into, and you thought that that was a big part of you. If you don't work there, then who are you? And a lot of these startups, a lot of these bigger tech companies, that's kind of what they drill into you. You're a Googler, for instance, right?
Yeah.
So when you lose that job, or when you have a manager that, for example, makes your life a living hell and clearly does not want you there. So whether you're managed out or made redundant, whatever, that loss is huge. And I mean, to be honest, you just kind of have to, firstly, you have to feel it. You have to allow yourself to grieve and to think about why, and to acknowledge, like, oh my God, this place meant so much to me. This job meant so much to me. Why? So I think firstly, acknowledging it and letting yourself grieve and giving yourself, as much time as you financially can, I suppose, before you need to jump in and try to find a new job. But I think a lot of what we're talking about here is actually asking ourselves what it is that we want.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What do you actually desire? And I have a whole chapter on this in the book, and I write about it a lot actually in the book, but you know, there's this kind of exercise that I had to do on a course that I went to try to manage some of my stress and this eye twitch that I had for like 8 weeks, where you wrote, you know, freely for 2 minutes about what it is that you actually want out of your life. And the things that came up for me, I was like, oh, well, what? That's what I actually want. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. And it sounds really simple, but I think it's something that I've really struggled with in my life, just being able to ask myself, what is it that I want? And that is scary. It's really scary, particularly when, you know, if you were like, oh, I want to move back to London and I want this and I want that. And then things like COVID happen, and it's kind of building that resilience of, okay, this doesn't mean this isn't supposed to happen. It's just a setback. Yeah. And what kind of opportunities actually is this setback presenting me, and how do I feel about it? It's hard.
It's really hard, and it's really, really interesting actually that you're saying this, because that is a question that I ask myself so often. What do I want life to look like, right? Mm-hmm. And funny enough, I said this to someone earlier, and they went, actually, there's something before that. What do I want to feel,
yes,
right? And, how do I want to feel? What do I want life to look like? And, you know, and I've got to be honest, and again, being very candid, you know, that for me, part of the reason why the relationship ended in the first place, and consequently I moved up to London and blah, 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 was asking that question. That question in the first instance. What do I want life to look like? Because actually at the moment, the way that life is looking is not what I want it to be. Yeah. And it's a very, I think doing that self-audit is one of the most powerful things that anyone can do. And it's bloody hard, and it takes time and it takes energy. But I hope that one thing that can come out of this hard and challenging situation, if it's going to be something that we're going to grow from, is asking that question. That question, and then working out what we need to do to action it, right?
Yeah, and doing it regularly. Yeah. And constantly kind of checking back in, because you can set a goal. Okay, in 5 years' time, I want to be doing this thing, and then working like crazy. That doesn't always work. You change. You now versus 5 years is very different. And quite frankly, the risk that a lot of this involves to get to where it is that you want is going to push you completely out of your comfort zone. There's a reason why you've not done a lot of this stuff yet, right? Because it's scary, it's uncomfortable, it can make you feel anxious. There's a lot wrapped up in it, right? So while it may sound simple to go, okay, what do you want? And then follow your dream. Like, that's not what we're saying. We're saying really seriously ask yourself, what do I want to feel like? What do I want my life to look like and to feel like? And how do I get there? Okay, the first steps to getting there might be breaking up with a partner, or quitting your job, or needing to come up with a business plan for this business idea that you have. And, oh my God, I need to get funding. What the hell do I even do to get that? Because you don't just jump from, I'm quitting my job, to, oh my God, I'm a successul businesswoman running my own startup. There's all of this stuff.
I really wish that had happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And it gets fucking uncomfortable and fucking messy, you know? And you've got to be prepared. I mean, this has come out time and time and time again during these conversations. You've got to be prepared to get messy and commit through this, because it's hard, you know. And actually, so Seb Fukin, who we spoke to yesterday, he's the founder of Free Running, amazing man, and he just said, you know, when you realize that life is hard and life is full of obstacles, suddenly it gets a lot easier, and it's just like, oh yeah, like, and actually, you know, that suddenly that lowers my anxiety. That helps me realize that I'm doing okay, because part of the time, most of the time, I think that we're beating ourselves up that we're not feeling great, or we're beating ourselves up that life isn't good, or that we haven't hit expectations, or however we deem that. Actually, every other motherfucker's going through the same shit as well. You know?
Absolutely, yeah. And we have such a bizarre window into how other people want us to think that they're doing with social media, and you know, like that has a lot to answer for, particularly with these like life goals and how people live and what your daily life is like, you know, real life just really, really doesn't look like that. And I think that there are more and more influencers and people who are more honest and more transparent and kind of give context to what's actually going on for them, which is wonderful. But, you know, it's, as you were saying, it's messy and it's mundane, and not everything is extraordinary and exciting. There's a lot of really, really boring shit that goes on. And I think particularly when it comes to looking after your mental health, it's boring and it's hard. And that's why people, I think a lot of times don't want to talk about that side of it, or don't want to take responsibility for some parts of it, because that shit is boring. It really is.
Oh my God.
It's daily. It's relentless.
Do you know what? And actually, so Paul Mort, who is like just someone who I just think is amazing, and he was on here today, and he was diagnosed with bipolar, and was what set him on this journey was 2014 when he was stood on a cliff about to commit suicide, and it was his wife that talked him down from it, and he now, you know, a huge part. Sorry, my phone's just moving. A huge part of why or how he maintains his mental health is by the routine that he has, the commitment that he has to his self-care, right? And I don't like the term self-care. I like the connotation of it, but I think it sounds a bit fluffy.
It's lost.
It's, you know, let's be clear, it's necessary, right? It's beyond just care, it's absolutely necessary, you know. And that for him is a routine that he does every single morning. It's about out his journal for the day, his plan for the day, as he puts it, setting his intentions, putting attention on his intentions, and he refers to them as like the bouncer to his life, right? Your intentions are like, you know, the bouncer stood on the right red carpet for your life, and he, that's the thing that keeps him in line. But that is the hard bit, and that is the bit where most people will fail because they won't be bothered every single day, and therefore the shit can come in. You know, you've got to get clear about what you want in your life regularly.
And it's not, I mean, but that's really funny. So I write about that. I write about that in the book as well, how particularly in the context of like losing your job and kind of overcoming that. When I was kind of going through that with the pool, I had to write down a really, really boring checklist. Literally, I think called like Kate Self-Care. And it's like, have you washed your face? Have you brushed your teeth? Have you taken a shower today? What have you eaten today? Has it just been cheese and bread? Do we maybe need to get some vegetables in you? Have you stretched? I know, right? And it's just all of these things for me to check in with myself. And when I do those things on a daily basis, I feel so much better. But then the trick is when you start to feel better, you go, I don't need to do yoga today. That's fine. I don't need to do that. That's fine. I can just sit and watch TV for 7 hours. I'm fine. And then it just kind of all catches up with you. And hence why it's boring and uncomfortable, because then you have to go, even if I'm feeling fine, I still need to do this stuff to maintain my baseline. Right. And it's so hard.
My internal saboteur is like, it is out there. Can I just tell you, this is how much of a dickhead my internal saboteur is. Like I had one of those, you know, meal delivery things, like, and it was incredible. So this food I got every morning, 5 lovely meals made, and all I had to do was either eat it or put it in the microwave and eat it. Delicious, nutritious, absolutely amazing. And I did it for 3 weeks. At the middle of the 3 weeks, I was like, despite having all this delicious food, I was like, oh no, I don't want to eat this anymore. I just want to eat cheese and bread. Like,
I think I might just let it go off and sit on the side.
Yes. What? And like the brain, like it's offering me no benefit whatsoever. Like the sabotage I do to myself is insane. Listen, on a much more important note, could you share? Funnily enough, I actually had a dream. This is so ironic because I had a dream last night about being made redundant, which, as someone who runs their own business, that would be harsh. And I had listen, this is something that a lot of people are going to be going through at the moment. I actually contributed to an article a few weeks ago for Stylist about managing our anxiety through furlough and through redundancy. Can you share any tips for anyone at the moment, either, I mean, probably not so much in furlough quite so much, but, you know, who are facing some pretty challenging and anxiety inducing times with work, albeit that that's going to end up as redundancy? What can you share, Kate?
Yeah, I think if you are afraid that you are going to lose your job, honestly, just start to kind of plan. I think that's the thing, is that I wish that I had known or done prior to my job disappearing and suddenly stop getting paid. I'm like, what did I used to spend my money on? Like, why wasn't I just saving more money? I think if you're privileged enough, if you're lucky enough to be able to just put a bit of money away, to give yourself a month buffer or something. And I know there's plenty of people who are like, there's no way I can't do that. And I totally understand. I'm saying if you can do it. Okay. And I think, you know, putting out
that bit more comfort, right? So you just
exactly, it gives you, so you know, okay, well, if I'm fired tomorrow, then at least I know I'm fine until, you know, the 5th of May before it is that I need to kind of start making money again. So I think starting to have a plan, putting out some feelers to people, looking at what is maybe available, that probably can help with anxiety if you're worried about losing your job. If you have lost your job, I think one of the main things is to give yourself as much time as you possibly can financially to recover, emotionally, to be angry, to be grief-stricken, because when you're in that place, like, and then you get straight on LinkedIn and try to like find a job, that's probably not going to work out so well, because if you're going into job interviews when you're still like fucking furious that you lost your last job,
or in stress
they can
mode,
tell.
Right?
Or you're going to make an insane job decision. You're going to end up working for, like, I don't know, Jeremy Clarkson, because you were so keen to get out of your last job. Like, you don't always think straight. Like, I think so. Really giving yourself time, and then go, okay, enough. I need a plan. What is it that I need to do? How much money is it I need to bake? That'd be nice. Make with your sourdough. And then really kind of ask yourself, okay, what are the kind of lines for me? Will I absolutely not do a job like that? Do I just need to bring in enough income? Do I have space here to maybe try to get into an industry and maybe take a more entry-level position? It all kind of comes back to, what do you want?
Do you know what?
How can you deal financially?
And that, I think, is those are awesome tips. And I'd actually add, I'd do a build on that, because I think that what you said there, you know, that moment of, rather than just flip-flopping into something else immediate, or trying to flip-flop into something else immediately, trying to see the opportunity in this. And I say that lightly. I don't say that lightly, because I know how hard that is.
It's terrible.
And what I know that fear, and I have been there myself, and that fear is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
But, you know, but all I will say, you know, having started my own business, having gone from a place of leaving a job, starting my own business, you know, realizing actually that money can come from in many different forms. You know, I think when you've been in when you've worked full time, so that you immediately think, well, I need to go to another full-time role. Actually, you can have lots of different means of money coming in. It doesn't always have to be the obvious thing or the alternative to what you did previously. And actually, you know, I believe that we're pretty fucking tenacious creatures when we need to be. You know,
we really are.
You know, we will make that work. You know, and that for me, when I started the business, I moved back home. You know, I rented out my flat in London, moved back in with my parents, which, let me tell you, for a 39-year-old woman, was a pretty bloody humbling experience.
But that's the thing, is that you make these tough decisions. You don't go, I'm 39, I couldn't possibly live with my parents, and then get yourself to an even worse situation. There's times where you're just going to have to squash your ego a bit and go, do we just need to do this to make some money, or to save some money, or to get what we actually want?
Because it's passing, right? It's not forever, you know. And I think that's the thing, you know, making sure that this doesn't feel totally pervasive and overwhelming. It's just, it's not permanent, right? It's just in this moment.
Nothing is. Very few things are.
Yeah, and I think that helps with the calming. And I think the final bit about it is that, you know, so opening it up, so that moment of what are all of the choices here. But I think there's really something in, actually, I don't know anyone that a year down the line or 2 years down the line or 5 years down the line who you have that conversation with who doesn't say that was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yep.
You know, and
it feels terrifying, but it's always okay.
Yeah.
Some way or another, it always becomes okay.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Kate, this has been amazing. You have lit up my afternoon. You genuinely have. You are a wonderful, wonderful human. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Oh, I think there are so many incredible tips there, and thank you for sharing your story within it, and for using that to such good. You know, right now, there are so many people that will benefit from what you're sharing. They really, really will. And you are awesome. You all honestly are. And I hope that we get to work together a lot more in the future.
Oh, I would love that. Thank you very much.
You're a wonder. See you soon. Have a lovely afternoon.
Cheers. You too.
Bye.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm really good. I'm really tired. What I am going to do though is I'm going to, before I do any more, can I get you into Instagram live?
I'm in.
I have invited you. Are you watching me?
No. So how do I do that?
So,
oh, here we go. Here we go. Wait. Shh, shh, shh. Okay.
Right, you
I'm
got
in.
it? You're in.
Request.
Yeah. Done it. Okay, so things that we need to do now is turn the sound off on our computers and use the sound through, there you go, sound off and sound on Instagram. Yes. I feel like that's going to work. Yay!
Okay, 1 second.
So
you want
sound,
me to mute myself on the
not mute. If you've got a keyboard, if you've got a keyboard,
I got it.
course,
I've got it. I need to change
sound rather than
this.
mute.
I need to do this. 1 second.
Oh no. Now something's frozen. Hey, hello. Now we're done. Good. Yeah, no, I'm really good, thank you. I am quite tired. You are my penultimate interview. I like to call it the best. It's been an incredible 2 days. Like the 2 days have flown. So hello everyone, I'm Kate from Push, and I'm obviously speaking to the inimitable Rory Fairbairns, the reason that we're having this conversation is we're running a digital event called What's Your Story, and the reason being is that we have a belief at Push, which is my company, that 2020 has quite literally blown our minds, or as one of our brilliant friends puts it, COVID has democratized mental health. So today on World Mental Health Day, which frankly I think should be every day, we thought it was a really good day to get people talking a little bit more about their journeys in mental health and the experiences that they've had, and sharing their stories, because I think that's at the heart of helping ensure that people understand that it is happening all around us. It's not just them. And moreover, you know, I think getting to a place where we can want more for ourselves, you know, realizing that actually how we're feeling at the moment, things don't have to be like that. And there's lots of opportunity for change. But how do we go about doing that? Well, first and foremost, I think it's hearing from other people who've been through similar experiences, so that we can hopefully inspire people a little bit to want something maybe different, either for themselves or for others, and then have the know-how of how to do it. So we're speaking to brilliant people over the 2 days to find out a little bit more about them and their journeys and their stories, of which the wonderful man sat in front of me, obviously not quite literally, but digitally, is going to share this. Hello, Rory, how are you?
The COVID version of sitting in front of you.
I know, there's no hugging allowed, which is really sad.
Yeah. Virtual hugs.
A virtual hug. How are you? Are you well?
Yes, extremely well. Thank you very much for asking. Yes,
good.
Very good. And yeah, I mean, this is a particular subject matter very close to my heart, or my head, both. You know, that's something that I have been an ambassador for. Is, you know, talking and being vulnerable, and you know, really the more, especially men, the more we can get used to sharing and speaking about things, I think the more healing process we can do. So I've tried to lead by example and leave no stone untouched. And if you want to find out about who I am or about my life, you only have to read it on internet, because it's up there.
or hear it here, as we're going to. So, well, I mean, for anyone that doesn't know you, which I think will be very rare,
most people.
I wanted to share a little bit about you. After many years as a brother in the city, Rory co-founded 1 Year No Beer, the incredible 1 Year No Beer, with his partner Andy. And 1 Year No Beer, put simply, is a growing movement of people looking to change their relationship with alcohol. And I say put simply because I don't think that qualifies it enough. I don't think that defines it enough. It is so much more than that, and it's so much more than that to so many people, and as you are as well. Let's make bones about that. And I would like you know, I hope that a lot of people do know the story behind it, and moreover know your story behind it. But if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about it a little bit, you know, and understand what got you to this place. What, you know, I guess maybe what challenging times happened in order for something so beautiful to come out of it. Where did it all start?
Where did it all start? Well, in a small village on the Isle of Mull on the west coast of Scotland.
Oh, those wonderful days.
So I guess if you look at, I mean, to put some things into perspective, my parents, both born in England, chose to move up to the west coast of Scotland. We've got some Scottish grandparents, so I'm sort of bloodline, half Scottish, half English. And so we moved up to Mull some, I don't know, in the 70s. And back then there were not very many English-speaking, English-sounding people living on the Isle of Mull, and so that kind of set the beginnings of life on Mull as a young kid. And in
terms of feeling a bit left out, or
100%. I mean, right, okay. You know, school was. I absolutely hated school, and you know, I was mega hyperactive. So, you know, I had to stay away from E-numbers. I was absolutely crazy wild. At 6 years old, my parents were offered an ultimatum. They were told, you know, either drugs or counselling for this one.
Wow.
And I was very lucky that they chose counselling.
When was that? When was that? What time in the world was that?
1986.
Okay.
And I was, well, 1985. I was 6 years old.
Okay, so yeah, so I suppose at that point, the option, things weren't really talked about that much, right?
Well, we didn't even know what ADHD was then, so
okay.
It was just super hyperactive, disruptive child, or bad, or naughty. Bad is the description a lot, and then that creates a thing. I was like, oh, bad. Well, this is interesting because I'm one of 5 kids, and bad is one way to get attention. I mean, it's really hard to get attention when you're 5 kids. So let's go with the bad thing for a bit. Yeah. You know, growing up was very challenging. And I think that, you know, what I've now done a lot of work on, coaching, meditation, going back into the past of myself and, you know, reliving those moments and healing those traumas, which I've spent a lot of time, a lot of resources, a lot of money on trying to resolve for myself. The biggest thing is the noise inside my head. And the noise was not just go on, just do it, or go on, you know, whatever, you know, burn it, break it, whatever it was. But the noise was just constantly negative and constantly never silenced. And so I really struggled with that noise in my head. And then when I got into teens, that noise became almost unbearable, and the need for attention became enormous as well. So I was a compulsive liar. I was always trying to get on people's radar, whatever it was, whether that was my parents or school teachers or you know, acting out in school. And that when I came away from the noise amongst other people and I sat silently, I was absolutely miserable. And so there were, 13 years old was my first suicide attempt. And I took an overdose because I was like, I need to go out. I went up into my room and I put what's that? I'm a Creep by Radiohead on repeat.
Wow.
So there was definitely some darkness out there. I had to get my stomach pumped in our local hospital for that little venture.
Rory. What? So that was that a means of quietening the noise? Was that it was just a case of stopping what was, right?
It was that I could not understand how I fit in. I couldn't understand where I belonged. So I thought that it was better to go. I mean, at this time, I spent an awful lot of time on top of the roof. So I would climb out the window, up the slate roof. And it's really 3 stories. It's only a 2-story house, but it was a really high foundation. And I'd sit up there and I'd write hate notes into the slates about how angry I was. So, yeah, but so I think again, it was this head that I didn't really understand. And, you know, there were over the 13, 14, 15, so 16 was the last one. There were 3 suicide attempts. And I was still getting some counseling in school.
I was going to say, was that helping? Was that making any difference? Were these people that were?
I would say that
deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I mean, it's almost impossible to say. Talking was absolutely helpful. And so would I still be here if I didn't have that stuff? Then I don't know. Would I be the person I am today if I didn't have that counseling? But the shifts that I've had in my life, I've had a lot more shifts from coaching than I have from the style of counseling that I was getting back then. But there's always been shifts. And, you know, things shifting within yourself is really important.
Yeah, that's really interesting, isn't it? I've just actually, I don't know if you know, and I don't want to stop this conversation, but I was talking this morning to Paul Mort. I don't know if you know him. He's amazing. And we were talking, you know, about the differences, obviously, between coaching and counselling, or coaching and therapy. And, you know, personally, not dissimilar to you, I've had greater shifts within coaching, just because I'm a move forward person, right? And you know, but
the science is, I think the science is pointing that way now as well. I mean, pop psychology and you know, there's a lot of people in the traditional field who would go against some of that stuff, but we're heavily positive psychology based,
right? And same. And I think actually, if I can get to a better place, if I can get to a place where I choose to view things that happened in the past in a different way, I'm in a better place, right? Anyway, I'm sorry, I digress. So
happy to jump into any part. So when I got into 17, 18 party time, it was like, right, party, and party gave me this out. I never felt a quietness as I felt at 3 o'clock in the morning in a nightclub. So I found this release and this quiet, and also, you know, the release in younger years had been destruction, burning stuff, crashing cars, whatever it was in the younger years. And then in my 20s, that release was just partying hard. And so I ended up doing a season out in Ibiza.
The ultimate gift, if you want to do that. you need to choose your environment.
How to go totally mad. There's definitely photos of me. I hope they never surface.
I mean, I've just finished talking to Brandon Block, and I think that, you know, that
I was out there with Brandon.
Stop.
I was out there sword fighting on Bora Bora Beach with Brandon Block at 7 o'clock in the morning. I remember. I'm not going
to lie to you, Rory. I didn't expect a line like that coming out in a conversation here. That wasn't what I expected was going to happen today.
Yeah. Me and Brandon. He was. Brandon and whatever his name is. Anyway.
So you spent the season there. So partying was the escape. That comment, the quiet I felt at 3 a.m. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I was still, I mean, bear in mind here that what's going along with this. I set up my first business when I was 15 years old. I left school before the legal age to set up my first business. When I set up that first business, I was like, I'm totally useless at selling. I need to go and learn how to sell. I moved to Glasgow. I sold gas and electric door to door. I was one of the top salespeople in the UK. I was earning thousands of pounds at 19 years old, and I would get paid on Friday, and I couldn't. I mean, my boss was like, I've never met anyone like you who can get paid so much money on Friday and can't afford a bus on Monday. And I was like, at least I've had fun.
Wow. And do you know what? There's something in that, isn't that? They say that the best salespeople, or the people that have done that door-to-door stuff, the fact that actually you've had that, you can have failure and overcome it,
100%.
says the tenacity.
I mean, we used to say there's only when you can get over hearing "fuck off." Excuse my language. When you hear that with a slam of the door, time after time after time after again, you're like, okay, what can I say to that? Oh, sex and travel, my two favorite things. Thank you very much.
Something to remember when a relationship ends that way. I shall remember that.
Sex and travel. Fuck off. Yeah. Anyway.
So that happened. So okay. So I get that. So and then, when did it become too much? I mean, was that like?
So
was it over a period of time?
Well, I think the thing is, so parting into later. I mean, I left the door-to-door sales and I started corporate sales for Caterpillar. Then I set up my next business. By the time I was 25, I'd tried 5 different businesses. I mean, I was absolutely focused on this because we missed out an important point, of course, and that is when I was 14 years old. I wrote a letter to Richard Branson, and I said, yes, I said, I'm going to change the world one day. I'm looking forward to having lunch with you. And, that was, I think, 3 months after a suicide attempt. And I was like, because my dad always really believed in me. And he was just like, my dad just recently died. So this is always no problem. But he always, he believed in me. And my parents both did. But he was like, he tried to help me breathe through the noise. And I think that was it. It was like, look, you are destined for great things. You are going to have a big impact in the world. And this is how it's showing up in you. And the world doesn't understand you today. And this is why they call you bad, or they call you naughty, or they say you're disruptive, but you're not. You're gifted and you are going to go places. So this was his communication to me. And I'm very lucky that I had that support. You're like, oh my God, there are so many people out there who don't have that support, who were going through the same thing that I was. How have they survived? I was so lucky I had that.
And you can have such two sides of the same coin, in one way you can have that, feel that, and I really relate to this, a real kind of bitterness and an anger about certain areas, and yet extreme love on the other, and it's the rebounding between the two, isn't it? And actually, even in that, trying to work your way through it and understand it.
Completely.
Yeah, I get it. I really get it.
So
the partying.
Partying, still running businesses, but partying, that's my release. I think that, and then it wasn't until
that actually the ADHD is potentially the gift in this, right? The kind of like the energy. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I refer to myself that anything I do in life, or even drinking water, I do with gusto, right? Which can fucking trip me up. Yeah, I mean, hello. And like on one side it trips me up, but on the other side, it's why my business is where it is, or I have the passions that I do. It's two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. And I've written about that before, about it being my superpower, about this, this nuclear power station inside. And I think that what I need to do is help more people realize an outlet for that power. Yeah. I think that alcohol very much holds it in. I think that alcohol becomes this numbing effect and it just kind of, it comes out in poisonous ways. Like it comes out in anger, it comes out in depression, it comes out in rage, it comes out in all these different ways, addictive behaviors perhaps, because it's being pushed down instead of it being expressed.
That is I've never heard it put like that, but I have felt that myself. Like I feel like when I drink, I lose my superpowers.
Yeah, you do. I mean, this is it. Yeah. Is what we're saying. That film Limitless, right? When instead of Limitless, where he has to take a pill, just stop taking a drug. Stop drinking.
Just stop taking the fucking pills.
Yeah, yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
So it was. So I randomly through the TV program The Apprentice, I applied for The Apprentice, which a friend, I'd never seen it, but a friend said, after listening to my story of all these failed businesses, said, go and apply for The Apprentice. Got accepted, became on the show. Was going down for the show, ended up not going on, but bumped into an oil broker. And that's where I became an oil broker. And if you look at 13 years of oil broking, I mean, I had an amazing time. It was an amazing job, but it definitely facilitated my mental health. It definitely, and I'm talking about my mental health decline, right? Because in was coming money, and yet what I was giving up for that was I was partying a lot with work. It was easy to go out for lunch, really boozy lunches. That was the expectation. I was working in a windowless office. I was going in by tube. I was living in the city, and I didn't realize how all of these factors were having a really big impact on my mental health. And then same thing again. Okay, so you're trying to control the noise of your mental health by drinking. Okay, so this will. I would love to be able to reach inside to so many people who are in the city or in these jobs and just peer open and say, look, that what's happening is you're drinking to try and numb out these noises. And when you do that, it's going to come out in other ways. It's not just, I'm talking about health, like your immune system and illnesses and things like that, but I'm talking about mental health illness. And I'm talking about more addictive personalities. And, are you watching more porn? Are you spending more time on Netflix? Are you trying to numb out in all these other areas of your life? Because this is often our environments, the jobs that we're doing, the sense and feeling of meaning and purpose in our life, our partners, our choice of relationship. All of those factors add up to that addictive behavior.
Absolutely. And, this is really interesting, isn't it? Because there's something in trying to numb out all of those things because they don't feel right, but because we're trying to numb them out, we're not giving them the opportunity to be right either. It's somewhat self-fulfilling, isn't it?
Completely.
What was that tipping point for you then? What stopped you?
Bear in mind, over 13 years of broking, I met my wife, we started a family, and in the beginning, we had a very tumultuous relationship. And yet I was like, I'm in, so we need to work on this. And we were in couples counseling from the get-go, and that's one of the best things we've ever done. By far, are we a perfect marriage? But we're in it for the long haul, and we never give up on each other. I just asked Jen to marry me again. So when we got out here, and we're going to have thank you. We're going to have a little wedding in the next couple of months, and just with the girls and stuff like that. So just a small ceremony. But I was like,
thank God.
Thank God she said yes, and thank God it's a small one. So.
Amazing.
So yeah, we're both still investing. But sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. But you asked when did I know? So I was in 2013. I got introduced to Headspace, and back then, I mean, it was Andy Puddicombe in all the videos. It was very early for the app, and I started doing Headspace on the train. It was 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes on the way back. And through that process, I was like, wow, I'm really starting to feel a lot of emotion. And I thought in the back of my mind was this, first of all, I had this calling. Every time I meditated, I could feel the shores of Mull. And I was like, this is really interesting. So I started trying to change what I did. I needed to get into a park every lunch because I needed more greenery. I stopped taking the tube, so I took a Brompton. So I was cycling, all of these things. I was like, this is really interesting. This is starting to make me feel better. But it really came from that process of awareness from meditation. And then in the back of my mind, I was like, I think alcohol is causing me more trouble than I realize. Now, nobody was saying you've got a problem, apart from my wife, who was saying, if you come home late from the train another time, that's it, it's over. But that was a once every quarter conversation. So
did that make you, now this is really interesting, because I know certainly friends of mine who have not dissimilar conversations with their partner. Yeah. Well, did you become resistant to that, or was the consequence enough to stop you?
Okay, there are two parts to this. First of all, whenever, and this is in discovering of ourselves. So whenever there was bad behavior when I was younger, I was shouted at. And when I was shouted at, I said, fuck you, I'm going to do it anyway. So if you shout at me, I'm going to do it anyway. And so it took us a long time before we could get to a place where I'm like, to my wife, Jen, you have to understand, if you communicate to me calmly, clearly, and softly with love, I'll listen all day long. And
yeah.
if you shout at me, I'm only going to do it. Or I'm just, whatever it is you want me to, I'm not going to do it.
Even if I don't want to do it, right? It's the reaction to it. This thing, you know, about, you know, and this is a whole other topic, but communication styles in relationships are so crucial.
Paramount.
They're everything.
It's all
everything.
It's all communication. It's all communication.
And in particular now, when we're spending less and less time together, you know, and I'm talking about obviously all relationships. I think communication is the thing that's going to get us through these times, and that's with ourselves as much as anything else. But anyway, as I said, a totally different topic.
Well said.
Thanks. Yeah, go on. Sorry. We are skipping around quite a lot here, aren't we? I quite like it.
That's our brains. That's our brains. Like little Jack Russells playing in a field.
Yorkshire Terrier.
Yorkshire Terrier. I'm a Jack Russell. So Yorkshire Terrier and a Jack Russell.
Imagine the fun. So
skitting around in the long grass. But,
yeah.
There was all this stuff, and I was like, right, I'm going to take a break from booze, and then did 90 days. Met up with Andy because he left the same broking firm as me. Met up with him. He'd just done 6 months alcohol free. I mean, he looked amazing. He lost a ton of weight. He really inspired me to carry on. And we were like, and so I carried on. I did a year, and I mean, just everything got better, right? Work was better and easier to manage. My relationship improved. My parenting improved. I was fitter, faster. A whole bunch of health issues disappeared. And I was like, this is, and I think most importantly is that I could now hear. So as well with the practice of meditation, I was now able to listen to myself. What do I need to do? And what was coming up very clear for me was I'd completely forgotten about the letter to Branson, who my dad had made me, right? Was this person that was going to have a big impact on the world. What oil broker has ever had a big impact on the world, right? I'm sure maybe after their job, they may have gone and had an impact, but not in that job, right? And that's not what I was put here for. And I remembered when I moved to London, I moved to London from the Isle of Mull, right? I was still waving to everybody as I went past them. And I wanted to chat to people on the tube. And then wind forward 2 or 3 years, and I'm now Londonized. And I'm dropping the shoulder as I go onto the tube. If anyone's in my way or standing on the left-hand side, I'm just going to barrel them over. And I'm
really understand this. Like, honestly, when I can remember, I went down to Bournemouth once, and and everyone says good morning to each other in Bournemouth. Did that down Regent's Canal. Some woman looked at me like I'd just eaten her firstborn. Like, I was like, what? Good morning. Oh, hold on. You've got the it was that doesn't happen in London.
No,
it really doesn't.
I know.
And so was that your kind of calling back, or?
Yeah, well, it was part, and back to Scotland, but also my dad was unwell, and I knew we needed to get to coast. So I was saying to Jen, we could go to South Coast. I need to be at the sea. Like, I have to be near the sea. I was born on an island. I spent my whole younger years on boats. I need to be near the sea. So that realization that I was not near the sea. Now, there's plenty of cities that you can get to on the sea, so I could have chosen that, but London you can't. I mean, it's very difficult. 2 hours, 3, whatever. So unless you're right down on the south coast, and we weren't. So it was all up sticks and change and back up to Scotland, and again, it's through realization of just how much things calmed down. I just felt less addictive behavior. So
you had the giving up alcohol and then the move. I mean, actually, all of these things, interesting. By leaving London, you didn't need that much stuff so much anyway.
Correct. Well, I think the big moment for me was in 2017. So in 2017, I sent a tweet out to a journalist, and off the back of it, we ended up getting a 10-minute feature on BBC World News in over 200 countries.
Wow. And, what was the tweet?
Unheard of. Have you seen this news? It was a 30-year study that had just come out, and the journalist replied back, really interesting. Have you got any more info? And then we got into a chat, and she was like, I'm currently doing this thing on women in AA and how they're not really accepted in AA, but actually having a look at your business, we could do it about your business. So I was like, perfect.
Wow.
And so we got this amazing feature. And a friend of mine called me up in Italy and he said, I've just seen what you're doing on the news. I think what we're doing is amazing. I'm meeting the Dalai Lama next week. Would you like to meet him?
Shut up. Yeah. No, that does not happen.
But then if you were there, like I'm through meditation, I am more spiritual. I was always a very spiritually aware person. I'm not religious. And so I go over there, and the things that happened that weekend would blow your mind. Like, we weren't supposed to be there, and the next minute I'm up on stage asking the Dalai Lama a question in front of thousands of people. Then we were supposed to fly home, but the flight was cancelled. We couldn't stay at our hotel, so we ended up staying randomly at the hotel that the Dalai Lama was staying at, which means that I got to speak to him some more. So it was. That is like
serendipity. Set the universe.
The big thing was that process, I realized why I was put on this planet. Like, I understood all the noise. It all made sense. It's really weird because, as well, I just mentioned this about mental health. I was doing meditation a little bit, starting to build it up. And this is before the Dalai Lama experience. And I got that meditation up to 45 minutes unguided. And I'd be sitting there still. Now, my parents would say that's physically impossible for Ruri to sit still that long. But here I was. Look at the size of that water jug.
Gusto.
I don't. Wait, I think I can. Competition,
oh, I feel pathetic now.
Right. Okay. Anyway, so meditating, and I could feel this pain in my chest. And this pain in my chest, I'd come up, and then the whole room went cold. I had this incredible experience, and I remembered back to a room in my childhood, one of the rooms in the house. And I called Mum, and I was like, Mum, I think something sexual happened in this room. There's something that happened in there. It's coming up in my meditation. I don't know what it is, but could I have been left alone because we ran a B&B? Could I have been left alone with a guest? Could something have happened in there? Because I think there's something really traumatic. And we were on the call for 45 minutes, and I was petrified. I mean, the room was cold. I was on my own, and I was like, anyway. So we chat, and what we realized is that when I was 6 years old, I'd come down with not chickenpox, whatever it's called. I will come back to my small brain in a minute. No, it will come back. And I was so ill, right? So I was in that room thrashing around. Mum was, and my sister was saying I was speaking in tongues, like unbelievable temperature. They were going to have a helicopter fly in to pick me up from Mull, because we don't have a hospital on the island, and take me off to Glasgow. And the doctors were there, and my temperature cooled down, and the helicopter never come. But when I started doing some research, it shows that near-death experiences in 6 years old and below can cause PTSD-like symptoms. And when you look at PTSD symptoms, you have recurring nightmares. I had the most unbelievable recurring nightmares. I used to talk to all of my counselors about it, and my coaches, and like it was like electric shock recurring nightmare. And I'd forgotten all about this, but then found it again through meditation. And what was more interesting is that going through all this process of healing, which started off with changing my relationship with alcohol, then finding good coaches, meditating, doing all these things, changing my environment, etc., led me down a path to discovering these things and how much they were controlling me today. And this is the bit that is unbelievable, jaw-droppingly unbelievable, is that in my discovery, we all have a pattern which was caused by a single moment in our life, which that moment could be anything. It could be sexual abuse, but it could just be a tiny thing somebody said to you in a fraction of a moment. It could be really major, it could be really tiny, but in that moment, you made a perception about yourself, and that perception is now how you create your life today. And all of the problems that are showing up in your life are from that moment. And I was like, boom. Mind
one
blown.
moment. I mean, I get our belief structure.
Yeah. perception. The original moment is the one that you have then consistently created. Now, what's amazing about the brain is that this moment, this perception that we've created, we are now constantly trying to prove that perception right. I'll give you one example. My moment, I'm sitting on top of the stairs, I'm petrified, I'm on my own, I can't go back upstairs because it's dark, and I can't go downstairs where it's light, where my parents are, because they'll spank my bum and take me upstairs. In that moment, I decide I am on my own. I need to act out if I want any attention. I decided that I need someone to save me, right? Now, this shows up as a CEO of a business in me constantly trying to hire in new people to save me from a moment. And it was a moment that happened to me in childhood.
Hold on. How have you worked out that that is your moment? That was your moment.
Through a process of coaching and meditation, of going back into. And when you're guided through it, so I'm working with my coach, when I'm guided through to that moment, you come to that moment guided into it. And then you ask yourself, is there anything before that you can remember? And the thing is, memories about your past traumatic experiences can sometimes show up as smell or sound or laughter. You don't know. And then you're like, oh, well, there was this one time when I was in front of the TV and I was just dancing and my uncle said, get out of the way, you stupid cow, or whatever it was. And that's the moment I decided that I was pathetic and useless and nobody wanted me around and I should be invisible. And that's now why I'm shy and I hide from people.
Fucking hell. I mean, that, have you heard of EMDR?
Yes.
EMDR therapy. Yeah. And it's just actually something that I've started on and really, really interesting. And the reason that I've come to it actually is because I suppose it's not dissimilar to what we're talking about here. So I've obviously done quite a lot of talking therapies, both on myself and to others, right? And for me personally, I've just kind of got to a place where I really understand a lot of my belief structure, but in understanding it, I'm not necessarily evolving. I'm not getting to where I want to be. As much as I understand it, some of the beliefs, or as you might be putting it in that moment, I'm still having behaviors that I'm not happy with, right? Or that I would like to be different, or to be acting or thinking or feeling in a different way. And I was talking to a really good pal of mine about it, and she was like, I wonder if there's something in an energy being locked in, actually something happening, or something happened, and that energy being locked into me physically, rather than it just being the mental thing. And that for me was why I've looked into EMDR. I've got to be honest with you, I've had 3 sessions now, and I'm now doing them on a fortnightly basis. The last session I had was genuinely powerful. We were talking through something that was happening at the moment, and kind of going back to a moment in time that I saw. And my instance was my dad died when I was a baby, and I was brought up by my ex-stepfather, who I had a really poor relationship with, and I always wanted to kind of for him to care more about me. And I went back to this moment of actually being sat in front of him and wanting his love, and wanting to love me, and feeling like I was at fault with it, and went back through it and actually totally turned it around from what have I done wrong here, to a place of actually genuinely got to a place of, what are you doing projecting your shit on me? Listen, that wasn't immediate, right? We went through like a lot of different steps to get there, but to suddenly, and this is where I go to this place of, coaching versus, more aggressive therapies, I can look back now on those memories with a very different perspective. And that suddenly becomes incredibly powerful. It does.
The key part, I thought that healing trauma was this long, arduous journey of trying to understand. And now I understand that it's as simple as putting it down.
Yes.
To understand that it's as simple as putting it down is like this. I'm in the moment, and the perception of my moment is that my parents don't care about me. They are downstairs and they don't love me. That I'm useless, that I need somebody to save me. Okay, so those are all the things. But then if we go back to that moment, what is true, right? Well, what is true? If I went down there,
Yeah.
if I went down there, they would probably give me hot cocoa. Dad might tickle my back for a while he's watching some TV, carry me up to bed, put me into bed, give me a kiss goodnight, tell me how much he loves me, right?
Yeah.
That's the truth of the perception of the moment. And so, but then there are also, I mean, okay, so that's a very light, I'm lucky. Other people have had serious abuse. You know, even my wife has had a very abusive childhood. And so she had to go back through these moments, and a moment with a knife, right? And then repurpose that to say, how can I understand where she was coming from? Because in reality, my mother really only wanted the best for me. She just didn't really understand how to do that properly. And so going through that process, and you know, ultimately there are a lot of different ways. There's, you know, we're also talking to Dr. Don Wood, who's another absolute genius at healing trauma. Our coaches, Meant for More, all sorts of people like that, because this piece of trying to understand our traumatic experiences, this is the gold. This is what's holding you back. This is what's controlling your life. And you can't do it while you're numbing out with booze, and you're numbing out with drugs, and you're numbing out with Netflix, and you're numbing out with these other things. You need to take a moment. And this is why, as you said, that 1 Year No Beer is so much more than this. Actually, we will be rebranding in the not too distant future, because it's about behavior change. But more importantly, it's about using behavior change as a clearing for you to focus on really finding your truth.
You know, and that's the point, isn't it? You know, by stopping the things that are suffocating or hiding or camouflaging, we can get to the root of what's genuinely going on. And you know, I suppose that when I look at the journey, and I really hate that term, it's terribly American, you know, or terribly X Factor, isn't it? You know, but if I look at the kind of journey in particular, I suppose, of running my own business, like the gift of self-awareness is so huge. And actually, once you can understand self and start developing the tools to manage self and mind, that's like hacking life. Do you know? You know, and but you've got to be in the best place to do that. And I suppose, and I hope then, for anyone listening to this, you know, 1 Year No Beer is the vehicle to getting to really you, right? And you at your potential, you at the best you, and you can still be you at shit you as well, but you'll be getting back to you at your best a lot better, a lot more quickly, I guess.
And giving you all the tools and the community for exactly that too, and a whole bunch of people who are going through the same processes, which is where the real impact is, because when you combine people going through that process together, that's when it's really powerful.
Yeah, and I see that, you know, having been a member of 1 Year No Beer myself, you know, I see that, and the impact that you have on so many people's lives is so huge. And I think because of the way that you deliver it, you know, I think the way that it's such a positive place, like the communication between people and where the changes in people's lives, you know, every single day, it's such a positive space and so supportive and so kind. And, you know, I feel I'm very grateful to have had this conversation with you, and very grateful that you are you, and what a wonderful human you are.
Thank you. And thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for having me on, and for a chance to share this on, you know, on such a special day. As you say, I think every day should be World Mental Health Day.
But let's hope, like, this stuff that, you know, I hope that you know, people listening to this, I'm sure it would have resonated with so many people. And I think, you know, this kind of stuff, this kind of work lives on for a long time to come. So thank you. And I hope we get to do lots more work together in the future.
Yes, absolutely.
Right,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Have an amazing weekend. See you soon.
All right,
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Right, we are in. I'm just going to put my headphones in. You might want to turn, if you turn the sound off on your laptop, and sound on your phone.
Off on my laptop, as in like all the way down, or just one bar, or like?
No,
like
all the way down.
totally...
So you know the that the tiny speaker, the first one. Yeah, do that, and then sound on phone.
So it's like muted on the laptop, basically.
Yeah, okay. But not mute, not the mute on the slipstream thing or whatever it's called. StreamYard, slipstream.
Oh wait.
Oh no.
Oh,
that's it.
Have I mute it? Because shall I have? Wait. So on my laptop, I press like the mute button on the keyboard.
Yes.
Like
yes.
Okay, but not on. Okay.
Yeah, and then sound on the phone.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, perfect. We've got it. Someone's just said, Charlie, babe, you're looking fire. How do you look so good in a dressing gown? Couldn't agree more, babes.
Oh, thank you. I'm having a horrible day, so.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, I mean, the irony that it's World Mental Health Day and I'm like a mess. I'm gonna get back in bed after this.
Oh, I love you for doing this. That is the very essence of someone, you know, how much you care and what a good person you are.
No, I think it's just the essence of the day as well. It's good not to sugarcoat it and make sure that we don't, when we're talking about mental health, just be like, yeah, just like, just like, you know, like it's important to just like be real.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, look, I mean, so look, before we talk about that, I suppose there's two things that I want to talk about. Firstly, why we're doing this, and then a little bit about you, and everyone on here will know you. And actually, this is from our side on Instagram now. This is the highest number of views that we've had. Because I think you're very important. So for me, I met Charlie. Was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. We did.
I think it was last year. Yeah, it was last year.
Yeah, for one of our clients, and Charlie came and spoke at an event with us. Charlie is an award-winning trans activist from London, founder of Nail Transphobia, and recently made it into the Independent Rainbow list, coming 40th in the list of 101 most influential LGBTI people in the UK. She is a radical and influential voice in the fight for equality. In 2017, publishing her first book, To My Trans Sisters, a collection of letters by successful trans women, and which is obviously what we have written down. But you know, on a really personal note, I was very blown away when I first met you. Just by, I don't know, like how important your journey is, how calm and how humble and how kind you are in sharing it, and that shows in the difference that you're making. And I feel very, very, very honoured that you're here today and that you're talking to us, because you are genuinely, you're one of those wonderful humans that you get to meet, and you know, I think sharing your story on a day like today is incredibly important. It really is.
So kind. That is so kind. Thank you, Kate.
You're very welcome, and that's why we're doing this, right? So, you know, World Mental Health Day. Frankly, I think every day should be World Mental Health Day, but I hope that this stuff lives on, you know, and I think that, fuck me, this year has been hard, right? But then it has been hard, but I don't know about you. I mean, because there's a real recognition about how hard it is, but actually there's a lot of hard shit going on, you know, every single day. And, you know, and I think that the more awareness that we have for the fact that it is hard and that we have challenges and that actually everyone's going through it, the better. And I think that, you know, if we can all share what's going on with our lives a little bit more, and the inspirational people that we can meet along the way who've been through it and who have found ways of dealing with this stuff, and we can share that, then all the better, which is exactly what today's about. So we've called the series What's Your Story, and that's why I'm very honoured that you're here to talk about yours. So hello.
Hi, Kate. Thank you for having me, babe.
You're very welcome. I'm very excited that you're here, and I'm sorry that you're having a crappy day. I really am. Talk to me. What's going on at the moment? How are you feeling?
Do you know what? It's not even a crappy day. It's like a crappy, you know, it's just been a crappy time, like a crappy 3 years. I was going to say 3 years because that's when kind of I had a bit of a breakdown about 3 years ago. But then even looking back, I'm like, it was before that. Like I pinpoint all my sadness on the thing that makes most sense. Like, oh, the grief because I lost my best friend, but really like it's before that I was suffering from depression. So like I think I'm just coming to terms with the fact that it's not as simple and linear as I kind of make out to myself. I'm like, oh, I'm sad because my best friend was killed, but really I'm sad for a reason I don't know, which is...
Yeah, that's really interesting, isn't it? You know, and a lot of people today have talked a lot about the link between physiology and psychology, you know, the physical health and managing stuff within ourselves and the impact, the constant impact that has on how we're thinking and feeling. And get that, right? I get that. And you know, I suppose then my question to you, like if you feel like it's something that's been going on long, can you talk to us a little bit about it? And you know, I'm sure most people here will know your story, but please do share it, because I think it's, you know, the lesson, the things that you've learned along the way are so important to others.
You mean like my transition type story?
Absolutely, absolutely. And the experiences that you have with that as well, I guess.
Yeah, so like it kind of, a lot of my mental health stuff definitely ties into that, because it's not an easy walk, you know. I probably realized I was trans when I was like 4. Like I was vocalizing to my mum that I felt like a girl, but I didn't obviously have the words for like being trans back then. I didn't even know being trans was a thing back then. So like it's hard, because I think that's part of the reason why I struggled so much, and why people kind of every generation before the generation growing up now will have struggled, because we just didn't have the vocabulary. It wasn't part of our culture conversations, you know what I'm saying? So we were suffering from something that we didn't have a name for. So I wasn't like, I was about 11 maybe when I saw a trans person for the first time. I saw Nadia, Big Brother, obsessed. Love her.
Have you met her?
I met her, but she messaged me and said she loves nail transphobia, which was the
amazing.
best day of my life. She's like my idol. She's literally like everything to me.
I love that.
And I see so much of her in my womanhood now. Like I learnt my womanhood like she was like my first representation of a trans woman. So I see a lot of her in me. But yes, I really struggled, because I didn't have a word for how I felt. And then the world was telling me, like, so I grew up on a council estate in a very kind of like, you know, council estate is quite a macho, toxic masculinity environment. And then my family is a very macho, like all my brothers are like straight masculine boys. And then like I went to an all boys school, which was really tough. And so like it was like all these kind of external influences telling me that I was wrong for being feminine. And like I really started internalizing that and hating myself. And then that meant that when like I left my council estate, or I left school, or I left my brothers or whatever, I still like the problem didn't go away. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's because you've internalized it and it's become you. So
and that's super interesting, isn't it? Because I wonder if there was almost an expectation that this release was going to come, right? The release is going to come. I'm leaving. Everything's going to be all right. And actually, this shit's still here.
Like I thought everything would change once I left school. I was really badly bullied in school for being LGBT, and I thought, oh, it's all going to be great once I leave school. Like my suicidal thoughts are going to end, and they got worse, if anything. And it's like that's why I feel like there needs to be more discourse around that. Like it's painted like it's a really, like I said, linear thing, but mental health is not linear at all. And you do like your conditions, like those 7 years, they might have ended, like the school might have ended after 7 years, but that's 7 years of conditioning and learned behavior and learned mental hurdles that you're jumping through every day to protect yourself in like a place that you're unsafe. So like, like I'm, and then I came out as trans after I left school. I went to art school, which was much more accepting. But then when I was around gay people, finally, I realized, oh, I'm not gay. Like I really thought I had always been told, like people were telling me I was gay before, and I thought I was gay. So like most feminine boys, like you're bullied for that very early. Like I was probably like 7. And then when I was like 19, 18, and that's when I realized I was like, oh, I'm not gay. That's really weird, because I'd always thought I was, because I'd been told I was from so young. And then I realized I'm trans. So like there's a big difference between being feminine and being female. And then again, with the whole linear thing of like, you think then, oh, now I know I'm trans and I transitioned, everything's going to be great now. Again, it wasn't great. Like, it's not like this, like Disney kind of narrative of like the happy end. No, it wasn't. And this is kind of the thing in my life where it's just like lots of parallels of just things not being kind of what you expect. So I thought I'd be fine then, and then my mental health dipped again, because then with just the way I was being treated for being trans, I started getting more and more suicidal, because I was just being treated like shit every day. Like, and it was, again, I was internalizing it, and like how, yeah, so it's a lot. Like, it's been a hard, I mean, there's people who have a lot harder walks than me, but for me, it's been harder, like, enough. I don't think I could deal with any harder.
I don't know. And I don't know who could. And you know, that is so much, isn't it? And it's like, but then I hear you, you know, this powerful woman, like who the energy who's gone through that, and to still do the stuff that you do, with homophobia. I mean, turning that pain into something genuinely purposeful that is not only going to influence your life, but those of others, that could have gone so many different ways. What was that moment? How did you turn that thing from there to something different?
Do you know what it is? I think that's what we have to do in life. Everyone, not just trans people, we need to find a way to find that kind of glimmer of hope and that positive kind of lining in our negative experiences, to be able just to get on with life and not kill ourselves, and be able to sleep at night, you know, to be able to move on and heal, so that we're not like jaded and bitter and tainted by our experiences. And if I hadn't done something positive from my negative experiences, I would have been consumed by the trauma. Absolutely. So it was my way of dealing with, it was my way of processing the negativity, by basically, I can't stop these people who are abusing me every day, but I can do something about it and start a campaign that's about challenging that and putting out more people into the world who would say something when they see someone like me being abused. And that's my way of kind of dealing with the trauma.
Can I just say, Leia's just said, I love you, Charlie. You are sensational. Like, I couldn't agree more. And well put, Leia. And, you know, I love Leia. She's wicked, isn't she? It's really interesting. Do you know, yesterday I interviewed an amazing man called Alex Lewis. And Alex, by his own admission, up until 2014, he was functioning alcoholic, right? And he was drinking 90 pints a week and 2 bottles of wine a day. Then one morning he woke up and thought he had man flu. 4 days later, he was in hospital, having actually had strep and becoming a quadruple amputee. And he now, obviously we're in 2020, but he now refers to himself, I kid you not, he refers to himself as lucky. And he refers to himself, and he actually says if he had the option to go back and have all of his limbs back, he wouldn't have them back, right? And the reason that I'm saying this is because I don't want to detract from the darkness, of course, that, you know, he's gone through, and I don't think actually it's fair to say continues to, because in his own words, he said over the last 6 years, actually, he's only had about 5 or 6 times when he's felt truly down. But that moment was that he chose to step into it, right? He chose thing. And actually, rather than to continue, like, he was in despair. He said this moment when his son walked in and his son was crying, was refusing to go over and see him. And he was just like, I don't want life to be like this. And actually, you know, turning that around in that moment and actually deciding, right, I'm going to control how I am in this. That sounds a little bit, forgive me if I'm not trying to draw a comparison, but that for you was almost the taking the control back. Am I right?
Absolutely. And I think when you're facing struggles, whether that's with your mental or physical health, you don't have control over either your mental or your physical health. There's something none of us control. Obviously, we can do things that kind of limit the kind of, you know, we can, you know, like live a healthy lifestyle or like do things that are good for our mental health. But at the same time, you really can't control these things. So doing something to kind of pull that control back to yourself, like to regain that control and regain the kind of control over your life and the narrative
and the power.
Of your life.
You've got the power, right?
Yeah. Flipping the narrative and flipping your perspective, changing your perspective, change your life. So I went from being a victim. I went from being a victim of like hate crime pretty much every single day. There'd be at least comments every day, but I was getting attacked multiple times. Like it was just like on a weekly basis, like sexual, physical, whatever. And I flipped the kind of my perspective of myself being a victim to someone who was doing something about it. And I would never call myself a victim, but it's really important to try and grasp some control over your situation best you can, if you can.
I think, but you can, and I suppose, and that's at any moment, I think we do have, that's the one thing that we've got a choice over, right? That is the one thing that we have got a choice over, to think differently, to change our perspective in that moment. And in doing that, look what can happen from there. I suppose then the greater challenge though is there's something in the commitment then that's needed to it, because in that one moment, like you can do that in that moment, right? But fuck me, like a year down the line when shit's still coming at us.
A year,
now
a week down the line, like I like, honestly, I've got like very little like willpower. Like I find it really hard. Like, I'll delete Uber Eats off my phone because I'm like, oh, I don't want to eat McDonald's every day. But then I'm like, if I get sad, I want a McDonald's. I had a McDonald's before this. Like I'm like, I want some chips. So it's really hard to kind of commit to your new narrative and your new perspective, and I get that. That's the hardest bit, but it really is just a case of a toe at a time, if you can, you know. Maybe it's not like deleting Uber Eats off your phone, but like cutting down your McDonald's a week, you know, cut it down to like one a week, you know, or something, and then one every 2 weeks, and then one every month, and then delete it off your phone.
What keeps you going in that? Because I think, you know, again, various conversations that I've had over the last few days. So Brandon Blocks, a big DJ, right, who talked a lot about, I mean, he had a very, very, very serious drug problem, right? And he talked about actually the thing that, the initial thing that kept him going was a clarity of a decision of actually, I no longer want life to be like this, right? I no longer want life to be like this. Is that the thing that helps with that commitment? Or is it like you said, like there, like, is it the baby steps? Is it day by day? You know, someone else I was talking to was saying, actually, if I just know that I can get past today, then that will help. Is that it? The what? All the way. It's all right, don't worry.
When you're in a hole, it's so hard to get out. So many people don't get out, you know, which shows how hard it is. So it really is just a case of
Yeah. And actually, it's then in that accomplishment, isn't it, that you start seeing, right, I've done that. So actually, if I've done that one thing, there's a little bit of success there. So I can go on and I have a little bit more success, and it's every single day. Yeah, I really get that. Do you find, is there anything in particular, like on a day-to-day basis, is there anything in particular that has a real impact on your mental health? And I mean that both, I guess, positive and negative. So I suppose the negative stuff that you're aware of, but positive stuff that you try and bring more of that in, so it helps you manage it.
Do you know what? For me, social media is like the good and the bad for my mental health. I find it so helpful for my mental health in ways that just like seeing people that bring some positivity into my life and make me feel like I can do it, and you know, like seeing people with similar stories and seeing people that just like make you happy and you feel good when you see it, like whether you know them or not. But then at the same time, there's so much on social media that I don't like. There's like lots of like, I mean, just to be honest, like even if I like, and this is how I've dealt with it basically. Like I find it really hard just to even go on the explore page, because there'll always be something that kind of, people laugh at words like trigger, but triggers me. Like there'll be something that really annoys me, and like to like some straight boy, it's just a joke. Like they'll be making a joke about something, but to me, that's my life. Like I get really angry about things about like sexism, or like, you know, like even if it's just like a little gay joke, I'm like, I get really angry, so I don't want to see like anything. So my way of dealing with that is kind of like cultivating my own reality. So like only kind of like looking on I'll never look on my explore page, because it just, I know that it's a trigger and it's going to make me go down a hole. So like I only like, obviously having only being able only to see my like who I follow, that means that it's kind of a curated kind of environment of people that I feel good when I see, and I'm not seeing content that's going to make me feel bad. So I think it's really important to just like understand that you have this power to kind of cultivate your own reality to an extent, even if it's just in online spaces. But we consume so much online space in our everyday lives, in email, social media, like everything on the internet, like it's really important to kind of understand that you have some sort of power over that. And again, it brings back that control thing.
That is so, do you know what, that for me, that is so poignant, that point, and beautifully put. You know, I talk about it, you know, if I take it out, you know, beyond just social media, but in all of life, right? I refer to it as like the pie chart of our minds, right? I've only got so much time and energy, and my time and energy is my greatest commodity, without a shadow of a doubt. And I have to choose what stuff I put in that. I have to choose to put more good in than negative. And you know what, you know, with certain relationships in my life, one that's going on at the moment, and it's feeling really hot for me, it's feeling really fucking hot for me, and I know that as much as I want that relationship in my life, actually it's bringing a lot of challenge. And I know that a lot of that stuff is down to my stuff, absolutely down to my stuff. But if it's triggering that stuff anyway, then it's probably not a good thing. And I think once you've got that awareness, you've got to act on it.
I think that you have some responsibility. Obviously, you can't control all factors of your life, like, but
Absolutely.
You do have control over who you hang out with, unless it's in like a school or work setting. But again, you could move schools or move a job if you really wanted to. But also, you choose what websites you consume. Don't look at Daily Mail if it's going to make you feel angry. Like, don't go to certain parts of town. Don't get a certain, like for me, buses. I always get shit on buses for some reason. So I just don't get buses. Like I will get a tube because I can move carriage, and I don't have to wait 10 minutes for the next train because the next tube is 2 seconds away. Like it's just understanding that you do have some control over your situation. I think this is the kind of theme that's gone through our talk now. It's just like trying to take some control over your situation and understanding that yes, things are hard and you don't control everything, but you can control some things. You can control what you consume and who you consume and how you consume things, and those things all add up to your mental state, you know, the health of your mental state.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You know, we're not fucking passengers, you know, we are the one that is driving the car of our life. And actually, I have to make, you know, interestingly, so Paul Moore is another guy that I was speaking to earlier. Now, he was diagnosed with bipolar, and I'd be really interested in your thoughts on this. He was diagnosed with bipolar, and he now says that he had bipolar at that time, but he doesn't now, right? And the reason being is that he's, with the volume of work that he has done on himself, he said that he is a product of the stuff that's going on in his life and the stuff that he is choosing to have in his life. And he says that if he doesn't put the challenges that he chooses in his life, his brain will go looking for challenges, right? And it will go looking for other stuff that will possibly make his life harder. And I suppose what I mean by that is that actually, as you so beautifully put it, going from that place of the stuff happening to you and feeling like you're a victim in that situation versus fuck that, no, I'm going to turn this around and I'm going to campaign. Suddenly in your world was the good stuff, right? And you change it. And I think that's you've radically shifted life 180 by making that choice, right?
Even in other parts of my life, like I've just got to a point now. So like I said, I lost my best friend 3 years ago, and I've been it's okay, but I've been such a victim in that I'm allowed to be a victim. It was a fucking tragedy how she died, and like it's a fucking tragedy that she is even dead, period, even if it wasn't a tragic circumstance. But it's also like, there comes a point where I'm like, it's 3 years on, my life is ticking by, I'm getting old. I'm like almost cut, like allowing myself to stay in this place of like feeling sorry for myself is not doing me any favors, and I don't get a gold star. God is not giving me like a gold star for like, oh, you suffered and you really worked out. Like God is not, I'm religious, but God is not even helping me. Like I've prayed and prayed, please bring some new friends into my life, I'm lonely, please bring a boyfriend, please bring something, and nothing's coming. But you know why? Because I'm not going out and looking for it, because I'm so upset that I'm staying home every weekend. I need to fucking change that. If nothing's going to change unless I change. So now I've took it on myself. I've started volunteering. I'm going to start going to classes once I can, you know, like an art class once Corona is like kind of out of the way. But like putting myself in new social situations to kind of change my situation, because it's not going to change it's not going to change unless I about just kind of taking some control again over your life, even if it's something you feel like, I can't control the fact that my best friend died, I can't control life and death, but I can control how I kind of respond to the situation. I can be a victim, or I can choose to be like, no, I deserve better, and my friend would want me to have better, and I want myself to have better, you know.
And and that's so right, and you know, and I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Ultimately, then we sometimes feel, I don't know about you, but I feel if I spend more time thinking about this stuff, it's almost like I'm solving it, or because I spend more time trying to work it out or whatever, or worrying about it, I'm doing more good by that. But I'm not. I'm just spending more time in the darkness of that moment rather than just move the fuck on. Do you know? By moving on, I change. You know how I feel.
I think a lot of us get really comfortable in our victimhood, and I'm there now. Like, I'm not even going to act like I'm not there. I'm there in multiple ways, in terms of being trans, in terms of losing my best friend, in terms of like being bullied growing up. Like I'm still in a comfortable in my victim status, because it's like it's hard to break out of it, but that's how you free yourself. And you have to understand that there comes a certain point that you have to take responsibility for your life. You have to take your life in your hands.
And you know what? And you can get out of that, because you've done it so many times before, and it's bloody frustrating, isn't it? You know, the point is we're constantly on this cycle. We're never, the happiness, and that sounds like this is about to sound really trite. Happiness is not a destination, right? You're going to get there, and then you're going to come back round. Then you're going to get there, then you're going to come back round. And I suppose, you know, the gift that you have is that you know that you've been there, and you know that you can get there again. But it takes work. It's constant work. What are the things then that really help you with that? So, for example, this Paul Moore that I was saying about, you know, he talks a lot about having, you know, doing stuff that he knows is going to make him feel great. And actually, I was talking to Kate, another lady, Kate Sevilla, as well, and she was like, you know, she does all of these things that she knows are brilliant for affecting her well-being and her energy, her daily meditations, her yoga, or whatever. And then you get to a place and you're like, oh, I've done that for quite a long time now. Can't be bothered. I'm all right now. And that's when it starts slipping again. Is there stuff for you that you know really works?
For me, it's just about like, I'm really a big list person. I love writing a list, or like a map, almost like a mind map of like, here is where I am, here is where I want to get. How can I take productive steps to get to this point? So for like, in terms of the loneliness.
Yeah.
And practical steps of like, well, you need to start saving, you need to start getting lazy. Like, it's just, I'm a really big person on like lists and kind of like actual like things you can actually tick off, and like actual like feel in your hands sort of thing of like, I can take these steps and it's productive.
I'm exactly the same. You know, when I'm in action, I'm at my best, right? I know that I'm moving. If I can see that I'm moving forward, and actually having that, you know, not only having that vision of where I'm going to, but also then having those ticks of accomplishment next to it, suddenly I'm feeling different, right? Yeah.
Which is the first step to make you feel like, oh, I'm on my way. Like that whole thing, like spelling is a spell. Like, it really does make things happen. You manifest things when you write them down. It makes it real. It makes it you believe it when you see it. So like, it's really important to just like visualize what you want for yourself, and then not just visualize it and expect God to do the hard work, or the universe, or whatever you believe in, but expect yourself to do the hard work, and like try and like tick something off your list. Even if you can't do that 1 point, break that 1 point down into another 5 points of like, I need to get some surgery. Well, I don't have the money, so start a GoFundMe, start doing like an extra job, like apply for extra job. Like you can break tasks down so that they're more like doable as well. But it's just about being productive so that you're moving towards the goal of where you want to be, whether it's for your mental health, your physical health, your social life, your love life, your work life. It's about like taking steps every day to becoming the person you want to be, to free yourself to who you are.
Oh, amen. Amen. And I suppose I've got a couple of questions on that. Do you ever look back from like a year, from here to a year before? That journey must feel powerful, right? Like you must see that journey and think, God, if I've done that accomplishment, does that change how you feel?
I feel like, you know, I'm going to be honest and say no, like, because it's World Mental Health Day. I think it's important that we talk truthfully. I feel like I've had a year of like a dip, and I'm just getting to the point now at the end of the year where I'm like picking myself back up and being like, no, Charlie, you deserve this. You need to fight for this. Like, let's get your list book out and start writing down a list of productive things. Because it's like, it's not a Disney story. Like I said, it's not a case of like every year you go up and up. No, there's going to be dips. There's hard years. For some reason, like the grief kind of hit me extra hard this year. So like, it's kind of, you know, it's just like, so I've gone back into counseling. Like I had left counseling because I thought, like I felt like I got everything I could get out of it for the grief. But like, and then I got really depressed at the start of the year, and I was like, no, I need to get
But you know why? I mean, I think that I think that we've gone from a place, I talk quite a lot about this, you know, I think we've gone from a place of, you know, extreme or high stress, you know, where we were simply doing too much pre-COVID, doing way too much, you know, a complete overwhelm, always slightly on the back foot, never feel like we do too much, but there was always stuff going on to distract us. You know, now, 6 months later, 8 months later almost, you know, we're in a place where it's extreme anxiety because we're up here, you know, all of the great stimulation, all of the great distractions are gone. And fuck me, this can be a really hard place, right? This can be a really hard place to be. And this is why we're doing this, right? This is why we're having these conversations, because more than ever, we are having to deal with our minds, and it's terrifying. It's terrible. I'll share with you this study that I heard of. Back in 2014, they did this study where they said to people, would you rather sit with your own thoughts for 15 minutes or have an electric shock? 25% of women said they prefer an electric shock, and 2/3 of men said they would prefer an electric shock than sitting with their own minds for 15 minutes. Can you believe it?
Oh my God.
Like, these places, like, it's terrifying, you know?
My phone has died. Can you hear me on here, on the computer?
I can't hear you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. My phone has died.
Oh, hello? There you are.
I'm so sorry. My phone just died. I've plugged it in. I'm so sorry.
Let's just continue on here. I mean, that in itself to me is, you know, so telling, isn't it? That you know, that we just don't want to live with our own thoughts, and you know why we're having more challenges than ever. So one quick one then. I suppose a couple of things, and this session has been so powerful, and actually someone's already said thank you for this live and for sharing this. You know, I can see the effect it's having. I would imagine, and I think from the conversations that we've had, you know, the effect of kind of others on your mental health. Are you and are we saying then that one of the best ways of managing that is obviously the kind of curation of what you let in? Is that your best way of dealing with that?
I think so, yeah. And I think that's in terms of, like I said, in like physical spaces, digital spaces, like in terms of like what you consume, in terms of like the people, like I said, you hang out with. Like I'm the queen of like ending friendships. Like if I feel like a friendship is not not in terms of bringing something to my life, but if it's actually taking away from my life, like I'm not a bitch. I'm not going to be like, you're not bringing anything to my life, get out. But at the same time, like if someone is bringing negative to my life, so if the amount of people who like, it's more of like it's not been for a while, but like when I was in like college or school and people just bitchy, and I'm like, I don't want this negative kind of this nasty kind of toxic kind of gossip kind of negative culture in my life. So I'm like, no, I'm sorry, like I wish you well, but it's not for me. Like I don't want to be friends anymore. So I think it's really important to just understand that, again, you have control over who you hang out with and stuff.
And I think that that's a really interesting thing, isn't it? Because I think at the heart of that is really genuinely kind of understanding what it is that, you know, I come back to space, what it is that I want life to be like, right? Or actually, you know, understanding who I am enough in order to understand, you know, what is good for me and who is good for me within that.
Yeah, that's exactly
it. Charlie, we are fading in and out, but I just want to say thank you so much for this, for talking to us. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that my internet is so bad. I don't know what's wrong with my internet today. I'm so sorry.
Oh, darling, don't be silly. Listen, what you've done already is weave some magic out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate.
And we will see you very, very soon.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Kate. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye, darling. See you soon. Bye.